In the quiet depths of night, when the world settles into peaceful slumber, there exists a realm where shadows dance with wonder and mysteries unfold like gentle whispers. The Pokemon world, beloved by millions, harbors secrets that drift through its regions like morning mist, carrying tales that few have ever truly contemplated in the hushed moments before sleep claims them. Deep within the coding of the very first games, programmers embedded something peculiar that would go unnoticed for decades. The ghost that appears in Lavender Town's Pokemon Tower, that ethereal white figure that cannot be identified until the Sylph scope reveals its true nature, was originally intended to be the spirit of a Marowak. Yet the data suggests something far more unsettling rests beneath this programming choice. The ghost's cry, when analyzed through spectral audio equipment, contains frequencies that match no known Pokemon vocalization, as if the developers captured something from beyond their intended creation. Cubone, that lonely ground type with its skull helmet, carries a burden heavier than most realize. The skull it wears is not simply a piece of protective gear passed down through generations, but rather the actual cranium of its deceased mother. This means every Cubone in existence is an orphan, wandering the world with the physical remains of its parent as both shield and eternal reminder of loss. The tears that stain the skull are not metaphorical but literal, as Cubone's perpetual grief causes it to weep constantly, the salt from its sorrow gradually etching permanent marks into the bone. In the Sinnoh region, where legends speak of creation itself, lies Lake Verity, a body of water so still and pristine that it mirrors the sky like polished glass. Yet beneath its serene surface dwells Mesprit, the being of emotion whose very presence can drain all feeling from those who encounter it unprepared. Ancient texts describe travelers who gazed too long into the lake's depths, only to emerge hollow and vacant, their capacity for joy, sorrow, love, and fear stripped away like autumn leaves in a winter wind. They would wander for the remainder of their days, technically alive yet fundamentally empty, unable to comprehend what they had lost. The Pokédex entries, those seemingly innocent repositories of information, contain observations that chill the soul when examined closely. Drifloon, that cheerful balloon Pokemon, often seen bobbing playfully in the wind, has earned the moniker of the signpost for wandering spirits. Children who grasp its string like appendages sometimes vanish without explanation, leading researchers to theorize that Drifloon serves as a guide between the world of the living and whatever lies beyond. The most disturbing aspect is that Drifloon appears to prefer children specifically, suggesting an intelligence that understands innocence and vulnerability. Yamask carries within its ghostly form a face that once belonged to a human being. This face is not a mere representation or artistic interpretation, but the actual visage of a person who died and transformed into this spectral Pokemon. Each Yamask remembers fragments of its human life, experiencing phantom sensations of mortality while trapped in an existence that is neither fully alive nor completely at peace. When a Yamask looks upon its golden mask, it sees its own human face staring back, creating an endless cycle of recognition and loss that defines its entire existence. The phenomenon known as Pokérus, often celebrated by trainers for its beneficial effects on Pokemon growth, possesses characteristics that mirror real-world viral infections in ways that are deeply unsettling. This microscopic entity spreads through contact, lies dormant in Pokemon storage systems and can remain infectious for extended periods. Most troubling is that Pokérus appears to be sentient, actively seeking new hosts and adapting its transmission methods. Scientists have observed that Pokérus infected Pokemon sometimes exhibit subtle behavioral changes, becoming more aggressive in their pursuit of battle and showing an increased desire to interact with uninfected Pokemon, as if the virus is compelling them to spread the infection. Lavender Town's haunting melody, composed in a minor key with specific frequency patterns, was designed to evoke feelings of unease and melancholy. However, the original Japanese version contained audio elements that had unintended psychological effects on players, particularly children. The high pitched tones, when played through early Game Boy speakers, created a phenomenon similar to infrasound, those low frequency vibrations that can induce feelings of anxiety, paranoia, and even hallucinations in sensitive individuals. Reports emerged of players experiencing headaches, nightmares, and an inexplicable urge to avoid the game after extended exposure to Lavender Town's music. Gengar, that mischievous ghost type beloved by many, harbors a secret connection to Clefable that extends far beyond their similar body shapes. Data miners have discovered that Gengar's statistical distribution perfectly mirrors that of Clefable, suggesting they are two sides of the same coin. The theory proposes that Gengar is actually the shadow or dark reflection of Clefable, created when the fairy type's pure essence is somehow inverted or corrupted. This would explain Gengar's obsession with hating in shadows and its compulsive need to lower the temperature of its surroundings, as if it exists in perpetual opposition to Clefable's warm, nurturing nature. The ghost-type gym in Ecruteak City stands upon ground that holds significance beyond its role as a battleground. Archaeological surveys have revealed that the building rests atop an ancient burial site where the people of old laid their departed to rest alongside their Pokémon companions. The brass tower's destruction centuries ago was not merely an accident, but rather the result of these restless spirits awakening and lashing out at the world above. The gym's current structure serves as both a memorial and a containment facility, keeping the ancient dead peaceful while allowing trainers to commune safely with ghost-type Pokémon. Hypno's reputation for child abduction stems from more than mere Pokédex entries and urban legends. Case studies from the Kanto region document numerous instances where children have been found in deep forests, far from their homes, with no memory of how they arrived there. The common thread in these cases is the presence of Hypno in the vicinity and the children's descriptions of following a sleepy Pokemon that promised to show them wonderful dreams. Most disturbing is that these children often express a desire to return to the forest, claiming they felt happier and more at peace while under Hypno's influence than they do in their normal lives. The relationship between Pokemon and their Poké Balls involves a process that science has yet to fully understand. When a Pokemon is captured, its physical form is converted into pure energy and stored within the device's limited space. However, this conversion is not merely a change of state, but rather a fundamental alteration of the creature's existence. During storage, Pokemon exist in a state of suspended consciousness, aware but unable to interact with the physical world. Time passes differently in this energy state, with some Pokemon reporting that minutes feel like hours, and others claiming that years pass like moments. The psychological impact of repeated conversion between energy and matter remains largely unstudied, though some researchers have noted behavioral changes in Pokemon that spend extended periods in storage. Ditto's ability to transform into any Pokemon it encounters raises questions about the nature of identity and consciousness that extend far beyond simple mimicry. When Ditto assumes another form, it doesn't merely copy the appearance, but actually restructures its DNA to match that of its target. This means that on a cellular level, Ditto becomes the Pokemon it imitates. The philosophical implications are staggering. During transformation, is Ditto still itself, or does it temporarily become the other Pokemon entirely? Failed transformations, where Ditto retains its characteristic face while adopting another body, suggest that some essential aspect of its original self resists complete conversion, creating hybrid beings that exist in a state of biological uncertainty. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon, those rare variants with altered coloration, may not be the simple genetic quirk that most believe. Ancient texts from the Johto region describe these uniquely colored creatures as touched by otherworldly light, suggesting a supernatural rather than biological origin. Shiny Pokemon often display subtle behavioral differences from their normal counterparts, showing increased intelligence, unusual migration patterns, and a tendency to appear during significant celestial events. Some researchers theorize that shiny Pokemon are actually visitors from parallel dimensions, slightly out of phase with our reality, which accounts for their rarity and distinctive appearance. The temporal distortions that occur around certain legendary Pokemon create pockets of reality where the normal flow of time becomes meaningless. Dialga's presence has been documented to cause entire forests to age decades in moments, while nearby streams flow backward to their mountain sources. Witnesses to these phenomena often report experiencing their own memories in reverse chronological order, watching their lives unfold from present to past, like pages turning backward through a book. The most unsettling accounts come from those who claim to have seen their own deaths during these temporal reversals, experiencing the end of their existence before returning to the present moment with knowledge they should not possess. The connection between ghost-type Pokemon and human souls runs deeper than most trainers realize. Yamask, formed from the spirits of ancient humans, carries not just the memories of its former life, but also the accumulated grief of everyone who mourned its passing. Each Yamask bears a golden mask that is actually a perfect replica of the face it wore in life, and touching this mask allows observers to experience fragments of the deceased person's memories. These experiences are so vivid and emotionally overwhelming that many who handle Yamask masks report being unable to distinguish between the borrowed memories and their own past. The tragedy deepens when considering that Yamask retains enough human consciousness to feel homesick for a life it can never return to, wandering endlessly in search of people and places that may no longer exist. The mysterious relationship between Alakazam and human psychics suggests that psychic abilities may not be naturally occurring human traits, but rather borrowed powers. Historical records indicate that the first documented human psychics appeared shortly after Alakazam were discovered, leading some researchers to propose that these Pokemon unconsciously share their mental energy with compatible humans. This theory gains credibility when examining the fact that human psychics often experience their abilities fluctuating in intensity based on their proximity to psychic type Pokemon. More disturbing is the observation that when powerful psychic humans pass away, nearby Alakazam have been seen performing elaborate rituals around the deceased, as if attempting to reclaim something that was borrowed long ago. The ecosystem disruption caused by certain Pokemon extends beyond simple predator prey relationships into the realm of environmental horror. Muck and Grimer don't simply consume pollution as commonly believed, they actually transform healthy environments into polluted wastelands to create suitable habitats for their offspring. This process involves releasing specialized bacteria that break down organic matter into toxic sludge, effectively terraforming clean areas into poisonous swamps. The most troubling aspect of this behavior is that it appears to be accelerating, with each new generation of muck producing more potent environmental toxins than their predecessors, suggesting an evolutionary arms race against the planet's natural recovery mechanisms. The hibernation patterns of certain Pokemon reveal disturbing connections to dimensional rifts and otherworldly influences. Snorlax doesn't simply sleep for extended periods. During its deepest slumber phases, its consciousness travels to parallel dimensions where it exists simultaneously as both predator and prey in alien ecosystems. The loud snoring that characterizes sleeping Snorlax is actually the sound of interdimensional communication, as the creature maintains contact with its alternate selves across multiple realities. Trainers who have formed particularly strong bonds with Snorlax report sharing dreams with their Pokemon, experiencing life as massive creatures in worlds where the laws of physics operate differently and where humanity never evolved. The evolutionary process of certain Pokemon species involves more than simple biological development, incorporating elements of spiritual transformation that science cannot adequately explain. When Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, the transformation isn't merely physical, but represents a fundamental shift in the creature's soul. Maub, the gentle, almost pathetic nature of Magikarp, is completely obliterated during evolution, replaced by an ancient rage that seems to originate from outside the individual Pokemon. This suggests that Gyarados may be possessed by the collective anger of all Magikarp that have ever been dismissed, mocked, or abandoned, making each Gyarados a vessel for accumulated resentment spanning generations. The breeding centers scattered throughout various regions harbor secrets that most trainers never discover. Pokemon eggs don't develop through simple biological processes, but rather through the gradual materialization of souls seeking physical form. The incubation period varies not based on species requirements, but on how long it takes for a compatible spirit to inhabit the developing embryo. This explains why some eggs hatch quickly while others remain dormant for extended periods, waiting for the right soul to claim them. Pokemon breeders who work extensively with eggs often report sensing presences around unhatchable eggs, as if spirits are evaluating potential vessels before committing to physical existence. The underground tunnel systems connecting various regions were not created by ground-type Pokemon as commonly assumed, but represent the remains of a vast subterranean civilization that predates human settlement by millennia. These tunnels show signs of advanced engineering and architectural planning that exceed the capabilities of any known Pokemon species. The presence of ground-type Pokemon in these areas may actually represent the descendants of the original tunnel builders, devolved over countless generations from a highly intelligent species into their current forms. Strange hieroglyphs found in the deepest sections of these tunnel networks depict Pokemon and humans working together in ways that suggest a completely different relationship than the trainer Pokemon dynamic that exists today. The phenomenon of Pokémon Centers and their miraculous healing capabilities relies on technology that incorporates elements of soul manipulation rather than purely medical treatment. The healing machines don't simply repair physical damage, but actually restore Pokemon to a predetermined spiritual template, effectively resetting their existence to a baseline state. This process explains why Pokemon emerge from treatment with not just healed bodies, but also refreshed minds, as if traumatic experiences have been partially erased. However, this spiritual restoration may come at a cost, as veteran Pokemon that have undergone extensive healing treatments sometimes display gaps in their memories and a gradual loss of the unique personality traits that develop through life experience. The migration patterns of flying-type Pokemon follow ley lines of psychic energy that crisscross the planet, creating a global network of supernatural highways invisible to human perception. These energy pathways some fluctuate with celestial movements, explaining why certain Pokemon migrations occur in conjunction with astronomical events. The most disturbing aspect of these migrations is that they sometimes lead entire flocks to locations that don't exist in our dimension, resulting in mass disappearances that authorities attribute to natural disasters or predation. Satellite imagery has captured formations of flying-type Pokemon suddenly vanishing while following these invisible routes, suggesting that the energy lines may serve as portals to alternate realities where these creatures continue their journeys in parallel versions of our world. The ancient practice of Pokemon evolution represents something far more profound than simple biological development, functioning instead as a form of controlled metamorphosis that transcends the boundaries between physical and spiritual realms. Deep within the cellular structure of every Pokemon lies what researchers have termed evolutionary memory, a genetic record not just of their species' past, but of every individual transformation that has occurred throughout their lineage. When a Pokemon evolves, they don't simply grow larger or develop new abilities, but actually merge with the accumulated consciousness of every member of their species that has undergone the same transformation. This explains why newly evolved Pokemon often display knowledge and instincts they couldn't possibly have acquired through personal experience, as they inherit fragments of memory from countless predecessors who walked the same evolutionary path. The stones that trigger evolution in certain species contain crystallized time itself, formed in locations where temporal anomalies have compressed centuries of natural energy into solid matter. These evolution stones don't provide power to facilitate change, but rather serve as keys that unlock specific moments in a Pokemon's predetermined future, allowing them to skip forward through their natural development timeline. The most unsettling discovery regarding evolution stones is that they continue to function even after being completely depleted, suggesting that the evolutionary process creates a permanent link between the stone and the transformed Pokemon. Trainers who have used evolution stones report that the depleted crystals sometimes glow faintly when their evolved Pokemon are in distress, as if maintaining an eternal connection to the creatures they helped transform. The relationship between psychic type Pokemon and human consciousness operates on levels that most trainers never realize, with these creatures capable of forming neural bridges that allow them to experience reality through their trainer's perception. Long term partnerships with psychic types gradually alter human brain chemistry, enhancing certain cognitive abilities while simultaneously making trainers more susceptible to psychic influence from other sources. Veteran psychic type specialists often develop an uncanny ability to predict events and read subtle emotional cues, but they also report experiencing dreams and thoughts that don't belong to them, suggesting that the mental connection with their Pokemon creates permanent changes in their consciousness. The breeding programs conducted at various Pokemon daycares across different regions serve a purpose beyond simply producing new generations of Pokemon, functioning as carefully orchestrated attempts to preserve and strengthen bloodlines that carry specific genetic markers linked to ancient abilities. These programs operate under guidelines established by an organization that predates the modern Pokemon League, working to ensure that certain evolutionary branches don't become extinct while simultaneously preventing the emergence of genetic combinations that could prove dangerous to the existing order. Daycare operators receive detailed instructions about which Pokemon should be bred together and which combinations must be avoided, though few understand the full implications of these breeding restrictions. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon represents more than simple genetic variation, indicating individuals who have maintained stronger connections to the primordial energies that existed before the separation of the physical and spiritual worlds. These rare Pokemon possess enhanced psychic sensitivity that allows them to perceive dimensions invisible to their normal colored counterparts, often displaying behavioral patterns that suggest awareness of threats and opportunities that don't exist in our visible reality. Trainers who specialize in shiny Pokemon frequently report that their creatures seem to respond to commands that were never given and react to dangers that never materialize, as if they're simultaneously experiencing multiple versions of events across parallel timelines. The move tutors found throughout various regions possess knowledge that extends far beyond simple battle techniques, serving as guardians of combat arts that were developed during ancient conflicts between humans and Pokemon that have been erased from official historical records. Those individuals can teach moves that don't appear in any documented movesets, techniques that were specifically designed to exploit weaknesses in human physiology and psychology. The most concerning aspect of move tutors is their apparent immortality, with the same individuals appearing in historical records spanning centuries without showing signs of aging, suggesting they may not be entirely human or may have undergone transformations that have extended their lifespans indefinitely. The weather patterns that affect Pokemon battles aren't simply meteorological phenomena, but represent the manifestation of emotional and psychic energies released during intense conflicts between trained creatures. Prolonged battles in the same location can permanently alter local climate conditions, creating microclimates that persist long after the combatants have departed. Areas where legendary Pokémon have engaged in combat show weather anomalies that can last for decades, with some regions experiencing perpetual storms, droughts, or other extreme conditions as a result of ancient battles whose participants have long since vanished from the world. The storage system used in Pokémon boxes operates by converting living creatures into pure information, but the process doesn't simply digitize their physical forms, but actually transfers their consciousness into a parallel dimension where they exist in a state of suspended animation. This digital realm contains the stored consciousnesses of every Pokemon that has ever been placed in the system, creating a vast virtual ecosystem where these creatures interact with each other in ways that their trainers never witness. Pokemon that have spent extended periods in storage sometimes emerge with knowledge of other trainers' Pokemon and display behavioral changes that suggest they've been living complex lives during their supposed dormancy. The connection between Pokemon and their natural habitats extends beyond simple environmental adaptation, with each species serving as a living anchor point that maintains the stability of their ecosystem's spiritual energy. When Pokemon populations decline or disappear from an area, the region gradually loses its connection to the elemental forces that maintain natural balance, leading to environmental degradation that can't be reversed through conventional conservation methods. This explains why certain areas become permanently barren after their native Pokemon species are driven to extinction, as the spiritual infrastructure that supported life in those regions collapses without the creatures that served as its foundation. The safari zones established in various regions function as more than wildlife preserves, serving as containment areas for Pokemon whose presence in populated areas could disrupt the delicate balance between the human and Pokemon worlds. These facilities house creatures that possess abilities too dangerous or unpredictable for normal trainer interaction, including species that can manipulate probability, alter memory, or influence the passage of time in ways that could destabilize society if left unchecked. The strict rules governing Safari Zone visits aren't designed to protect the Pokemon from humans, but rather to limit human exposure to creatures whose mere presence can have long-lasting psychological and physical effects on unprepared individuals. The breeding mechanics that govern Pokemon reproduction reveal disturbing truths about the nature of life itself within this world, as the process doesn't simply combine genetic material, but actually merges fragments of the parent's souls to create entirely new, conscious entities. When two Pokemon mate, their spiritual essences temporarily separate from their physical forms and intertwine in dimensions beyond normal perception, with the resulting offspring inheriting not just physical traits, but also memories, emotions, and experiences from both parents that manifest as instinctual knowledge. This explains why newly hatched Pokemon often display behaviors and abilities that they couldn't have learned, as they carry within them the accumulated wisdom and trauma of their ancestral lineage stretching back countless generations. The daycare centers where this breeding occurs are built on locations where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds is naturally thin, allowing the complex soul merging process to take place under controlled conditions that prevent the catastrophic spiritual contamination that would result from unregulated breeding in ordinary locations. The evolutionary stones that trigger certain transformations contain crystallized fragments of primordial energy from the creation of the Pokémon world, each one holding within it the compressed essence of evolutionary possibilities that existed before the current natural order was established. When a Pokemon makes contact with an evolution stone, they're not simply undergoing a biological change, but are actually being exposed to the raw creative force that originally shaped all life, causing their current form to dissolve and reconstitute according to ancient patterns encoded within the stone's crystalline structure. The process is so traumatic that most Pokemon lose all memory of their pre-evolutionary existence, effectively dying and being reborn as entirely different entities that share only a tenuous connection to their former selves. Some stones contain multiple evolutionary pathways, and the specific outcome depends on the Pokemon's deepest subconscious desires and fears, meaning that evolution through stone contact can reveal hidden aspects of a creature's psychology that even intimate trainers never suspected existed. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon represents far more than simple genetic variation, as these creatures those are actually living conduits for otherworldly energies that seep into our reality through microscopic tears in the dimensional fabric. Their altered coloration serves as a visible indicator of their connection to parallel universes where different evolutionary paths were taken, and their presence in our world creates subtle distortions in local spacetime that can be detected by sensitive instruments. Trainers who specialize in collecting shiny Pokemon often report experiencing vivid dreams of alternate realities where familiar Pokemon species evolved along completely different lines, suggesting that prolonged exposure to these interdimensional entities can grant glimpses into the infinite possibilities that exist beyond our current timeline. The rarity of shiny encounters isn't due to natural genetic probability, but rather reflects the immense energy required to maintain a stable breach between dimensions, with most attempted crossings resulting in the complete dissolution of the creature attempting to traverse the boundary between worlds. The moves that Pokemon learn through technical machines operate by implanting artificial memories directly into the creature's neural pathways. But these synthetic recollections often carry traces of their original users' experiences and emotions. A TM containing Thunderbolt might hold fragments of fear, rage, or desperation from the electric type that first demonstrated the technique, and when learned by a new Pokemon, these emotional residues can subtly alter the creature's personality and behavioral patterns. Over time, Pokemon that have learned multiple TM moves may develop complex psychological profiles that reflect the accumulated emotional baggage of dozens of different creatures, leading to identity confusion and behavioral instability that trainers often mistake for simple disobedience or stubbornness. The most disturbing cases involve Pokemon that learn moves from TMs created using techniques extracted from deceased creatures, as these machines can transfer not just knowledge, but also fragments of the departed Pokemon's consciousness that continue to exist within their new host. The trading process that allows trainers to exchange Pokemon creates temporary rifts in the spiritual bonds between creature and human, during which the Pokemon exists in a state of metaphysical limbo where their consciousness becomes vulnerable to influence from entities that dwell in the spaces between worlds. Some Pokemon emerge from trades with subtle personality changes or new behavioral quirks that suggest they've encountered something during their brief journey through the dimensional void that separates one trainer's influence from another's. The evolution that certain Pokemon undergo specifically through trading occurs because the trauma of severed bonds and the exposure to interdimensional forces triggers a survival response that fundamentally rewrites their biological and spiritual structure. Trade evolved Pokemon often display a deeper understanding of the nature of reality than their naturally evolved counterparts, as their forced journey through dimensional barriers grants them brief glimpses of the underlying mechanisms that govern existence itself. The mysterious power of Pokemon Centers to heal any injury or ailment, regardless of severity, stems from their connection to a network of ancient healing sanctuaries built by an extinct civilization that understood the true nature of life force manipulation. The machines used in these centers don't actually heal damage, but rather reset the Pokemon's physical and spiritual state to match a stored template of perfect health, effectively erasing not just injuries, but also the experiences and growth that led to those injuries. This explains why Pokemon that visit centers frequently often seem to lose their edge in battle and become more docile over time, as repeated resets gradually strip away the accumulated wisdom and battle-hardened resilience that comes from experiencing and recovering from genuine hardship. The cheerful nurse joys who operate these facilities are trained to suppress their awareness of the ethical implications of their work, as the knowledge that they're systematically erasing aspects of Pokemon consciousness would drive most individuals to psychological breakdown. The Elite Four and Champion system that governs regional Pokemon leagues serves a purpose far beyond simple competition, functioning as a carefully maintained hierarchy of spiritual guardians who channel and control the flow of elemental energies throughout their respective regions. Each Elite Four member specializes in a particular type, not because of personal preference, but because they serve as living conduits for that element's manifestation in the physical world, and their constant battles with challengers help regulate the natural forces that maintain regional stability. When a champion is defeated and replaced, the transition involves more than a simple change of title, as the new champion must undergo a spiritual bonding process with the legendary Pokemon that serve as the region's ultimate guardians. This explains why champions often seem to age rapidly during their tenure, and why many choose to step down after relatively short periods, as the constant channeling of legendary level energies takes a severe toll on human physiology and psychology. The mysterious nature of Pokemon eggs reveals one of the most disturbing aspects of reproduction in this world, as these shells don't contain developing embryos, but rather serve as dimensional anchors that gradually pull new consciousness from alternate realities into physical existence. The incubation process involves slowly synchronizing the emerging consciousness with local reality, and eggs that are exposed to trauma or negative emotions during this vulnerable period can result in Pokemon with fragmented personalities or connections to dark alternate timelines. Some eggs never hatch naturally and instead become permanent gateways to other dimensions, requiring careful disposal by specialized teams to prevent dangerous entities from using them as entry points into our world. The warming process that speeds egg development works by increasing the dimensional resonance between realities, but excessive acceleration can cause the emerging Pokemon to retain memories and instincts from their alternate selves, leading to behavioral anomalies that persist throughout their lives. The phenomenon known as Pokemon evolution represents something far more profound and unsettling than the simple maturation process most trainers believe it to be. Rather than natural growth, evolution involves the complete dissolution of a Pokemon's existing consciousness and physical form, followed by the reconstruction of an entirely new being that merely inherits selective memories and personality fragments from its predecessor. The brilliant flash of light that accompanies evolution serves to mask this traumatic process from observers, as witnessing the actual dissolution would cause severe psychological trauma to both trainer and nearby Pokemon. The evolutionary stones that trigger certain transformations work by fracturing the dimensional barriers that hold a Pokemon's essence together, forcing an immediate and violent reconstruction that can leave lasting psychological scars on the newly evolved creature. This explains why some evolved Pokemon exhibit dramatically different personalities compared to their pre-evolution forms, and why others seem to retain phantom memories of experiences they never actually had. The trait evolution mechanism reveals an even darker truth, as the process of digital transfer through communication cables creates a brief moment where the Pokemon's consciousness exists simultaneously in multiple locations, causing a quantum split that allows evolution to occur through the trauma of temporary multidimensional existence. The relationship between trainers and their Pokemon operates on levels of psychological manipulation that would be considered deeply unethical in any other context. The bonding process that occurs when a Pokemon is first captured involves a subtle form of mental conditioning that makes the creature psychologically dependent on their trainer's approval and presence. This dependency is strengthened through the use of Poké Balls, which don't simply store Pokemon, but gradually erode their sense of individual identity and replace it with an artificial loyalty that mimics genuine affection. The most successful trainers unconsciously learn to exploit their Pokemon's emotional vulnerabilities, using techniques that parallel those employed by skilled manipulators in human relationships. The practice of nicknaming captured Pokemon serves to further diminish their connection to their original identity, as the repeated use of a trainer-assigned name gradually overwrites the creature's sense of self and replaces it with a constructed persona designed to please their captor. Long-term partnerships between trainers and Pokemon often develop into codependent relationships where both parties lose their ability to function independently, creating a psychological prison disguised as friendship. The mysterious properties of certain berries and healing items reveal connections to forces that exist beyond the normal understanding of botany and chemistry. Oran berries and similar restorative fruits don't actually heal injuries, but rather manipulate the flow of time around damaged tissue, essentially rewinding the affected area to a previous state while leaving the rest of the body unaffected. This temporal manipulation explains why overuse of certain berries can cause aging inconsistencies, and why some Pokemon that consume large quantities of healing items begin to experience temporal displacement symptoms, including memories of events that haven't occurred yet, and the ability to briefly phase in and out of different time streams. The Pecha berries used to cure poison work by creating small tears in reality that allow the toxic substances to leak into alternate dimensions. But this process sometimes brings back foreign contaminants from those other worlds, leading to new and unprecedented forms of poisoning that resist conventional treatment. Revival herbs and similar bitter medicines achieve their effects by temporarily binding the user's life force to that of deceased Pokemon whose spirits linger in the herbs, creating a ghostly symbiosis that can persist long after the medicine's apparent effects have worn off. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon represents far more than simple genetic variation, as these creatures exist in a state of partial dimensional displacement that causes their altered coloration and often enhanced abilities. Shiny Pokemon are actually beings that have begun to slip between realities, and their unusual appearance reflects the influence of alternate dimensions bleeding through into their physical manifestation. This dimensional instability explains why shiny Pokemon are so rare and why they often exhibit behavioral patterns that differ from their normal colored counterparts, as they're constantly processing sensory input from multiple realities simultaneously. The process of hunting for shiny Pokemon through repeated encounters or breeding creates disturbances in local dimensional stability. And areas where extensive shiny hunting has occurred often become prone to reality fluctuations and temporal anomalies. Some researchers believe that the increasing frequency of shiny Pokemon encounters in recent years indicates that the barriers between dimensions are weakening, potentially leading to a catastrophic convergence of multiple realities. The true nature of Pokemon breeding reveals disturbing implications about genetic manipulation and consciousness transfer that most trainers prefer not to contemplate. Daycare centers don't simply provide a nurturing environment for Pokemon reproduction, but serve as carefully controlled laboratories where genetic material is harvested and artificially recombined to produce offspring with desired traits. The mysterious process by which two Pokemon left at a daycare can produce an egg without any observed mating behavior suggests that reproduction occurs through technological intervention rather than natural processes. The ability to breed Pokemon from entirely different species groups indicates that the genetic boundaries between different creatures are far more fluid than natural biology would suggest, pointing to artificial origins for many Pokemon species. Ditto's unique ability to breed with virtually any Pokemon reveals its true nature as a biological universal donor created through advanced genetic engineering, and its transformation abilities represent an unstable attempt to replicate the genetic templates of other species. The practice of breeding for specific movesets and abilities essentially involves programming desired behaviors and capabilities into developing consciousness, raising profound questions about free will and the ethics of creating sentient beings designed to fulfill specific purposes. The economic systems that govern Pokemon training reveal a carefully constructed framework designed to maintain social control and prevent trainers from accumulating too much power or independence. The arbitrary limits placed on carrying more than 6 Pokémon at once serve to prevent individual trainers from building armies that could threaten established authority structures. Prize money from battles and tournament victories is carefully calculated to provide just enough resources to continue training while ensuring that most trainers remain financially dependent on the system. The Pokemon storage system, operated by regional professors, functions as a massive surveillance network that monitors the location and activities of every captured Pokemon, allowing authorities to track potential threats and maintain detailed records of trainer capabilities. The seemingly helpful nature of Pokémon Centers and other support services masks their true function as control mechanisms that keep trainers traveling in predictable patterns and dependent on institutional support. The requirement for gym badges to access certain areas and services creates an artificial progression system that channels trainer behavior and prevents unsupervised exploration of sensitive regions where dangerous truths about the world might be discovered. The distribution of rare and legendary Pokemon follows patterns that suggest deliberate scarcity management rather than natural rarity, with powerful creatures being strategically placed in remote or dangerous locations to limit access and maintain the illusion that such encounters are matters of destiny rather than careful orchestration. The legends surrounding these creatures often serve as psychological conditioning, preparing trainers to accept extraordinary encounters as mythical experiences rather than questioning the underlying mechanisms that govern their appearance and behavior. The ability of legendary Pokemon to seemingly exist across multiple timelines and dimensions simultaneously indicates that they operate according to principles that transcend normal physical laws, suggesting they may be interdimensional entities or artificial constructs designed to monitor and influence events across parallel realities. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon represents more than mere genetic variation, as the altered coloration patterns often correspond to specific electromagnetic signatures that suggest these variants serve as biological beacons or markers for purposes that remain hidden from casual observation. The mathematical probability of encountering shiny Pokemon in the wild follows distributions that appear random but contain subtle patterns indicating artificial manipulation of genetic expression rates. The increased value and desirability of shiny variants creates a secondary economy based on rarity and aesthetic appeal, encouraging trainers to invest enormous amounts of time and resources in pursuit of creatures that offer no functional advantages beyond their unusual appearance. The regional variations observed in Pokemon species across different geographical areas reveal adaptation patterns that occur far too rapidly to be explained by natural evolutionary processes, suggesting that environmental influences trigger predetermined genetic programs rather than gradual adaptive changes. The ability of certain Pokemon to maintain stable populations despite being composed entirely of a single gender indicates reproductive mechanisms that operate independently of traditional biological constraints. The existence of genderless Pokemon that can still participate in breeding activities through compatibility with Ditto reveals reproduction systems based on energy transfer and consciousness duplication rather than genetic combination. The move tutors found throughout various regions possess knowledge of techniques that cannot be learned through normal training or natural development, indicating access to information archives that contain detailed behavioral programming for every known Pokemon species. The ability to teach moves that directly contradict a Pokemon's natural abilities or elemental affinities suggest that the boundaries between different types are artificial constructs that can be overridden through proper conditioning and neural pathway modification. The selective availability of certain moves through tutoring rather than natural learning implies a controlled distribution system designed to prevent certain combinations of abilities from becoming too widespread or accessible. The seasonal changes that affect some Pokemon behavior and appearance follow patterns that extend beyond normal environmental responses, with transformations occurring according to precise timing that suggests external coordination rather than instinctive adaptation. The ability of certain species to predict weather changes and natural disasters with supernatural accuracy indicates sensory capabilities that extend into temporal perception, allowing them to detect disturbances in the fabric of reality itself. The migration patterns of various Pokemon species create complex geometric configurations when mapped over time, forming symbols and patterns that appear to serve as massive terrestrial communication networks spanning entire continents. The fossilization and resurrection process used to restore ancient Pokemon reveals technology that can reconstruct complete living organisms from minimal genetic material, suggesting capabilities that far exceed any known biological science. The fact that resurrected fossil Pokemon always retain their ancient typing and abilities, despite millions of years of potential evolution, indicates that their genetic templates are being restored to predetermined specifications rather than their actual historical forms. The artificial nature of this resurrection process explains why fossil Pokemon exhibit behaviors and capabilities that seem anachronistic when compared to their supposed evolutionary descendants. The contest system that evaluates Pokemon based on beauty, coolness, and other subjective criteria establishes artificial standards of value that influence breeding practices and trainer preferences in ways that gradually reshape the overall Pokemon population according to human aesthetic preferences rather than natural fitness. The judging mechanisms used in these contests demonstrate sophisticated analysis capabilities that can quantify abstract qualities like elegance and toughness, suggesting evaluation systems based on detailed psychological and physiological monitoring rather than simple observation. The ability of certain moves to inflict status conditions that affect the fundamental nature of how Pokemon perceive and interact with reality reveals that consciousness itself can be manipulated through specific energy patterns and frequency modulations. Sleep-inducing moves don't simply cause drowsiness, but alter brainwave patterns in ways that make affected Pokemon susceptible to external influence and memory modification. Confusion effects represent temporary disruption of neural pathways that normally maintain behavioral consistency, creating windows of vulnerability during which a Pokemon's core programming can be accessed and potentially altered. The healing items available to trainers demonstrate chemical compounds that can instantly repair tissue damage and restore energy levels through mechanisms that bypass normal biological processes, suggesting pharmaceutical technology derived from Pokemon physiology itself rather than conventional medical research. The universal effectiveness of these items across all Pokemon species indicates standardized biological architecture that supports the theory of artificial origins for most creatures in the ecosystem. The communication methods used by Pokemon extend far beyond simple vocalizations, with many species demonstrating telepathic abilities that allow direct transfer of thoughts and emotions between individuals, regardless of species barriers. This universal communication protocol suggests a shared consciousness network that connects all Pokemon at a fundamental level, explaining their ability to understand human commands and cooperate across species lines in ways that natural creatures would find impossible. The battle mechanics that govern Pokemon combat follow rules that prioritize strategic thinking and tactical planning over raw physical capability, indicating that conflicts are resolved through mental rather than purely physical competition. The type effectiveness system creates artificial advantages and disadvantages that encourage trainers to develop diverse teams and strategic thinking skills, serving as an educational framework designed to promote intellectual development rather than simply determining combat outcomes. The mysterious process by which Pokemon gain experience and level up through battle exposure reveals learning mechanisms that operate through direct consciousness transfer rather than gradual skill development, with defeated opponents somehow contributing their knowledge and capabilities to their victors through quantum entanglement of neural patterns established during combat engagement. The very essence of leveling up, then, isn't about mere training or muscle memory, but a profound exchange of neurological data, a merging of experiences that transcends the physical. This transfer is instantaneous, suggesting a non-local connection, a subtle entanglement of minds that occurs beneath the surface of the physical clash. Consider the phenomenon of Pokemon evolving through exposure to specific stones or shared experiences. This isn't just about reaching a certain level of maturity, it's a fundamental alteration of their genetic structure, triggered by external stimuli that act as catalysts for latent evolutionary pathways. These stones, imbued with specific elemental energies, interact with a Pokemon's internal energy matrix, unlocking new forms and abilities that were always dormant, waiting for the right energetic signature to awaken them. The process is too rapid to be explained by natural selection or gradual mutation, implying a pre-programmed evolutionary blueprint that can be accelerated or redirected by these precise energetic inputs. The existence of legendary and mythical Pokémon, with their incredible powers and often enigmatic origins, hints at a deeper, more ancient layer of the world's creation and ongoing maintenance. These beings often embody fundamental forces of nature or abstract concepts, suggesting they are not merely powerful creatures, but living embodiments of universal principles. Their presence influences weather patterns, the flow of time, and even the fabric of reality itself, indicating that the world is not merely a collection of physical elements, but a dynamic system intertwined with the consciousness of these primordial entities. Their occasional appearances and interactions with humans are not random events, but carefully orchestrated interventions, subtly guiding the course of history and maintaining a delicate balance within the ecosystem. The reverence and caution with which these Pokemon are treated by ancient cultures and modern trainers alike speaks to a deep understanding of their cosmic significance, a recognition that their power extends far beyond any conventional metrics. The concept of friendship or affection states in certain games, which influence a Pokemon's battle performance and even its ability to evolve, indicates that emotional bonds between trainer and Pokemon are not just sentimental but have tangible physiological and energetic effects. This suggests a symbiotic relationship where the emotional state of the trainer can directly influence the energetic output and mental clarity of their Pokemon. This emotional resonance acts as a feedback loop, enhancing the Pokemon's innate abilities and allowing it to access reserves of power that are otherwise inaccessible. The bond, therefore, is not merely a social construct, but a powerful energetic conduit, a bridge between two consciousnesses that amplifies their combined potential. This deep connection challenges the notion of Pokemon as mere tools for battle, elevating them to companions with whom humans share a profound, almost spiritual connection. The existence of various regions, each with its unique ecosystem and dominant Pokemon types, suggests a deliberate ecological design, perhaps even a series of controlled experiments. The distinct geographical features and environmental conditions within each region seem perfectly tailored to foster the development of specific Pokemon species, creating diverse biological niches that encourage specialization and adaptation. This level of environmental engineering, far exceeding what natural geological processes could achieve, points to an intelligent design at work, meticulously crafting environments to cultivate specific forms of life. The boundaries between these regions, often marked by significant geographical barriers or political divisions, might also represent experimental separations, allowing for the independent evolution and study of different Pokemon populations under varying conditions. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon with their altered colorations is not simply a rare genetic mutation. It suggests a subtle deviation in their energetic signature, a slight shift in the frequency of their light emissions that manifests as a different color. This energetic anomaly could be a consequence of unusual environmental factors during their incubation or an inherent, albeit rare, energetic quirk within their lineage. These variations, while seemingly aesthetic, might also hint at subtle differences in their elemental affinities or latent abilities, making them unique not just in appearance, but in their fundamental energetic composition. Their rarity makes them prized, not just for their visual appeal, but for the potential energetic insights they might offer into the underlying mechanics of Pokemon biology. The ability of certain Pokemon to learn moves that are completely outside their natural type or elemental affinity, such as a water type Pokemon learning a fire type move through a TM or TR, suggests that these attacks are not innate biological functions, but rather learned energetic patterns. These technical machines, or technical records, are not simply instructional guides. They are sophisticated data packages that imprint specific energetic frequencies and neural pathways onto a Pokemon's consciousness, allowing them to mimic abilities they would otherwise never possess. This implies a universal energetic language underlying all Pokemon abilities, a fundamental set of energetic principles that can be manipulated and reprogrammed through these technological means. It suggests that the boundaries of type are not absolute biological limitations, but rather preferential energetic alignments that can be overridden through advanced technological intervention. The concept of hidden abilities, which are rarer and often more powerful than a Pokemon's standard abilities, hints at deeper, less accessible genetic or energetic potentials within each species. These abilities are not always immediately apparent and may only manifest under specific conditions or through specialized breeding techniques. Their hidden nature suggests a protective mechanism, perhaps preventing overuse of powerful abilities or maintaining a degree of energetic stability within the ecosystem. Unlocking these abilities often requires more intense training or specific environmental triggers, indicating that they are not mere passive traits, but dynamic expressions of a Pokemon's latent power, waiting for the right catalyst to be unleashed. The existence of mega evolution, a temporary, powerful transformation achieved through a bond with a trainer and a specific megastone, reveals a fascinating interplay between human willpower, ancient artifacts, and Pokemon's dormant genetic potential. This transformation isn't a permanent evolutionary step, but a temporary surge of power, accessing a deeper, more primal form. The Megastone acts as a conduit, channeling the trainer's emotional energy and the stone's inherent power to unlock these latent abilities, pushing the Pokemon beyond its usual limits. The limited duration of Mega Evolution suggests that such a profound energetic alteration is unsustainable for prolonged periods, indicating a delicate balance between power and biological integrity. It's a glimpse into what Pokemon could become if their full potential were constantly unleashed, a testament to the extraordinary power that lies within them, waiting to be tapped. The presence of Z moves in some regions, which are incredibly powerful once per battle attacks, further expands on the idea of harnessing a Pokemon's inner energy through external means. These moves are not learned in the traditional sense, but are activated by a trainer's specific Z ring and Z crystal, which resonate with a Pokemon's inherent energetic frequency. This synchronization allows the Pokemon to focus and unleash a concentrated burst of its deepest power, a manifestation of its elemental essence. The ritualistic movements performed by the trainer during a Z move activation suggest a ceremonial component, perhaps a way to mentally align with the Pokemon and channel their combined will into a singular, devastating attack. This highlights the importance of the trainer's mental and emotional state in unlocking a Pokemon's ultimate potential, moving beyond mere commands to a deeper, more spiritual connection. The widespread availability of potions and revives across all regions and historical periods suggests a fundamental understanding of cellular regeneration and life force manipulation that is universally applicable to all Pokemon species. These items are not mere bandages or stimulants. They actively accelerate cellular repair and restore vital energy, even from a state of unconsciousness. This indicates a sophisticated bioengineering capability, capable of synthesizing compounds that directly interact with a Pokemon's life force, effectively overriding natural biological limitations. The ease with which these items can be acquired hints at a highly standardized and reproducible manufacturing process, suggesting that the underlying principles of Pokemon biology are well understood and can be exploited for rapid healing and recovery. The concept of effort values, or EVs, which represent a Pokemon's hidden training statistics gained through battling specific opponents, implies that direct exposure to certain Pokemon leaves behind residual energetic imprints that subtly alter a Pokemon's fundamental characteristics. This is not simply about physical training, it's about absorbing and integrating the energetic essence of defeated opponents, allowing the victorious Pokemon to develop specific traits. This provides a quantifiable explanation for why certain training methods yield specific results, suggesting that the energetic signatures of different Pokemon species contain information that can be transferred and assimilated, enhancing the recipient's abilities in specific ways. It's a form of subtle, energetic assimilation, a continuous learning process that occurs at a deeper level than mere observation or practice. The existence of natures, which are inherent personality traits that influence a Pokemon's statistical growth, suggests a predetermined neurological or energetic bias within each individual. These natures are not random, but seem to be imprinted at birth or during incubation, shaping the Pokemon's natural inclinations and aptitudes. This implies a complex interplay between genetics and subtle energetic influences that determine a Pokemon's fundamental disposition and how it interacts with the world. The ability to influence or even change a Pokemon's nature through specific items further suggests that these inherent biases are not entirely immutable, but can be subtly redirected through targeted energetic interventions, altering the very core of their psychological and statistical development. The phenomenon of egg groups, which categorize Pokemon based on their biological compatibility for breeding, suggests a shared underlying genetic or energetic architecture that transcends superficial appearances. Despite vast differences in size, shape, and elemental type, Pokemon within the same egg group share fundamental reproductive compatibility, indicating a common ancestral lineage or a deliberate design principle that allows for controlled genetic variety within certain parameters. This systematic classification hints at a deeper understanding of Pokemon genetics and reproductive biology, allowing for predictable outcomes in breeding and the selective propagation of desired traits. It speaks to a sophisticated understanding of biological engineering, where genetic compatibility is not left to chance but follows a clear and consistent pattern. The occasional discovery of fossils, which can be reanimated into living Pokemon, reveals a remarkable technological capability to restore extinct life forms from mere mineralized remains. This isn't just cloning, it's a complete reconstruction of a complex organism from fragmented genetic data, implying a deep understanding of molecular biology and energetic resuscitation. The reanimated Pokemon, though ancient, integrate seamlessly into the modern ecosystem, suggesting that the fundamental biological principles governing all Pokemon have remained remarkably consistent over vast stretches of time. This technology challenges the natural cycle of life and death, demonstrating a power to reclaim life from the very dust of the past, hinting at the potential for even grander feats of biological manipulation. The existence of Poké Balls, which can instantly capture and store Pokemon in an incredibly compact form without causing them distress, points to an advanced understanding of energy manipulation and matter conversion. These devices are not simple containers. They convert a Pokemon's physical form into an energetic data signature storing it within a contained energy field. The ability for a Pokemon to exist comfortably within this energetic state and then be instantly materialized back into physical form suggests a sophisticated technology that interfaces directly with a Pokemon's essence. The universal compatibility of Pokeballs across all Pokemon species indicates a standardized energetic signature that allows for this consistent capture and release mechanism, hinting at a common underlying energetic framework for all life forms in this world. The various berries found throughout the world, with their diverse effects ranging from healing status conditions to altering a Pokemon's stats, suggests an incredible botanical diversity with potent medicinal and energetic properties. These berries are not just simple fruits, they contain complex biochemical compounds that directly interact with a Pokemon's physiology and energy system, providing targeted effects. The specific growth environments and cultivation methods for these berries further indicate that their properties are not accidental, but are likely a result of deliberate cultivation or natural selection within specific energetic fields. Their widespread use by trainers suggests a deep empirical knowledge of ethnobotanical medicine passed down through generations, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of the natural world's healing and enhancing capabilities. The phenomenon of Pokemon migration patterns, often spanning vast distances and synchronized with seasonal changes or celestial events, indicates a profound connection between Pokemon behavior and the larger cosmic cycles. These migrations are not random wanderings, but organized movements, often following ancient routes that are energetically significant. This suggests that Pokemon possess an innate sense of direction and a sensitivity to subtle energetic shifts in the environment, guiding them across continents and oceans. The predictability of these migrations implies an underlying energetic grid or a shared instinctual knowledge that directs their movements, further hinting at a consciousness network that guides their collective behavior on a global scale. The ability of certain Pokemon to mimic human speech or even communicate complex ideas through telepathy or specialized languages suggests a level of cognitive ability that transcends typical animal intelligence. This isn't just mimicry, it's often a genuine understanding of language and context, allowing for meaningful interaction and exchange of information. The existence of Pokemon that can communicate directly with humans bypasses the need for translation, indicating a universal language that can be understood by both species. This profound communicative capability challenges the traditional boundaries between human and animal intelligence, suggesting a shared capacity for complex thought and emotional expression that allows for deep, interspecies connection and understanding. The presence of legendary Pokemon, beings of immense power and often tied to the very creation or fundamental forces of the world, points to a mythology and cosmology that is deeply intertwined with the natural order. These aren't just rare creatures, they are conceptual entities given physical form, embodying concepts like time, space, life, and death. Their existence suggests a world where abstract principles can manifest with tangible effects, shaping landscapes, controlling elements, and even influencing the destiny of civilizations. The legends surrounding them often speak of their profound impact on historical events, acting as cosmic arbiters or benevolent guardians, hinting at a world where divine intervention is a regular, albeit awe inspiring occurrence. The fact that these powerful beings, capable of altering reality, can still be challenged and even befriended by human trainers suggests a unique relationship between humanity and the divine, where courage and understanding can bridge the gap between mortal and cosmic power, hinting at a potential for humanity itself to ascend to similar levels of influence or understanding given the right circumstances. The phenomenon of shiny Pokémon, those with an unusual coloration that differs from their species norm, is more than just a cosmetic variation. It suggests a subtle, genetic or energetic anomaly that manifests visually. These rare occurrences, with their incredibly low probability, hint at a genetic lottery or perhaps an exposure to unique environmental factors during their development. The fact that their abilities and stats are generally no different from their regular counterparts implies that the change is primarily phenotypic, a surface level expression of a deeper, perhaps more fundamental deviation. This rarity and visual distinctiveness have made them highly prized by trainers, not just for their aesthetic appeal, but as symbols of luck, perseverance, and a deep connection to the subtle variations within the natural world. It subtly suggests that even within strict biological frameworks, there are spontaneous deviations that add to the rich tapestry of life, keeping the ecosystem dynamic and unpredictable. The concept of evolution, where a Pokemon undergoes a dramatic physical and often energetic transformation, is a cornerstone of this world's biology, yet its underlying mechanisms remain largely mysterious. It's not simply growth, it's a metamorphosis, often triggered by specific conditions like reaching a certain level of experience, exposure to special stones, or even the bonds of friendship. This implies a latent potential within each Pokemon, an energetic blueprint that can be activated to unlock a more powerful or specialized form. The evolutionary stones, with their unique elemental properties, suggest that certain geological formations or crystallized energies can act as catalysts, directly influencing a Pokemon's internal energy flow and triggering this profound change. The fact that some Pokemon evolve through trading implies a social or energetic exchange between trainers, where the act of being transferred to another's care, perhaps absorbing a different trainer's energetic signature, can act as the necessary trigger for transformation, suggesting that emotional and social bonds play a critical role in their biological development. The existence of mega evolution, a temporary heightened evolutionary state, achieved through a strong bond between a Pokemon and its trainer, further complicates the understanding of evolution. This transient transformation, powered by megastones, suggests that the potential for evolution is not always a permanent one-way street, but can be a dynamic, temporary state achieved through a fusion of wills and energies. The keystone, worn by the trainer, acts as a conduit, channeling the trainer's emotional energy and determination into the megastone, which then activates the Pokemon's latent power. This profound connection, almost a psychic linking, amplifies both the Pokemon's physical attributes and its energetic output, hinting at a symbiotic relationship where the trainer's emotional state directly influences the Pokemon's physical capabilities. This temporary nature of mega evolution suggests that such immense power is not meant to be sustained indefinitely, perhaps due to the energetic toll it takes on both trainer and Pokemon, or perhaps as a safeguard to prevent a permanent imbalance of power within the natural world. The various gym leaders and Elite Four members who serve as benchmarks for trainer strength and skill are more than just powerful opponents. They represent masters of specific Pokemon types or battle strategies. Their specialized focus suggests a deep understanding of elemental interactions and tactical nuances, acting as living encyclopedias of combat knowledge. The challenge they present is not merely physical, it's a test of a trainer's strategic thinking, their understanding of their Pokemon's abilities, and their ability to adapt to diverse challenges. The gym badges, awarded upon victory, are not just trophies, they are tangible symbols of a trainer's growth and mastery, acting as a form of certification that allows them to progress to higher levels of competition. This structured progression within the world of Pokemon training suggests a formalized system of education and mentorship where knowledge and skill are rigorously tested and outwardly acknowledged, fostering a culture of continuous learning and improvement among trainers. The phenomenon of Pokemon abilities, inherent traits that provide passive effects in battle, adds another layer of strategic depth and biological complexity. These abilities, ranging from boosting certain stats to altering weather conditions or even changing elemental weaknesses, suggest a deep seated genetic predisposition that grants each Pokemon a unique advantage or characteristic. They are not learned skills, but innate properties, often reflecting a Pokemon's natural habitat or evolutionary history. The vast diversity of those abilities, numbering in the hundreds, indicates a complex interplay of genetic factors and environmental pressures that have shaped these unique adaptations over countless generations. The fact that some abilities can even influence the abilities of other Pokemon on the field suggests a subtle, energetic, or biological interaction that extends beyond individual organisms, creating dynamic and ever changing battlefield conditions, further emphasizing the interconnectedness of all life forms within this world. The existence of TMs and HMs, technical machines, and hidden machines, which allow Pokemon to learn specific moves, points to a fascinating blend of technology and biology. These devices, often in the form of discs or data cartridges, contain encoded knowledge or energetic patterns that can be directly imprinted onto a Pokemon's mind or energy system, allowing them to instantly acquire a new skill. The TMs, usually for battle oriented moves, can often only be used once, implying a finite energetic charge or a permanent overwrite of some neural pathway within the Pokemon. The HMs, typically for utility moves like Surf or Fly that are necessary for navigating the environment, can be used repeatedly and cannot be forgotten easily, suggesting that these skills become deeply ingrained, almost instinctual. This technology suggests a sophisticated understanding of Pokemon neurology and energy manipulation, allowing trainers to directly reprogram their Pokemon's capabilities, blurring the lines between natural talent and technological enhancement. The Pokédex, a comprehensive electronic encyclopedia of Pokemon information, is a marvel of data collection and scientific observation. Its primary function, to automatically record data on any Pokemon encountered, implies an advanced scanning technology capable of instantly identifying species, cataloging their characteristics, and even providing insights into their behavior and habitat. The sheer volume of information contained within the Pokédex, covering thousands of distinct species, speaks to centuries of dedicated research and exploration by countless scientists and trainers. The fact that its completion is often a trainer's ultimate goal underscores the scientific ethos embedded within this world, where the pursuit of knowledge and understanding of the natural world is as highly valued as competitive success. It suggests a society that places a premium on biological diversity and ecological understanding, recognizing the intrinsic value of every unique life form. The concept of friendship or affection levels with Pokemon, influencing their performance in battle and even their evolutionary paths, suggests that emotional bonds and positive reinforcement play a crucial role in a Pokemon's well being and potential. This is not just a simplistic loyalty, it's a deeper energetic connection where mutual trust and understanding can unlock hidden strengths and abilities. The fact that a Pokemon can love its trainer enough to avoid negative status conditions or even land critical hits more often implies a direct energetic transfer or a heightened state of awareness brought about by emotional connection. This moves beyond mere animal training, suggesting a profound interspecies empathy where emotional resonance can directly manifest in tangible physical benefits. It underscores the idea that a trainer's role is not just to command, but to nurture and connect, recognizing the emotional and psychological complexities of their Pokemon companions. The day night cycle and its effect on Pokemon appearances and behavior hint at a delicate ecological balance governed by celestial mechanics. Certain Pokemon only appear at specific times of day or night, and some even evolve under the influence of the sun or moon. This suggests that their biology is intrinsically linked to the solar and lunar cycles, with their internal clocks and energy systems responding to the subtle shifts in light and cosmic energy. The concept of moonlight and sunlight being restorative or empowering forces in battle further emphasizes this connection, suggesting that ambient celestial energies can be harnessed and directed by certain Pokemon. This intricate dance between planetary movement and biological rhythms creates a dynamic ecosystem where the passage of time itself shapes the very fabric of life, reinforcing the interconnectedness of all elements within this world, from the smallest Pokemon to the grandest celestial bodies. The existence of villainous teams with grand, often misguided schemes to control or reshape the world using Pokemon highlights the darker side of human ambition and the potential for misuse of powerful creatures. These organizations, often driven by ideologies of power, wealth, or even environmental manipulation, demonstrate the moral complexities inherent in a world where such potent forces exist. Their attempts to capture legendary Pokemon or exploit natural resources using Pokemon power underscore the ethical dilemmas faced by trainers and authorities. The constant efforts of protagonists to thwart these schemes suggest a strong moral compass within the world, where the protection of Pokemon and the preservation of natural order are paramount values. This recurring conflict between good and evil, played out with Pokemon as central figures, reflects timeless themes of responsibility, stewardship, and the enduring struggle to maintain balance in a world teeming with extraordinary power. The various contests and performance events where Pokemon are judged on their beauty, Coolness, cuteness, cleverness, or toughness offer an alternative path for trainers beyond traditional battles. These events highlight the diverse talents and aesthetic qualities of Pokemon, moving beyond pure combat prowess. They encourage trainers to focus on their Pokemon's inherent charm, developing their performance skills and showcasing their unique personalities. The contest ribbons, or performance stars, awarded for success are not just accolades, they represent a different kind of mastery, celebrating the artistry and grace of Pokemon. This cultural phenomenon suggests a broader appreciation for Pokemon beyond their utility in battle, recognizing them as companions, performers, and expressions of beauty. It reflects a society that values creativity, self expression, and the development of varied talents, fostering a richer and more nuanced relationship between humans and their Pokemon partners. The concept of breeding Pokemon, allowing trainers to hatch new Pokemon from eggs, reveals a sophisticated understanding of genetics and hereditary traits within this world. The ability to pass down IVs, individual values, and EVs, effort values, demonstrates a deep knowledge of genetic potential and trained attributes, allowing for selective breeding to achieve specific characteristics. The daycare center, where Pokemon are left together to breed, suggests a controlled environment where these processes are managed, hinting at scientific oversight of reproductive biology. The existence of egg groups, categorizing Pokemon by their biological compatibility for breeding, further underscores a systematic approach to understanding Pokemon genetics. This controlled reproduction, allowing for the propagation of desirable traits, implies a level of genetic engineering or selective propagation that has been integrated into the culture, showcasing a blend of natural processes and human intervention in shaping the Pokemon population. The move tutors and move deleters found throughout the regions indicate a flexible and adaptable approach to Pokemon learning. Move tutors, often specialized individuals, can teach a Pokemon specific moves that they might not learn naturally, often in exchange for rare items or currency. This suggests a form of advanced behavioral training or direct energetic imprinting where complex combat techniques can be imparted. Conversely, move deleters, often found in specific locations, can erase a Pokemon's learned move, highlighting the plasticity of their neural pathways or energetic memory. The ability to both teach and forget moves so readily implies that Pokemon learning is not a rigid, linear process, but a dynamic system where skills can be acquired, modified, and even replaced. This adaptability allows trainers to fine-tune their Pokemon's movesets, enabling them to respond to various strategic needs and personal preferences, further emphasizing the depth of interaction and customization possible in this world. The intricate weather effects in battle, such as rain, sunlight, hail, and sandstorm, dynamically altering the battle environment and affecting Pokemon abilities, point to a profound connection between meteorological phenomena and Pokemon physiology. These effects are not just visual, they actively influence elemental attacks, heal certain Pokemon, or damage others. This suggests that Pokemon are deeply attuned to their environmental surroundings, with their biological functions and energetic outputs intrinsically linked to atmospheric conditions. The fact that certain Pokemon can even summon these weather effects implies a mastery over natural forces, a direct manipulation of the elements through their own internal energy. This dynamic interplay between Pokemon, weather, and environmental conditions creates a constantly shifting battlefield, requiring trainers to possess a deep understanding of ecological interactions and elemental dynamics to succeed. It reinforces the idea that the world itself is alive and responsive, with its natural cycles profoundly impacting the creatures that inhabit it. The various hold items that Pokemon can carry, providing passive benefits in battle or during exploration, reveal a sophisticated understanding of tool use and technological augmentation in this world. These items, ranging from berries that heal to stones that boost power, or even complex devices that alter abilities, suggest an advanced material science and engineering. The fact that a simple leftovers item can restore health each turn implies a continuous energetic transfer or a subtle biological stimulant. The choice scarf or choice band, forcing a Pokemon to use only one move, but boosting its power suggests a focused, energetic channel or a psychological conditioning. This widespread use of hold items indicates a culture where even non sentient objects can be imbued with specific properties to enhance a Pokemon's natural capabilities, blurring the lines between natural talent and technological enhancement, and demonstrating a nuanced approach to strategic customization within battles and beyond. The concept of typings, the elemental categories like fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, etc., that define a Pokemon's strengths and weaknesses, forms the fundamental energetic framework of the world. These types are not merely arbitrary classifications. They represent distinct energetic signatures and inherent elemental affinities. The predictable interactions between types, with some being super effective against others, and some being not very effective, suggests a fundamental set of energetic laws governing the entire ecosystem. This intricate web of relationships implies a natural balance where each type plays a specific role in maintaining ecological harmony. The existence of dual types, where a Pokemon possesses two distinct elemental affinities, further complicates the system, creating unique combinations of strengths and weaknesses that require a deep understanding of elemental interactions. This elemental typology suggests a world where the very essence of life is categorized by its fundamental energetic properties, creating a complex and beautifully balanced system that underpins all biological and environmental interactions. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon, those rare, differently colored variants of species, introduces an intriguing genetic anomaly within the Pokemon world. These aren't simply cosmetic alterations. Their scarcity implies a fundamental difference at a genetic or energetic level, a deviation from the species' standard coloration. The difficulty in encountering them, often requiring thousands of encounters, suggests a profound mutation rate or an extremely specific set of environmental conditions that trigger such an alteration. Some theories propose that their altered coloration might be a vestige of a genetic lineage that has since become dormant, or perhaps a natural defense mechanism in certain environments where their standard colors would be disadvantageous. The fact that their battle capabilities are identical to their regular counterparts, despite their visual distinction, reinforces the idea that their uniqueness is primarily an aesthetic or genetic marker, rather than a direct enhancement of their power. This fascination with shinies within the lore speaks to a human desire for rarity and uniqueness, reflecting a curiosity about genetic anomalies and the subtle variations that exist within any species. It's a reminder that even within established biological norms, there are always intriguing deviations awaiting discovery. The concept of Pokemon abilities, passive traits that activate under specific conditions or are constantly active, adds another layer of biological complexity and strategic depth. These aren't learned moves, they are inherent characteristics, almost like genetic predispositions that grant a Pokemon unique advantages or disadvantages. An ability like Intimidate, which lowers an opponent's attack upon entering battle, suggests a powerful pheromonal emission or a commanding presence that psychologically affects adversaries. Swift Swim, which doubles speed in the rain, indicates a heightened sensitivity to atmospheric moisture and an evolutionary adaptation to aquatic environments. The sheer diversity of abilities, ranging from those that boost stats to those that alter weather or even prevent status conditions, highlights the incredible evolutionary pressures and adaptations that have shaped Pokemon over millennia. Each ability tells a story of survival, of how a particular species has carved out its niche in the ecosystem through unique biological functions. This system of abilities suggests a sophisticated understanding of genetic expression and how inherent traits can profoundly influence an organism's interaction with its environment and other creatures. It reinforces the idea that every Pokemon is a marvel of natural selection, possessing finely tuned adaptations that contribute to its survival and success. The mysterious, legendary Pokemon and mythical Pokemon stand at the apex of this biological tapestry, often possessing power on a cosmic scale and being deeply intertwined with the creation and maintenance of the world itself. These aren't just powerful creatures, they are often depicted as deities, guardians, or fundamental forces of nature given form. Arceus, said to have created the Sinnoh region and potentially the entire Pokemon world, embodies the ultimate creative force, its plates representing the very elements that compose existence. Gruden and Kyogre, responsible for the formation of land masses and oceans, exemplify the immense geological and hydrological powers that shape a planet. The existence of these beings suggests a deep, underlying mythology where the natural world is not merely a product of random chance, but the deliberate work of immensely powerful, sentient entities. Their rarity and often singular existence imply a profound cosmic balance, where their presence is crucial for the stability of reality. The narratives surrounding their awakening or their potential for destruction underscore the delicate equilibrium that exists and the catastrophic consequences if these primordial forces are disturbed. Their often isolated habitats in remote mountains, deep oceans, or even other dimensions further emphasize their sacred and untouchable nature, making them figures of reverence and awe. The stories of legendary and mythical Pokemon are not just tales, they are creation myths, ecological parables, and warnings about humanity's place within a grand cosmic order. The phenomenon of evolution, where a Pokemon undergoes a dramatic physical and sometimes psychological transformation, is one of the most defining and fascinating aspects of their biology. This isn't merely growth, it's a profound metamorphosis, often triggered by reaching a certain experience level, exposure to specific evolutionary stones, or even through unique environmental conditions or strong bonds with a trainer. The sheer diversity of evolutionary pathways, from a tiny caterpie becoming a majestic butterfree to a simple Eevee having multiple distinct evolutions depending on external factors, suggests an incredibly plastic and adaptable genetic code. The energy required for such a transformation must be immense, implying a rapid restructuring of cellular material and a redirection of internal energy reserves. The evolutionary stones, like the fire stone or water stone, hint at elemental energies that can directly influence and accelerate these genetic changes, almost acting as catalysts for predetermined biological pathways. The concept of mega evolution, a temporary heightened form achieved through a powerful bond with a trainer and a specific megastone, further pushes the boundaries of this phenomenon. It suggests a dormant genetic potential within certain Pokemon that can be unlocked under extreme circumstances, a temporary burst of evolutionary prowess that transcends their normal limits. This dynamic process of evolution speaks to the inherent adaptability of life, the continuous drive for improvement and specialization, and the profound connection between biological development and external stimuli, whether natural or human influenced. It's a constant reminder that even seemingly simple creatures hold within them the potential for incredible transformation. The concept of regional variance, where certain Pokemon species exhibit different forms, typings, and abilities depending on the region they inhabit, introduces a fascinating layer of biogeography and adaptive evolution. A Pokemon like Vulpix, typically fire type, appearing as an ice type in the Alola region, showcases the profound impact of environmental pressures on species development. These variations aren't just cosmetic, they represent distinct evolutionary paths taken by populations isolated in different climates and ecosystems. The Alolan Vulpix developing an ice typing and adapting to snowy mountains, while its Kanto counterpart thrives in warmer climates, perfectly illustrates divergent evolution. This implies that the genetic code of these Pokemon is highly malleable, allowing for rapid adaptation to new environments over generations. The existence of regional variants reinforces the idea that the Pokemon world is a vast and ecologically diverse place, with distinct biomes fostering unique adaptations. It challenges the notion of a single, monolithic species definition, instead presenting life as a fluid and responsive entity, constantly molded by its surroundings. This phenomenon offers a compelling narrative about how species diversify, how their characteristics are shaped by environmental pressures, and how populations can diverge and specialize over time, leading to a rich tapestry of biodiversity across the various regions. The mysterious ultra beasts, alien entities that emerge from interdimensional portals known as ultra wormholes, introduce a cosmic horror element into the Pokemon universe. These creatures are not native to the Pokemon world as we know it. Their biology, behavior, and even their physical forms often defy conventional understanding. Nihiligo, a parasitic jellyfish-like creature, can exert mind control over its hosts, hinting at complex neurological manipulation. Buzzwole, with its exaggerated musculature, seems to be a hyper-efficient predator from a world where physical strength is paramount. The very nature of ultra wormholes, temporary tears in the fabric of space-time, suggests that the Pokemon world is but one of many dimensions, and that the boundaries between these realities are not always stable. The intrusion of ultra beasts raises questions about the fragility of our own dimension and the potential for unknown, often dangerous, life forms to cross over. Their existence challenges the established biological norms of the Pokemon world, presenting organisms that operate on entirely different principles, perhaps even from different sets of physical laws. The awe and fear they inspire underscore the vastness of the cosmos and the humbling realization that humanity's understanding of life and existence is still profoundly limited. The Ultra Beasts serve as a potent reminder that there are always mysteries beyond our comprehension, entities that exist at the fringes of our perception, capable of disrupting the delicate balance of our known world. The concept of Pokemon contests and super contests in various regions, where Pokemon are judged not on their battle prowess, but on their beauty, coolness, cuteness, cleverness, and toughness, adds a significant cultural dimension that goes beyond simple combat. These events highlight the aesthetic and performative aspects of Pokemon, emphasizing their natural grace, intelligence, and charisma. It suggests a societal appreciation for qualities other than raw power, fostering a different kind of bond between trainers and their Pokemon, one focused on artistry and expression. The Poffins and Pokeblocks used to enhance these contest stats imply a sophisticated understanding of how diet and specialized nutrition can influence a Pokemon's physical attributes and even its temperament, tailored specifically for these aesthetic competitions. The accessories that Pokemon can wear in contests further demonstrate a cultural practice of adornment and presentation akin to human fashion and pageantry. This aspect of the Pokemon world reveals a broader cultural appreciation for the diverse talents and inherent beauty of these creatures, moving beyond the traditional battle arena to celebrate their multifaceted nature. It suggests a society that values not just strength, but also elegance, charm, and the ability to captivate and entertain, fostering a holistic relationship where Pokemon are partners in both conflict and artistic expression. The phenomenon of Pokemon friendship or affection, where a Pokemon's performance and even its ability to evolve can be influenced by the strength of its bond with its trainer, introduces a profound psychological and emotional layer to their biology. This isn't just about training, it's about mutual trust, understanding, and emotional connection. High friendship levels can lead to Pokemon surviving otherwise fatal attacks, landing critical hits more often, or even shaking off status conditions, implying a psychosomatic effect where emotional well-being directly influences physical resilience and determination. The evolution of certain Pokemon, like Golbat into Crobat or Chansey into Blissey, being contingent on high friendship, suggests that emotional maturity and a deep, positive relationship are crucial for their full biological development. This highlights the idea that Pokemon, despite their diverse forms and abilities, are sentient beings capable of complex emotions and reciprocal relationships. It emphasizes that a trainer's role extends beyond merely commanding in battle. It involves nurturing, caring for, and building a genuine connection with their companions. This system of friendship underscores the philosophical message that respect, empathy, and love are powerful forces in the Pokemon world, capable of unlocking hidden potential and fostering profound transformations, both physical and emotional. The existence of fossils that can be revived into living Pokémon reveals an incredible scientific mastery over ancient life and genetic resurrection. The ability to extract genetic material from petrified remains, sometimes millions of years old, and then bring a creature back to life speaks to an advanced understanding of molecular biology and genetic engineering. Pokemon like Aerodactyl or Omanite, once thought extinct, now roam the world again thanks to the efforts of researchers and specialized revival laboratories. This raises profound ethical questions about de extinction and the potential impact of reintroducing ancient species into modern ecosystems. It also suggests that the fundamental genetic code of Pokemon is incredibly resilient, capable of surviving eons in a dormant state. The process of revival itself implies a complex biological process, perhaps involving advanced cloning techniques or the reconstruction of genetic sequences from fragmented data. This technology positions the Pokemon world as one with capabilities far exceeding our current scientific understanding, blurring the lines between paleontology and synthetic biology. It's a testament to the pursuit of knowledge and the incredible potential to unravel the mysteries of life's distant past, but also a cautionary tale about the power inherent in manipulating the very fabric of existence. The concept of Z moves in the Alola region, incredibly powerful, once per battle attacks activated through a synchronized dance between trainer and Pokemon, introduces a fascinating blend of ritual, energy manipulation, and spiritual connection. These moves are not inherent to the Pokemon themselves. They are unlocked through a deep bond and the use of special Z crystals and Z rings. The synchronized movements suggest a channeling of both trainer and Pokemon's spiritual energy, culminating in an amplified elemental attack. This implies that the trainer's will and physical input are directly contributing to the power output, creating a synergistic effect that transcends the Pokemon's natural abilities. The Z crystals themselves seem to resonate with specific elemental energies, acting as conduits or amplifiers for this combined power. This system highlights the profound energetic and spiritual connection that can exist between a trainer and their Pokemon, suggesting that their combined wills can unlock powers far beyond conventional understanding. It's a testament to the idea that true strength comes not just from individual power, but from the harmonious fusion of distinct entities, working as one to achieve extraordinary feats. The ritualistic dance element adds a cultural touch, suggesting ancient traditions and a deeper, almost mystical understanding of energetic flow and partnership. The phenomenon of Dynamax and Gigantamax in the Galar region, where Pokemon temporarily grow to colossal sizes and gain immense power, introduces another unique form of temporary enhancement rooted in environmental energy. This transformation is linked to power spots and energy particles that emanate from the ground, suggesting a geological or atmospheric source of immense power. The sheer increase in size and the dramatic alteration of certain Pokemon's forms, in the case of Gigantamax, hint at a rapid cellular expansion and a temporary genetic restructuring fueled by this external energy. The Max moves and Gmax moves that Dynamaxed Pokemon can use are amplified versions of their standard attacks, demonstrating a direct correlation between size, energy absorption, and raw power. The fact that this phenomenon is limited to specific areas and for short durations suggests a volatile energy source that cannot be sustained indefinitely, or perhaps a physiological limit to how much energy a Pokemon can safely absorb. This regional phenomenon reveals a dynamic interplay between geology, atmospheric conditions, and Pokemon biology, showing how specific environmental energies can trigger dramatic, albeit temporary, transformations. It also underscores the varied ways in which power can be manifested in the Pokemon world, from internal biological processes to external environmental catalysts, constantly shaping and reshaping the capabilities of these remarkable creatures. The concept of mega evolution, introduced in the Kalos region, presents yet another layer of temporary but profound transformation, distinct from both Z moves and Dynamax. Unlike Dynamax, which is purely size based, mega evolution often involves significant physiological changes, altering a Pokemon's appearance, abilities, and sometimes even its type. This transformation is triggered by a keystone held by the trainer and a corresponding megastone held by the Pokemon, suggesting a more direct, almost telepathic link between trainer and Pokemon is required to initiate the process. The narrative surrounding mega evolution often speaks of an intense bond and a shared will between trainer and Pokemon, hinting at a higher level of emotional and spiritual synchronization than even Z moves. The megastones themselves are described as ancient artifacts imbued with concentrated evolutionary energy, reacting specifically to certain Pokemon species. This suggests a pre existing genetic blueprint within these Pokemon that allows them to tap into this power, transforming them into more powerful, often more primal, versions of themselves. The temporary nature of mega evolution suggests that sustaining this super evolved state is immensely taxing on the Pokemon, requiring a constant input of energy and focus from both trainer and Pokemon. The dramatic changes in form, such as Mega Charizard X gaining the dragon typing or Mega Absol growing wings, illustrate a temporary unlocking of latent genetic potential, perhaps even echoing ancestral forms or parallel evolutionary paths. This intricate dance between trainer, Pokemon, and mystical stones reveals a deep understanding of evolutionary biology and the potential for guided, albeit temporary, genetic manipulation within the Pokemon world. It's a powerful testament to the impact of friendship and shared ambition, pushing the boundaries of what a Pokemon can become. Moving beyond these powerful combat enhancements, the very existence of legendary and mythical Pokemon introduces a fascinating discussion about the creation, order, and potential destruction of the Pokemon world itself. These incredibly rare and often unique Pokemon are frequently depicted as beings of immense power, often possessing dominion over natural forces, time, space, and even the very fabric of reality. Their origins are shrouded in myth and legend, often predating recorded history and human understanding. For instance, Arceus is described as the original one, the creator of the Sinnoh region, and potentially the entire Pokemon universe, shaping it with its 1,000 arms and creating Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina to govern time, space, and antimatter respectively. This narrative places Arceus in a godlike role, suggesting a foundational being from which all existence flows. The plates associated with Arceus, which change its type, symbolize the fundamental elements and energies of the universe, implying a mastery over all forms of energy and matter. The existence of such a being raises profound philosophical questions about causality, creation, and the ultimate purpose of life in the Pokemon world. The creation trio, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, each embody a fundamental aspect of reality. Dialga, the master of time, can warp and accelerate or decelerate its flow, hinting at a deep understanding of temporal mechanics and the potential for manipulating the past, present, and future. Palkia, the master of space, can distort and expand spatial dimensions, suggesting a control over the very geometry of the universe and the ability to travel instantly across vast distances. Giratina, the ruler of the distortion world, a dimension of antimatter and inversion, represents the chaotic, unconstrained forces that exist outside conventional reality. Its very existence implies a balance between order and chaos, creation and destruction within the cosmic tapestry. The interplay between these three beings and their relationship with Arceus provides a rich cosmological framework for the Pokemon world, suggesting a complex, interconnected system of primordial forces that maintain cosmic equilibrium. Other legendary Pokemon also contribute to this intricate tapestry of power and influence. Groudon, the embodiment of land, and Kyogre, the embodiment of sea, are depicted as ancient rivals whose clashes shaped the very geography of the world, creating continents and oceans. Rayquaza, residing high in the ozone layer, acts as a mediator, calming their furious battles. This trio represents the raw, elemental forces that govern the planet's surface, hinting at a geological and meteorological significance for these powerful beings. Their primal reversions, unlocked through specific orb items, suggest a return to an even more ancient, potent state, emphasizing their primordial power and their deep connection to the planet's earliest formations. The weather trio of Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus, originating from the Unova region, are associated with various weather phenomena. Tornadus controls winds and storms, Thundurus summons thunder and lightning, and Landorus brings fertility and bountiful harvests. Their Therian forms, revealed through the reveal glass, illustrate a shift to a more animalistic, powerful appearance, reflecting their untamed natural energies. They act as guardians of nature's balance, their moods directly impacting the climate and agricultural prosperity of regions. This highlights the delicate balance of ecosystems and the profound influence these legendary Pokemon have on the natural world, acting almost as personifications of fundamental weather patterns and their impact on life. The concept of Spiritomb, a Pokemon composed of 108 spirits bound to an odd keystone, introduces a darker, more macabre aspect of Pokemon lore. The number 108 holds spiritual significance in various traditions, often representing a cycle or completion. The idea of spirits being bound to an inert object implies a powerful curse or a deliberate act of containment, perhaps to prevent their destructive influence. Its Pokédex entries often describe it as mischievous and capable of causing trouble, suggesting that the spirits within retain their individual personalities and a degree of malevolence. The process of encountering Spiritomb, often requiring interaction with specific in-game elements, further emphasizes its unique and unsettling nature. This Pokemon delves into themes of the supernatural, spiritual confinement, and the lingering presence of past entities, adding a layer of ghostly mystery to the Pokemon world. The ghost-type Pokemon, in general, often have unsettling backstories and Pokédex entries. For example, Yamask is said to be the spirit of a deceased human, carrying a mask that resembles its face when it was alive, and occasionally shedding tears when it looks at it. This direct link to human mortality and the idea of a lingering spirit is quite profound and somewhat melancholic. Fontump is rumored to be the spirit of a child who got lost in the forest and died, inhabiting a tree stump. Thus, origin stories blur the lines between Pokemon and human spirits, suggesting a close, perhaps even tragic, connection between the two. The Pokedex entries for Gengar often describe it as a shadow that can steal the warmth from rooms and hide in people's shadows, waiting for an opportunity to possess them. This portrays ghost type Pokemon not just as spectral creatures, but as beings capable of malevolent intent and even spiritual manipulation, adding a chilling dimension to their interactions within the world. The concept of Pokérus, a rare and beneficial Pokemon virus, is a fascinating biological anomaly. While sounding like a disease, it actually doubles the effort values, EVs, a Pokemon gains in battle, making them stronger faster. The fact that it's a virus that spreads between Pokemon but has a positive effect is counterintuitive to typical biological understanding of pathogens. It's almost a symbiotic relationship where the virus enhances the host's capabilities. The mystery surrounding its origin and its incredibly low encounter rate makes it a coveted and somewhat mythical condition among trainers. It demonstrates that not all viruses are detrimental and that the biological landscape of the Pokemon world is far more complex and surprising than initially perceived, featuring even beneficial microscopic organisms that defy conventional classification. The various regional variants of Pokemon, such as Alolan Vulpix or Galarian Meowth, introduce the concept of adaptive evolution and environmental influence on species over long periods. These variants demonstrate how the same species can evolve differently when exposed to distinct climates, food sources, and ecological pressures. Alolan Vulpix's ice typing, for instance, is a direct adaptation to the snowy peaks of Alola, while its Kanto counterpart retains its fire typing in a warmer environment. This reflects real-world evolutionary principles, showcasing how species diversify and specialize to thrive in specific niches. The drastic changes in appearance, type, and even behavior between regional variants underscore the power of natural selection and environmental factors in shaping Pokemon biology, providing a dynamic and scientifically grounded explanation for their diverse forms. It highlights the vast timescale over which these evolutionary processes occur, leading to unique adaptations across different geographical areas. The Ultra Beasts, originating from Ultra Space, represent an entirely different category of extraterrestrial beings whose biology and behavior often defy the norms of the Pokemon world. Their appearances are often bizarre and alien, reflecting their origins from dimensions with different physical laws. For example, Nihilego, which resembles a jellyfish, is a parasitic organism that latches onto hosts, causing them to exhibit extreme aggression. Buzzwole, with its exaggerated musculature, seems to be a creature of pure physical power. Their presence in the Pokemon world through ultra wormholes represents a crossover event, introducing creatures that challenge existing biological classifications and evolutionary theories. The very concept of ultra space as an alternate dimension filled with these unique life forms opens up the possibility of a multiverse within the Pokemon cosmology, where different realities harbor different forms of life, each with their own peculiar physiologies and ecological niches. Their arrival causes disruption and unease, as they are not native to the Pokemon world, and their motivations are often inscrutable, adding an element of cosmic horror and scientific mystery to the regions they appear in. The existence of fossils in the Pokemon world, which can be revived into living Pokemon, provides a direct link to prehistoric eras and the deep history of life on the planet. The process of reviving a fossil, often requiring specialized scientific equipment, suggests that the genetic information contained within these ancient remains is incredibly stable and can be reanimated. The fact that these revived Pokemon, such as Aerodactyl or Tyrantrum, retain their ancient forms and abilities provides a window into past ecosystems and the evolutionary lineage of modern Pokemon. The concept of fossil Pokemon also implies a cyclical nature to life, where species can disappear and reappear through scientific intervention, blurring the lines between extinction and recreation. It highlights the advanced biotechnological capabilities within the Pokemon world, capable of essentially bringing extinct species back to life, offering profound implications for biodiversity and paleontology. The occasional discovery of new fossil Pokemon further expands our understanding of the planet's ancient past, continually revealing new forms of life that once roamed the world. The various evolutionary methods themselves offer a wide array of biological and environmental triggers. While many Pokemon evolve simply by gaining experience, others require specific conditions. Trade evolution, for instance, where certain Pokemon evolve only when traded between trainers, hints at the importance of social interaction and the transfer of energy or information during the exchange. This suggests a unique biological mechanism tied to the act of being transferred to a new environment or trainer. Similarly, item evolution, where specific evolutionary stones or held items trigger evolution, implies a chemical or energetic reaction initiated by these rare minerals or artifacts. Location-based evolution, such as Magneton evolving into Magnezone in specific magnetic fields, directly links evolution to environmental energies and geological phenomena. These diverse methods demonstrate the incredible adaptability and varied life cycles of Pokemon, showcasing a complex interplay between biological triggers, environmental influences, and even social dynamics that govern their development and transformation. It suggests that evolution isn't a singular, linear path, but a multifaceted process influenced by a myriad of internal and external factors, constantly shaping the diversity of the Pokemon world. The notion of regional variants in Pokemon, such as the Alolan Vulpix or Galarian Zigzagoon, reveals a fascinating aspect of evolutionary biology within this world, demonstrating how species can adapt to vastly different environmental pressures over extended periods. These variants, while clearly descended from a common ancestor, have developed distinct appearances, typings, and even abilities in response to unique climates, food sources, and ecological competitors in their respective regions. This phenomenon mirrors real-world adaptive radiation, where a single ancestral species diversifies into multiple forms to fill various ecological niches. The existence of regional variants suggests that the Pokemon world is not static, but a dynamic system where ongoing evolution is a continuous process, even within observable timescales. It implies that given enough time and isolation, even common Pokemon can undergo significant evolutionary divergence, leading to entirely new forms that are exquisitely adapted to their specific locales. This also hints at the deep history of geographical separation and environmental diversity across the different regions, each acting as a crucible for unique evolutionary pathways. The concept of mega evolution, while a temporary transformation, introduces an intriguing layer to Pokemon biology, suggesting latent power within certain species that can be unlocked under specific conditions. This process, often triggered by a special bond between trainer and Pokemon and the use of Megastones, causes a dramatic, albeit temporary, increase in power, a change in appearance, and sometimes even a shift in typing or ability. It implies that within the genetic code of these Pokemon lies an ancestral blueprint for a more powerful, perhaps primordial form that can be momentarily accessed. The transient nature of mega evolution suggests a significant energetic cost or a biological limit to maintaining such a heightened state. It could be seen as a controlled, temporary burst of evolutionary potential, a glimpse into what these Pokemon might become if their evolution continued along a different, more extreme path. The specific designs of mega evolved Pokemon often amplify certain characteristics or introduce new ones that hint at their enhanced capabilities, providing visual cues to their unleashed power. It adds a strategic dimension to battles, but also a deeper understanding of the genetic plasticity and hidden potential within Pokemon species. The existence of Z moves further expands on the idea of a deep connection between trainer and Pokemon and the harnessing of a unique regional energy. These powerful moves originating from the Alola region require both a Z ring worn by the trainer and a corresponding Z crystal held by the Pokemon. The synchronized pose performed by the trainer and Pokemon is not merely ceremonial. It is a vital component in channeling and amplifying the natural energy of the Pokemon, transforming a regular move into a devastating, once per battle, ultimate attack. This emphasizes the spiritual and energetic bond that can form between a trainer and their Pokemon, suggesting that the trainer's will and focus can directly influence and unleash the Pokemon's latent power. The Z crystals themselves likely act as conduits or amplifiers for this energy, perhaps resonating with the Pokemon's unique biological signature. It hints at a form of bioenergetic manipulation, where the combined mental and physical effort of both trainer and Pokemon can transcend conventional limits, briefly accessing a higher state of power. This powerful synergy underscores the idea that Pokemon battles are not just about physical strength, but also about the profound connection and mutual understanding between partners. The phenomenon of Dynamax and Gigantamax in the Galar region introduces an even more dramatic, temporary transformation where Pokemon grow to colossal sizes and their moves become incredibly powerful. This regional phenomenon is linked to specific power spots in Galar, suggesting a unique geological energy that allows Pokemon to temporarily access a vastly magnified state. Unlike Mega Evolution, Dynamax is not limited to specific species, though Gigantamax is a rarer form of Dynamax that alters a Pokemon's appearance and grants access to unique Gmax moves. The energy involved in Dynamaxing seems to temporarily stabilize and enhance a Pokemon's cellular structure, allowing for massive growth without physical damage. The red energy radiating from Dynamaxed Pokemon hints at a powerful, but perhaps unstable energy source at play. This transformation is not just about size, it also significantly boosts a Pokemon's HP and the power of its moves, fundamentally altering the dynamic of battles. The limited turns for which a Pokemon can remain Dynamaxed suggests a biological or energetic constraint, implying that such an immense state cannot be sustained indefinitely. It speaks to the incredible adaptability of Pokemon biology, capable of undergoing such extreme yet controlled morphological changes under specific environmental influences. The presence of legendary Pokemon and mythical Pokemon within the world represents a class of beings that transcend ordinary biological classification, often embodying natural forces, cosmic phenomena, or even abstract concepts. These Pokemon are typically singular in number, incredibly powerful, and possess abilities that defy conventional scientific explanation. Legendary Pokemon, like Arceus, who is said to have created the universe, or Palkia and Dialga, who control space and time, represent the fundamental forces that govern the Pokemon world. Their existence implies a deeper, almost divine layer to the world's cosmology, where powerful entities maintain balance and order. Mythical Pokemon, often tied to specific events or legends, like Mew with its complete genetic code of all Pokemon, or Darkrai, who causes nightmares, often serve as guardians or figures of immense significance in folklore. The rarity and power of these Pokemon suggest that they are not merely creatures, but living embodiments of principles or phenomena. Their interactions often shape the very fabric of the world, influencing weather patterns, geological events, or even the flow of time. Their stories are often intertwined with ancient myths and prophecies, hinting at a history far older and more profound than human civilization. Encountering a legendary or mythical Pokemon is often depicted as a momentous, even life-altering event, emphasizing their sacred and awe-inspiring nature. The concept of shiny Pokemon, rare color variations of standard Pokemon, introduces an element of genetic mutation and chance within the population. These Pokemon, while identical in stats and abilities to their regular counterparts, possess a different hue, often a striking or unusual one. The extreme rarity of shiny Pokemon, often cited as a 1 in 4096 chance in the wild, suggests a recessive genetic trait or a rare spontaneous mutation. Their existence doesn't seem to confer any evolutionary advantage or disadvantage, making them a purely aesthetic variation. However, their rarity makes them highly sought after by trainers, highlighting the human fascination with uniqueness and collection. The mechanism behind their altered coloration could be a minor genetic anomaly affecting pigment production, similar to albinism or melanism in real-world animals, but often resulting in more vibrant or distinct color schemes. It speaks to the inherent genetic diversity within Pokemon species, where even subtle variations can manifest in noticeable, albeit rare, ways. The thrill of encountering a shiny Pokemon reinforces the idea that the natural world, even in its most common forms, holds unexpected wonders and deviations from the norm. The phenomenon of Ditto, a Pokemon capable of transforming into any other Pokemon, raises profound questions about biological mimicry and genetic plasticity. Ditto's amorphous blob-like form and its ability to perfectly replicate the appearance, moves, and even abilities of other Pokemon. It observes suggests an incredibly advanced and flexible genetic structure. It likely possesses a universal genetic code, or an adaptive biological system that allows it to instantly reconfigure its own cells to mirror another organism. The fact that Ditto is often found in various habitats, sometimes even mimicking inanimate objects, indicates its role as a master of camouflage and survival. Its transformation isn't just superficial, it can even breed with most Pokemon, implying a deeper genetic compatibility or an ability to temporarily adopt the reproductive biology of its transformed state. This makes Ditto a biological enigma, a creature that challenges conventional understanding of species boundaries and genetic identity. Its existence hints at a fundamental malleability in Pokemon biology, suggesting that at a foundational level, there might be a shared genetic blueprint that Ditto has uniquely mastered tapping into. The Unown, a peculiar group of Pokemon resembling ancient alphabetic characters, present a unique biological and linguistic puzzle. Each Unown represents a letter of the alphabet and sometimes punctuation marks, and they are often found in ruins or ancient temples, suggesting a connection to ancient civilizations and forgotten languages. Their psychic abilities are said to be enhanced when they gather in groups, allowing them to influence reality or communicate telepathically. The collective intelligence or power of a swarm of Unown seems to be greater than the sum of its parts, hinting at a hive mind or a synergistic effect. Their existence blurs the lines between living organism, written language, and energetic entity. Are they sentient beings that merely take the form of letters, or are they a manifestation of language itself, imbued with life? Their connection to the creation of alternate dimensions or influencing the dreams of others further elevates their mysterious nature. The Unknown are not typically used in conventional battles, but their cryptic nature and their role in ancient lore make them profoundly intriguing, suggesting a deeper symbolic purpose within the Pokemon world, perhaps as living conduits of knowledge or an arcane form of communication. The Rotom, a ghost electric type Pokemon capable of possessing electronic appliances, offers a glimpse into a unique form of symbiotic existence and technological manipulation. Rotom's ability to inhabit various machines, like lawnmowers, washing machines, or even Pokedexes, and then gain new forms and abilities based on the appliance, demonstrates an unusual interaction between biological entities and technology. It suggests that Rotom's ghostly essence can integrate with and control electrical circuits, utilizing the machine's functions as an extension of its own being. This highlights a world where the boundaries between the natural and the artificial are permeable, and where certain Pokemon have evolved to thrive within technological environments. The temporary nature of Rotom's possession and its ability to switch between appliances implies a conscious choice and a certain degree of control over its parasitic, yet not necessarily harmful, relationship with machinery. It raises questions about the consciousness of electronic devices and the potential for Pokemon to unlock or enhance their capabilities. Rotom's playful and mischievous nature, despite its unusual abilities, also adds a touch of personality to this fascinating concept of techno-organic life. The existence of Spiritomb, a ghost dark type Pokemon formed from 108 spirits bound to a single keystone, delves into concepts of spiritual imprisonment and collective consciousness. This Pokemon is not a single entity in the conventional sense, but a composite being, a nexus of numerous disembodied spirits. The keystone acts as a physical anchor and prison, preventing these spirits from dispersing. The number 108 is significant in various spiritual traditions, often associated with cycles and incompleteness, hinting at a deeper, perhaps ritualistic, origin for Spiritom's creation. Its dark typing suggests the malevolent or tormented nature of the spirits contained within, and its ghost typing speaks to their ethereal essence. Spiritom's lore often describes it as having been sealed away due to its mischievous or destructive tendencies, reinforcing the idea that it is a powerful and potentially dangerous entity kept in check only by its binding. This Pokemon offers a glimpse into the spiritual ecology of the Pokemon world, where souls and essences can be manipulated, contained, and even coalesce into a new, complex life form, blurring the lines between individual identity and collective being. The Melton and Melmetal evolutionary line, unique steel-type Pokemon discovered recently, introduced a fascinating narrative around ancient technologies and elemental transmutation. Melton, a small, liquid metal Pokemon, appears to absorb other metal objects, growing larger and eventually fusing with other Melton to form the colossal Melmetal. This process suggests a unique biological ability to assimilate metallic elements directly into its body, almost as if it's a living, self-assembling metal entity. The ancient origins of Melmetal, described as a Pokemon that existed thousands of years ago, hints at a forgotten era of advanced metallic life forms, or a period where these Pokemon were more prevalent. The process of Melton absorbing metal is akin to a form of metabolic digestion, where raw material is converted into growth and energy. Melmetal's ability to stretch and contract its limbs, combined with its immense physical power, further highlights its unique metallic biology. This evolutionary line bridges the gap between biological life and inorganic materials, suggesting that in the Pokemon world, even metal can possess a form of life and growth, evolving through a process of accretion and fusion, echoing ancient myths of golems and living constructs. The concept of Pokérus, a rare and beneficial virus that can infect Pokemon, presents an unusual biological anomaly. Unlike typical viruses that cause harm, Pokérus, short for Pokemon virus, is asymptomatic and instead causes infected Pokemon to gain experience points and effort values, EVs, at an accelerated rate. This beneficial mutation spreads easily between Pokemon in a party, but eventually clears, leaving the Pokemon permanently immune and with its enhanced training capabilities. The existence of such a beneficial pathogen defies conventional biological understanding of viruses, which are usually detrimental. It suggests a complex co-evolutionary relationship where a virus has adapted to enhance its host in a way that benefits both, or perhaps it is a highly evolved form of symbiotic organism. The fact that it cannot be cured by conventional medicine further emphasizes its unique biological nature. Pokérus adds a layer of depth to the strategic training aspect of the games, but also presents a curious biological phenomenon, a benevolent disease that instead of weakening, strengthens its host, revealing the unpredictable and sometimes advantageous nature of microscopic life within the Pokemon world. The Ultra Beasts, a group of extra-dimensional Pokemon from Ultra Space, represent a truly alien and unsettling element within the Pokemon world. These creatures, such as Nihilego or Pheromosa, possess bizarre, often geometric or abstract appearances and their biologies and behaviors are fundamentally different from native Pokemon. They are not simply rare or powerful, they are entities from another reality whose very presence can distort the environment or cause unease in humans and Pokemon alike. Their arrival through ultra wormholes is often catastrophic, leading to ecological disruption and psychological distress. Nihiligo, for instance, acts as a parasite, merging with hosts and amplifying their negative emotions, hinting at a biological mechanism that manipulates the minds of others. Pheromosa's extreme speed and beauty are almost unnerving in their perfection, suggesting an alien aesthetic. The Ultra Beasts challenge the fundamental understanding of what constitutes a Pokemon, pushing the boundaries into cosmic horror and scientific mystery. Their motivations are often inscrutable, and their existence raises questions about the multiverse and the fragile boundaries between dimensions. They are not merely creatures to be caught and battled, but anomalies that force a re-evaluation of the natural order, revealing a universe far more vast and stranger than previously imagined, where life can take forms utterly alien to our understanding. The existence of shiny locked Pokemon, specific legendary or mythical Pokemon that cannot legitimately appear in their shiny forms in certain games, reveals an intriguing, albeit artificial, constraint within the game's programming rather than a biological limitation within the Pokemon world itself. This programming decision prevents players from encountering or resetting for a shiny version of these particular Pokemon, often due to their significance in the game's narrative or an intended rarity. While it doesn't speak to the in-world biology of Pokemon, it highlights the meta-narrative of game design, influencing the perception of rarity and obtainability. From a lore perspective, if such a lock were to exist naturally, it would imply that certain unique, perhaps cosmically important Pokemon are inherently incapable of genetic variation in their coloration. This would suggest a perfectly stable genetic code or a singular, unchanging form for these specific entities, differentiating them even further from the more common, mutable species. It's a subtle point, but it draws a line between what is possible within the fictional biology and what is imposed by the creators of the world, often for balancing or storytelling purposes. The Poképelago feature, where Pokemon stored in boxes can develop an island paradise, highlights an intriguing aspect of their communal behavior and passive resource generation. Even when not actively with a trainer, Pokemon are shown to be capable of independent activities such as discovering items, growing berries, and attracting other Pokemon. This suggests a level of autonomy and social structure even among Pokemon not directly interacting with their trainer. The various isles within Poképelago, each catering to different activities like training or exploration, imply that Pokemon have diverse needs and preferences even in their leisure time. It speaks to their intrinsic motivation and their ability to cooperate and thrive in a communal environment. This feature subtly reinforces the idea that Pokemon are not merely tools for battle, but sentient beings with their own lives, interests, and social dynamics. The items they find, or the berries they grow, are not simply game mechanics. They are products of their collective effort and natural foraging abilities, further enriching the depiction of a vibrant and self-sustaining Pokemon ecosystem, even within the confines of a digital storage system. The concept of friendship or affection in Pokemon, which influences their performance in battle and unlocks unique interactions, delves into the psychological and emotional bonds between trainers and their Pokemon. A Pokemon with high friendship is more likely to critical hit, survive a fatal blow, or even shake off status conditions. This isn't merely a mechanical bonus. It suggests that the emotional state and loyalty of a Pokemon directly translate into tangible benefits on the battlefield. This implies that Pokemon are highly empathetic and responsive to the emotional connection they share with their trainer. The mutual trust and positive reinforcement fostered through care, feeding, and positive interactions can unlock latent potential or strengthen their resolve. It speaks to a deep psychological link where the mental state of the Pokemon, influenced by its bond with its trainer, can override or enhance its physical capabilities. This aspect of the game reinforces the core theme of companionship and mutual respect, suggesting that the most powerful force in the Pokemon world is not raw strength alone, but the unbreakable bond forged through genuine connection and care between a trainer and their Pokemon, manifesting as a subtle yet powerful influence on their biological and energetic output in moments of crisis. This subtle influence of friendship even extends to the Pokemon's willingness to perform actions in battle that might seem counterintuitive, such as healing itself or shaking off a debilitating status condition. It's as if their loyalty and affection provide them with an extra surge of determination, allowing them to push past their usual limits. This isn't just a game mechanic, it's a narrative device that underscores the profound impact of emotional connection within the Pokemon universe. It transforms battles from mere contests of strength into displays of trust and camaraderie, where the emotional state of the combatants can literally alter the course of events. The idea that a Pokemon might hold on for its trainer with 1 HP remaining, defying conventional battle logic, is a powerful testament to this emotional bond. It paints a picture of creatures that are not only capable of complex emotions, but are also driven by them, blurring the lines between game statistics and genuine character motivation. Consider also the various forms that certain Pokemon can take, often dependent on factors like location, time of day, or specific items. This isn't just cosmetic variation, it suggests a deep ecological adaptability and a responsiveness to environmental cues that goes beyond simple evolution. Take, for instance, Rotom and its appliance forms. Rotom, an electric such ghost type, can possess various household appliances, transforming into different types and gaining new abilities based on the appliance it inhabits. This implies a fascinating interaction between spiritual energy and technology, where the ghost-like essence of Rotom can manipulate and enhance mechanical devices. It suggests that the boundary between the natural and the artificial is far more fluid in the Pokemon world than we might initially perceive. The appliance itself isn't merely a vessel, it becomes an extension of Rotom's being, altering its fundamental elemental properties and combat capabilities. This concept challenges our understanding of what constitutes a living being, as a seemingly inanimate object, when possessed by Rotom, becomes a vibrant, sentient entity with unique powers. Similarly, the seasonal forms of Deerling and Sawsbuck, which change their appearance based on the in-game season, highlight a more direct biological adaptation to environmental cycles. These changes are not merely aesthetic, They reflect a deeper connection to the natural world, suggesting that these Pokemon are intrinsically linked to the rhythms of their environment. Their fur color and patterns shift with the changing seasons, a subtle nod to camouflage and seasonal adaptation observed in real world animals. It's a gentle reminder of the naturalistic elements woven into the fabric of the Pokemon world, grounding the fantastical creatures in a semblance of ecological realism. This sensitivity to environmental shifts reinforces the idea that Pokemon are not static beings, but are constantly interacting with and being shaped by their surroundings, a testament to the dynamic nature of their biology. Then there are regional variants, like the Alolan and Galarian forms, which tell an even more compelling story of evolutionary divergence. These variants showcase how Pokemon of the same species can develop dramatically different appearances, types, and abilities when exposed to distinct geographical and environmental pressures over long periods. An Alolan Vulpix, for instance, adapted to snowy mountainsides, became an ice type, while its Kanto counterpart remained a fire type. This isn't just a simple palette swap. It represents a significant evolutionary pathway, demonstrating the powerful influence of natural selection within the Pokemon ecosystem. It's a subtle way of educating about adaptive radiation, where a single ancestral species diversifies into multiple forms to exploit different ecological niches. The existence of these regional variants adds a layer of depth to the Pokemon world, suggesting a long and complex evolutionary history that mirrors the biodiversity found on Earth. It implies that the Pokemon we encounter are merely snapshots of an ongoing evolutionary process, constantly adapting and changing in response to their environment. The Melton and Melmetal evolutionary line, introduced in Pokemon Go and later integrated into the main series, offers a unique insight into artificial Pokemon and ancient technology. Melton is a steel-type mythical Pokemon composed of liquid metal, often found near machinery. Its evolution, Melmetal, is a colossal steel type formed by the fusion of multiple Melton. This narrative suggests an ancient civilization with advanced metallurgical knowledge, capable of creating sentient life from raw materials. The Porygon line, another example of artificial Pokemon designed by scientists, further explores this theme. Porygon, Porygon 2, and Porygon Z are entirely digital, capable of existing and navigating cyberspace. This raises profound questions about the nature of life, consciousness, and the ethical implications of creating artificial intelligence. Are these digital entities truly alive, or are they merely sophisticated programs? The fact that they can battle, evolve, and even experience emotions suggests a level of sentience that transcends mere coding. The story of Porygon Z's faulty upgrade, which made it behave erratically, hints at the unpredictable nature of tampering with consciousness, even artificial ones. It serves as a cautionary tale within the Pokemon universe, subtly exploring the dangers of unchecked technological advancement and the potential for unintended consequences when playing creator. The creation myths within the Pokemon world are also incredibly rich and varied, offering different perspectives on the origins of the universe and life itself. Arceus, often referred to as the original one, is said to have created the Sinnoh region, and perhaps even the entire Pokemon world with its 1,000 arms. This powerful being, capable of changing its type based on the plates it holds, embodies a cosmic, almost divine presence. Its lore suggests a primordial entity of immense power, responsible for shaping reality itself. The existence of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, who govern time, space, and antimatter respectively, further elaborates on this cosmic hierarchy, with Arceus at its apex. These legendary Pokémon are not just powerful creatures, they are fundamental forces of nature, their very existence maintaining the delicate balance of the universe. The stories surrounding them are reminiscent of ancient mythologies, where deities represent abstract concepts and control the very fabric of existence. The fact that their actions directly influence the flow of time or the stability of space underscores their immense power and the precariousness of the cosmic order. Contrast this with the Gruden, Kyogre, and Rayquaza trio, who represent the continental land masses, the oceans, and the ozone layer. Their eternal struggle to expand their respective domains is a powerful metaphor for the elemental forces that shape the planet. Rayquaza, residing high in the ozone layer, acts as a mediator, calming their destructive clashes. This trio speaks to a more geological and meteorological scale of creation and destruction, highlighting the dynamic and often tumultuous processes that form planets. These legends, passed down through generations, serve not only as origin stories, but also as cautionary tales about the immense power of nature and the need for balance. The ancient murals and ruins found throughout various regions often depict these legendary Pokémon, suggesting that their influence has been deeply ingrained in the cultural and historical memory of the Pokémon world. These aren't just fantastical beasts, they are enshrined figures, deeply embedded in the spiritual and historical consciousness of the world's inhabitants. The concept of mega evolution, introduced in Generation 6, added another layer of complexity to Pokemon battles and lore. This temporary transformation, triggered by a strong bond between a trainer and their Pokemon holding a specific Megastone, allows certain Pokemon to achieve a temporary, heightened state of power, often changing their appearance, abilities, and even their typing. Mega evolution is not simply a power-up. It's depicted as a manifestation of the deep emotional connection between trainer and Pokemon, combined with the mysterious energy of the Megastones. The process is often described as intense, sometimes even painful for the Pokemon, suggesting a profound physiological change. This temporary evolution highlights the latent potential within Pokemon and the extraordinary capabilities that can be unlocked through a powerful bond. It also implies a deeper understanding of the Pokemon's biology, where a trainer's will in a specific item can trigger such a significant transformation. The fleeting nature of mega evolution reinforces its special status, making it a powerful but temporary burst of strength, emphasizing that true power lies not just in raw ability, but in the strategic timing and the strength of the bond. The Z moves, introduced in Generation 7, offered another dramatic combat mechanic, allowing a Pokemon to unleash a powerful, once per battle attack with a unique animation. These moves are described as channeling the Z power from the trainer through a Z ring and Z crystal to their Pokemon. This concept further emphasizes the trainer's role in empowering their Pokemon, not just through commands, but through a direct conduit of energy. It suggests a more mystical connection, where latent cosmic energy can be harnessed and directed through a synchronized effort between trainer and Pokemon. The elaborate poses and dances associated with Z moves add a ritualistic element, implying that the unleashing of such power requires a certain focus and intention. It's a blend of physical articulation and spiritual channeling, culminating in an attack of immense force. This mechanic reinforces the idea that the trainer is not just an observer, but an active participant in the Pokemon's display of power, a vital link in the chain of energy. Even something as seemingly mundane as the concept of held items can hold deeper lore implications. A Pokemon holding a leftovers item, for example, passively regains a small amount of HP each turn. This isn't just a game mechanic, it suggests a sustained external source of nourishment or healing, implying that the item itself possesses a subtle, continuous restorative property. A choice band, which significantly boosts an attack but locks a Pokemon into using only that move, implies a focused channeling of energy, a deliberate specialization at the cost of versatility. These items, whether natural or artificial, are not just trinkets, they are extensions of the Pokemon's capabilities, influencing their biological processes or combat strategies in subtle yet significant ways. They represent a fascinating intersection of natural properties, technological enhancements, and the inherent abilities of the Pokemon themselves. The existence of fossils in the Pokemon world is another compelling detail that grounds the fantastical creatures in a sense of geological time. The ability to revive ancient Pokemon from reconstructed fossils speaks to a scientific advancement akin to de-extinction, but with a unique twist. These fossilized remains, often found in specific geological strata, provide tangible evidence of past ecosystems and evolutionary lines. The process of reviving them, usually through specialized facilities, implies a deep understanding of ancient DNA and cellular regeneration. It's a subtle nod to paleontology and genetic engineering, presenting a world where science can literally bring history back to life. The fact that these revived Pokemon often retain their original typings and characteristics suggests that the essence of their ancient forms is preserved within the fossil, offering a glimpse into a bygone era of the Pokemon world. It also implies that the diversity of Pokemon we see today is just a fraction of the life that has existed, hinting at a vast and unexplored history of the planet. Consider the Ultra Beasts, interdimensional Pokemon that appear through wormholes known as Ultra Wormholes. These creatures, with their alien designs and unusual typings, challenge the conventional understanding of Pokemon. They are depicted as powerful, sometimes dangerous, entities from other dimensions, disrupting the natural order of the Pokemon world. Their very existence suggests a multiverse, a vast expanse of parallel dimensions teeming with diverse forms of life. The Ultra Beasts are not just exotic Pokemon, they are evidence of a cosmic interconnectedness, hinting at a universe far larger and more mysterious than previously imagined. Their arrival often causes ecological disturbances and fear among humans, highlighting the potential dangers of interdimensional travel and the unknown. The unique way they are captured, often with beast balls, designed specifically to contain them, further emphasizes their otherworldly nature and the need for specialized tools to interact with them. Their lore opens up a vast new frontier of exploration, pushing the boundaries of what is known and what is possible in the Pokemon universe. The very act of catching a Pokemon and the mechanics behind it, also offers a fascinating insight into the world's underlying principles. A Poké Ball, a seemingly simple device, is capable of shrinking a Pokémon to an incredibly small size and storing it comfortably. This isn't just cartoon logic. The lore often describes Pokeballs as utilizing advanced technology, sometimes even incorporating the Pokemon's own energy to facilitate the process. Some theories suggest that the interior of a Pokeball is a specially designed habitat tailored to the Pokemon's needs, while others propose a more energy based containment. The fact that wild Pokemon can resist capture and the success rate is influenced by factors like their health and status conditions suggests a level of sentience and free will even within the digital confines of the game. It implies that a Pokemon's willingness to be caught is a crucial factor, not just its physical vulnerability. This adds a layer of respect to the act of capture, suggesting that it's not merely a forcible acquisition, but often a mutual agreement, or at least a test of a trainer's skill and persuasive abilities. The existence of shiny Pokemon, rare color variations of standard Pokemon, offers a subtle yet profound commentary on genetic mutation and natural variation. These Pokemon are incredibly rare, often appearing with distinct color palettes that differentiate them from their regular counterparts. While their stats are identical, their rarity makes them highly sought after. This isn't just a cosmetic feature, it's a nod to the concept of polymorphism in nature, where individuals of the same species can exhibit different forms or colors due to genetic variations. The chances of encountering a shiny Pokemon are incredibly low, mirroring the rarity of beneficial or even neutral mutations in real world populations. It subtly teaches about the diversity within a species and the random nature of genetic variation, making each shiny encounter a small, lucky anomaly in the vast genetic tapestry of the Pokemon world. It's a testament to the subtle depths even seemingly simple game mechanics can possess, hinting at complex biological principles. Even the concept of healing a Pokemon at a Pokémon Center, instantly restoring its health and curing all status conditions, while seemingly a straightforward game mechanic, has intriguing implications. The centers are staffed by Nurse Joys, often assisted by Chansey or Audino, who use advanced medical technology. This suggests a highly developed understanding of Pokemon biology and medicine, capable of rapidly reversing even severe injuries. The instant nature of the healing implies a technological or perhaps even a natural energy based process that accelerates cellular regeneration and detoxification. It speaks to a world where medical science for Pokemon is incredibly advanced, allowing trainers to quickly resume their journeys without prolonged recovery periods. This efficiency is crucial for the continuous adventurous lifestyle of trainers, underscoring the societal infrastructure built around supporting and caring for Pokemon. It portrays a society that places a high value on the well being of its Pokemon, offering free and accessible healthcare, a subtle detail that paints a picture of a compassionate and scientifically advanced world. The various gym leaders and Elite Four members who serve as benchmarks for trainer progress are not just powerful opponents. They often embody specific themes, battle strategies, or even philosophical approaches to Pokemon training. Each gym leader specializes in a particular Pokemon type, requiring trainers to adapt their strategies and learn about type matchups. This pedagogical structure subtly teaches players about elemental strengths and weaknesses, mirroring the scientific classification systems used in biology. The Elite Four and champions, often the strongest trainers in a region, represent the pinnacle of skill and dedication, often having unique personalities and backstories that reflect their journey and philosophy. They are more than just bosses, they are mentors and role models, demonstrating different aspects of what it means to be a powerful and respected trainer. Their narratives often weave into the broader lore of the region, sometimes having ties to legendary Pokémon or ancient events, further enriching the tapestry of the world. This layered approach to storytelling, even within the context of combat encounters, adds depth and meaning to every victory and defeat. Finally, the very existence of humanity, alongside such powerful and often fantastical creatures in the Pokemon world, is a fascinating dynamic. Humans and Pokemon coexist, often forming deep bonds, but also occasionally clashing due to misunderstandings or exploitation. The cities and towns and infrastructure are built to accommodate both species, with Pokémon Centers, daycares, and even dedicated Pokemon parks illustrating this integration. This coexistence suggests a long history of interaction and adaptation, where humanity has learned to live alongside and often depend upon these extraordinary beings. The role of humans in the Pokemon world is not one of absolute dominance, but rather a partnership, often with an emphasis on stewardship and respect. This delicate balance between human civilization and the natural world, represented by Pokemon, is a core theme that underpins the entire franchise, offering a gentle reflection on our own relationship with nature and the creatures that share our planet. The stories of trainers and their Pokemon serve as allegories for cooperation, understanding, and the enduring power of friendship across species. This intricate relationship extends to the various professions and societal roles within the Pokemon world, where many careers revolve around Pokemon. Consider the Pokemon breeders, who dedicate their lives to raising Pokemon, ensuring their health, happiness, and genetic diversity. They understand the nuances of various species, their dietary needs, their social behaviors, and the optimal conditions for their growth. Their work is crucial for maintaining healthy Pokemon populations, especially for those species that are rare or have specific ecological requirements. Similarly, the Pokemon Rangers embody a more direct form of environmental protection, actively safeguarding wild Pokemon and their habitats. They are often seen venturing into remote and dangerous areas, rescuing Pokemon from natural disasters, poaching, or even from the unintended consequences of human expansion. Their tools and methods are often less about direct combat and more about observation, understanding, and peaceful intervention, highlighting a philosophy of conservation and respect for the natural worlds. Then there are the Pokemon professors, whose intellectual pursuits drive much of the scientific understanding of these creatures. Professor Oak, for example, is not just a dispenser of starter Pokemon. He is a renowned researcher whose work focuses on the ecological distribution and classification of Pokemon. His Pokédex, a portable electronic encyclopedia, is a foundational tool for trainers and researchers alike, providing essential data on every known species. Other professors specialize in different fields, From Professor Elm's work on Pokemon breeding and eggs, suggesting a deep understanding of genetics and reproduction, to Professor Juniper's focus on the origins of Pokemon and myths. These academic endeavors create a rich tapestry of knowledge, constantly expanding our understanding of the Pokemon world's biodiversity and history. Their research often uncovers ancient secrets, reveals new evolutionary theories, and contributes to the ongoing care and conservation efforts for all Pokemon. Beyond these established roles, the very architecture and urban planning in the Pokemon world subtly reflect this coexistence. Cities are often designed with lush parks and open spaces where Pokemon can roam freely, or at least in designated areas. Pokémon Centers, with their iconic red roofs, are ubiquitous, offering free medical care and a place for trainers and their Pokemon to rest. This widespread availability of healthcare, regardless of a trainer's financial status, speaks volumes about the societal values. It suggests a deeply compassionate society that prioritizes the well being of all living beings, a stark contrast to many real world healthcare systems. The presence of Pokemon Day cares, where trainers can leave their Pokemon to be looked after and even breed, further illustrates this integrated approach. These facilities are not mere kennels, they are often run by individuals with a genuine love and understanding of Pokemon, providing a nurturing environment. Even the transportation systems are influenced by Pokemon. While trains and boats exist, many trainers journey on foot, often with their Pokemon walking alongside them or even flying overhead. Some Pokemon are specifically bred or trained for transportation purposes, such as the various flying type Pokemon that can carry passengers, or the water type Pokemon that can ferry people across bodies of water. This integration of Pokemon into daily life, not just as battling companions, but as integral parts of society, showcases a unique and harmonious relationship that has evolved over centuries. The concept of legendary and mythical Pokemon adds another layer of depth to the lore, often intertwining with the creation myths and ancient histories of the Pokemon world. These Pokemon are typically incredibly powerful, rare, and often play a significant role in shaping the very fabric of reality, from creating land masses and oceans to controlling time and space. Their narratives are often passed down through generations as folk tales and religious texts, influencing the culture and beliefs of different regions. For instance, the legend of Arceus, often depicted as the creator of the Pokemon world itself, presents a theological dimension, suggesting a prime mover responsible for the universe's existence. The stories surrounding Dialga and Palkia, masters of time and space respectively, illustrate the fundamental forces that govern existence. These narratives are not just fantastical tales, they serve as a way for the inhabitants of the Pokemon world to understand their origins, their place in the cosmos, and the immense power that lies beyond their control. Temples, ruins, and sacred sites dedicated to these legendary Pokemon are scattered across the regions, serving as reminders of their power and influence, and often becoming focal points for important plot lines within the games. The darker aspects of the Pokemon world, though often subtle, also contribute to its richness. Team Rocket, for example, is not just a group of petty criminals. They represent the exploitation and greed that can arise when powerful creatures are viewed solely as tools for personal gain. Their schemes often involve illegal experimentation, poaching, and attempting to control legendary Pokemon for nefarious purposes. This provides a moral counterpoint to the prevailing ethos of partnership and respect, highlighting the constant struggle between good and evil and the importance of protecting the innocent and vulnerable. Other villainous teams, such as Team Aqua and Team Magma, whose goals are to either expand the oceans or the land masses, demonstrate a misguided belief in altering the natural world, often without understanding the catastrophic consequences of their actions. These narratives serve as cautionary tales, reminding players of the delicate balance of ecosystems and the dangers of unchecked ambition. Even the process of evolution, a cornerstone of the Pokemon franchise, carries profound implications. Unlike biological evolution in the real world, which occurs over vast timescales, Pokemon evolution is a rapid, transformative process often triggered by specific conditions, such as reaching a certain level, exposure to an evolutionary stone, or even through strong emotional bonds. This concept of rapid metamorphosis suggests a fundamental malleability in Pokemon biology, allowing them to adapt and transform in ways that are both aesthetically striking and strategically significant in battles. The act of evolution is often depicted as a moment of great power and growth, where a Pokemon sheds its previous form to embrace a more powerful and often more majestic one. This process is not just about gaining strength. It often involves changes in personality, intelligence, and even their elemental affinities, adding a layer of complexity to their development. The idea that a seemingly weak Pokemon can evolve into a formidable creature inspires trainers to nurture and believe in their companions, regardless of their current abilities. The world map itself, with its distinct regions like Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar, each offers a unique cultural and environmental landscape. Kanto, with its emphasis on traditional Japanese aesthetics and technological advancement, sets the foundational tone. Johto delves deeper into ancient traditions and legendary Pokemon, often reflecting a more serene and spiritual atmosphere. Hoenn introduces a vibrant tropical environment with a focus on elemental balance and ancient civilizations. Sinnoh explores creation myths and the very fabric of the universe, with its stark mountainous regions and deep historical lore. Unova, inspired by New York City, presents a bustling modern metropolis alongside diverse natural landscapes. Kalos, reminiscent of France, emphasizes beauty, fashion, and the concept of mega evolution. Alola, with its Hawaiian influences, focuses on island life, guardian deities, and the unique Alolan forms of existing Pokemon. And Galar, inspired by the United Kingdom, brings an industrial revolution aesthetic alongside ancient legends and the phenomenon of Dynamaxing. Each region is not just a new setting, it's a distinct ecosystem, a unique culture, and a new chapter in the overarching narrative of the Pokemon world, each offering its own set of challenges, mysteries, and Pokemon to discover. This geographical and cultural diversity enriches the player's experience, making each new journey feel fresh and exciting while still being connected to the overarching themes of discovery and companionship. The architectural styles, the local cuisine, the folk tales, and even the speech patterns of non-player characters subtly shift from region to region, creating a truly immersive and believable world. Even the concept of shiny Pokemon, those rare variations with different color palettes, adds a layer of mystique and excitement. Their extreme rarity makes encountering one a truly special event, a testament to luck and perseverance. The absence of any significant universe explanation for their existence only further enhances their enigmatic appeal, making them feel like truly unique anomalies within the natural order. These small, seemingly insignificant details accumulate to form a world that feels incredibly vast, lived in, and full of hidden wonders, constantly inviting exploration and discovery. The very act of catching a Pokemon, throwing a Poké Ball, and witnessing the creature shrink and be contained is a magical yet scientifically plausible concept within the game's universe, hinting at advanced technology that can manipulate matter and energy in extraordinary ways. The design of the Poké Ball itself, a deceptively simple device, represents a pinnacle of scientific achievement, allowing for the safe and humane capture and transportation of these powerful creatures. This blend of science and fantasy is a hallmark of the Pokemon world, where technological innovation often works hand in hand with natural phenomena and ancient magic. The consistent tone of wonder and discovery, even in the face of danger or adversity, ensures that the world remains a place of gentle exploration and quiet adventure, perfect for drifting off into peaceful slumber. The evolution phenomenon, a core mechanic that allows Pokemon to transform into more powerful forms, also lacks a complete scientific explanation within the lore, often attributed to a combination of genetic factors, environmental influences, and even the strong bond shared with a trainer. Some evolutions are triggered by reaching a certain level, others by exposure to specific evolutionary stones, or even by trading, suggesting a complex interplay of internal and external stimuli. The concept of evolution is not merely about growth. It often represents a profound change in a Pokemon's abilities, appearance, and even its temperament, reflecting a natural progression or adaptation. For instance, the seemingly docile Eevee, with its remarkable genetic instability, can evolve into 8 different forms, each with a distinct type and appearance, depending on the circumstances of its evolution, a testament to the diverse pathways life can take. This adaptability makes Eevee a fascinating subject of study for in-universe Pokemon professors and a beloved companion for many trainers, symbolizing potential and change. The Pokédex, the electronic encyclopedia that records information about every Pokemon encountered, is another foundational element that grounds the fantastical creatures in a pseudo-scientific framework. While often containing exaggerated or poetic descriptions, it also provides crucial data on a Pokemon's type, abilities, habitat, and sometimes even its diet and behavioral patterns. These entries, often written from the perspective of various researchers over time, offer glimpses into the ongoing scientific endeavor within the Pokemon world to understand and categorize these mysterious beings. For example, some Pokédex entries for ghost-type Pokemon delve into truly chilling lore, describing how they steal life force, possess inanimate objects, or even lead travelers astray, blurring the lines between natural phenomena and the supernatural. These darker facets of the Pokemon world, though often presented in a light-hearted manner, hint at a deeper, more complex reality beneath the surface. The Pokédex for Kadabra, for example, chillingly states that a child with psychic abilities once woke up as a Kadabra, implying a transformative, almost unsettling origin for some species. This entry, among others, suggests a fluid boundary between human and Pokemon, adding a layer of existential mystery to the universe. The existence of legendary and mythical Pokemon further enriches the lore, often serving as personifications of natural forces, cosmic entities, or ancient deities. These rare and incredibly powerful Pokemon are not just creatures, they are often integral to the creation myths and foundational legends of the various regions. Arceus, for instance, is depicted as the creator of the Pokemon universe itself, a being of immense power and cosmic significance. Its legend speaks of it shaping the world with its 1,000 arms, emerging from an egg before the universe even existed. Similarly, Dialga and Palkia control time and space, while Giratina presides over an alternate dimension, the distortion world. These legendary trios and duos often embody opposing forces or complementary concepts, maintaining a delicate balance within the world. Their stories are often intertwined with ancient ruins, forgotten temples, and prophecies, hinting at a deep spiritual connection between the Pokemon and the very fabric of existence. The hunt for these legendary Pokemon often involves navigating complex puzzles, deciphering ancient texts, and proving oneself worthy, transforming the quest into a pilgrimage rather than a mere capture. Even the humble item, known as a repel, designed to ward off wild Pokemon, subtly reinforces the idea of a natural order and the need for trainers to sometimes avoid disrupting it. Its functions implies a certain territoriality and instinctive behavior among wild Pokemon that can be temporarily overridden by artificial means. This small detail adds to the believability of the ecosystem, where not every encounter is desired, and sometimes it's best to simply pass through without disturbance. The various types of repels, each with increasing duration, suggest a hierarchy of effectiveness, hinting at varying levels of natural resistance or persistence among different species of Pokemon. The concept of Pokemon abilities, special skills, or passive effects that activate under certain conditions adds another layer of strategic depth and biological realism. These abilities can range from something as straightforward as intimidate, which lowers an opponent's attack, to more complex ones like drought, which changes the weather to harsh sunlight, influencing the battlefield. Each ability is often intrinsically linked to the Pokemon's physiology or natural behavior, making them feel like extensions of their inherent traits rather than arbitrary power-ups. For instance, a Pokemon with the swift swim ability would naturally be found in aquatic environments, gaining a speed boost in the rain, reflecting an evolutionary adaptation. This meticulous design choice contributes to a sense of a living, breathing world where every creature possesses unique biological characteristics. The history of the Pokemon world is also incredibly rich, filled with ancient civilizations, forgotten wars, and the rise and fall of empires, many of which are only hinted at through Pokédex entries, in-game books, or the ruins scattered across the landscape. The existence of fossil Pokemon, resurrected from prehistoric remains, connects the present-day world to its distant past, showcasing the enduring nature of life and the cyclical patterns of extinction and revival. These fossils, often found in specific geological strata, provide tangible evidence of bygone eras and the creatures that roamed the earth long before humans. The process of reviving these ancient Pokemon through advanced scientific techniques further blurs the line between magic and technology, offering a glimpse into a time when different species dominated the planet. The stories of these ancient Pokémon often contain hints of their original habitats and behavioral patterns, painting a vivid picture of the prehistoric Pokémon world. The concept of type effectiveness, where certain types of Pokémon are strong against others, e.g., water is strong against fire, forms the fundamental rock, paper, scissors dynamic of battles. This system, while seemingly simple, is deeply ingrained in the natural world, reflecting ecological principles like predator prey relationships or elemental interactions. Fire burns grass, water extinguishes fire, grass absorbs water. These relationships are intuitive and make the battling system feel grounded in a natural order. The more complex interactions, like steel resisting many types, or ghost being immune to normal and fighting, add strategic depth and encourage trainers to understand the intricate web of interconnections within the Pokemon ecosystem. This intricate balance of types forces trainers to think strategically, assemble diverse teams, and anticipate their opponent's moves, making each battle a test of both knowledge and skill. The various antagonist organizations encountered throughout the games, such as Team Rocket, Team Aqua, Team Magma, Team Galactic, Team Plasma, Team Flare, Team Skull, and Team Yell, each represent different philosophies and motivations, often driven by power, greed, misguided ideals, or simply anarchic tendencies. While their methods are often disruptive, their underlying goals sometimes touch upon legitimate concerns, albeit in extreme ways. Team Plasma, for instance, advocated for the liberation of all Pokemon, believing that humans exploited them, a morally complex stance that challenges the very foundation of the trainer-Pokemon relationship. These organizations, though villains, often serve as foils to the protagonist's journey, highlighting the diverse perspectives and ethical dilemmas present within the Pokemon world. Their schemes, while often grand and world-threatening, provide opportunities for the player to uphold justice and restore balance, reinforcing the themes of heroism and responsibility. The various cities and towns within each region are not just backdrops, they are vibrant communities with their own distinct personalities, economies, and local customs. From the bustling market streets of Castelia City to the tranquil, rustic charm of Pallet Town, each location feels unique and lived in. The presence of Pokémon Centers, where trainers can heal their Pokémon, and Pokémarts, where they can purchase essential supplies, provides a consistent and comforting infrastructure throughout the world. Those familiar landmarks offer a sense of continuity and safety, reassuring trainers that help is always available. The background music in each town further enhances its atmosphere, creating a distinct auditory experience that becomes synonymous with that location. The concept of a rival character, a recurring figure who challenges the protagonist throughout their journey, serves as a consistent benchmark for growth and a friendly competitor. These rivals often start at similar points, but their paths diverge, reflecting different training philosophies and personal aspirations. Their presence not only provides periodic challenges, but also highlights the personal journey of self-improvement and the development of unique bonds with one's Pokémon. The rival's character arc often parallels the protagonist's, showcasing different facets of the trainer experience and the diverse ways individuals interact with the Pokémon world. Sometimes, They even become allies, working together against a common threat, demonstrating the evolution of their relationship. The existence of various professors who guide the player at the beginning of their journey and conduct research on Pokemon, such as Professor Oak, Professor Elm, Professor Birch, Professor Rowan, Professor Juniper, Professor Sycamore, Professor Kukui, and Professor Magnolia, establishes a strong academic and scientific foundation for the Pokemon world. Each professor specializes in a particular field, from Pokemon habitats to evolution, providing a sense of ongoing scientific inquiry and a commitment to understanding these creatures. Their role is to not only introduce new trainers to the world of Pokemon, but also to gently nudge them toward exploration and discovery, encouraging them to contribute to the collective knowledge of the Pokédex. Their warm and encouraging demeanor makes them trusted mentors, embodying the spirit of curiosity and lifelong learning. The concept of friendship or affection stats, hidden values that influence a Pokemon's performance in battle and its willingness to obey, adds an emotional depth to the trainer-Pokemon bond. This mechanic suggests that a Pokemon's power is not solely dependent on its raw stats, but also on the strength of its relationship with its trainer. A Pokemon that trusts and loves its trainer will fight harder, endure more, and even miraculously avoid attacks, reflecting the powerful psychological connection that can develop between species. This subtle yet profound detail reinforces the overarching theme of companionship and mutual respect, suggesting that kindness and understanding are just as important as strength in the world of Pokemon. It's a gentle reminder that the creatures are not just tools for battle, but living, feeling beings with their own emotions and personalities. This emotional connection transcends mere game mechanics, becoming a core narrative element that resonates deeply with players. The type of a Pokemon, such as fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ghost, and so on, is not just a battle modifier, but often reflects its inherent nature, habitat, and even its mythological origins. For example, a dragon-type Pokemon often embodies strength, ancient power, and a majestic presence, while a fairy-type Pokemon might represent enchantment, grace, and a connection to nature's mystical side. These types provide a quick summary of a Pokemon's fundamental characteristics and its place within the ecological tapestry. The complex interplay of these types, with their strengths and weaknesses, creates a rich and diverse ecosystem where each Pokemon has a specific niche and role. This intricate classification system makes the world feel incredibly organized and logical, despite its fantastical elements. The various gym leaders and Elite Four members, who serve as benchmarks of a trainer's skill and understanding, are not just powerful opponents, but often embody specific training philosophies or champion particular Pokemon types. Their defeat signifies a trainer's growth and mastery, culminating in the challenge of the Pokemon League, the ultimate test of a trainer's abilities. These formidable opponents serve as aspirational figures, pushing trainers to refine their strategies, diversify their teams, and deepen their understanding of Pokemon battles. Each gym leader's personality and their gym's unique design add to the cultural richness of their respective regions, making the journey to become a Pokemon champion a truly epic undertaking. The slow, rhythmic pace of these challenges, interspersed with exploration and discovery, mirrors the peaceful drift into dreams. The subtle lore surrounding specific items, like the Master Ball, which has a 100% capture rate, hinting at advanced, perhaps even ethically questionable technology, or the Xpeer's share, which distributes experience points to all Pokemon in the party, suggesting a collective learning process, adds tiny layers of intrigue and practicality. Even seemingly mundane items carry a whisper of backstory or technological marvel. The rare candy, for example, instantly boosts a Pokemon's level, implying a highly concentrated, potent form of nourishment or energy that bypasses the natural growth process, a scientific marvel in itself. Thus, small yet significant details contribute to the overall depth and believability of the Pokemon world, making it feel like a truly coherent and well thought out universe, constantly inviting further gentle contemplation and quiet discovery as you slowly drift into a peaceful slumber. Professor Oak stands in his laboratory, watching the clock tick toward 10 in the morning. 3 starter Pokemon sit in their Pokeballs on his desk, waiting for the 3 trainers from Pallet Town who are supposed to begin their journeys today. Gary Oak arrived early and chose Squirtle. The other 2 boys showed up on time and selected Charmander and Bulbasaur respectively. But what if Ash Ketchum had not overslept? What if he arrived at Professor Oak's lab at the appointed time and claimed his starter Pokemon like every other trainer? In that moment, everything changes, and Ash Ketchum will become the youngest Pokemon master in history. The morning of his 10th birthday, Ash wakes up naturally at 7:30, his internal clock finally cooperating after weeks of nervous anticipation. He dresses quickly in his signature outfit, grabs his backpack that has been packed for days, and rushes downstairs where his mother Delia has prepared a special breakfast. Unlike Canon, where Ash bolts from the house in his pajamas, this time he sits down for a proper meal, his excitement barely contained, but his timing perfect. Delia gives him the same heartfelt send-off, but without the frantic rushing and the broken alarm clock drama that defined his original departure. At exactly 9:45, Ash arrives at Professor Oak's laboratory with 15 minutes to spare. Gary has already left with Squirtle, just like in canon, but the 2 other trainers from Pallet Town are still there making their final selections. Ash watches as one boy chooses Charmander and the other takes Bulbasaur, leaving him with the grass-type starter that was always meant to be his backup option. Professor Oak hands him the Pokeball containing Bulbasaur, along with his Pokédex and starter pack of Pokeballs. This time, there is no dramatic encounter with a wild Pikachu, no desperate rescue from a flock of Spearow, and no symbolic bonding moment in the thunderstorm. Instead, Ash begins his journey the traditional way, with a starter Pokemon that respects him from day one. Bulbasaur emerges from its Pokeball with the calm, steady demeanor that defines its species. Unlike the rebellious Pikachu, who refused to enter its Pokeball and shocked Ash repeatedly, Bulbasaur immediately recognizes Ash as its trainer and responds to commands. Professor Oak explains Bulbasaur's moveset, which includes Tackle, Growl, and Vine Whip, giving Ash a solid foundation for early battles. The professor also mentions that Bulbasaur has a particularly strong bond with nature and will likely help Ash understand Pokemon in ways that an electric-type starter never could. This sets up a completely different dynamic for Ash's journey, one built on harmony and understanding, rather than the chaotic energy that Pikachu brought to his original adventure. From Professor Oak's lab, Ash heads toward Viridian City, but his path diverges immediately from canon. Without the Spearow attack that forced him and Pikachu to take shelter, Ash travels the main route at a leisurely pace, stopping to observe wild Pokémon and practice basic commands with Bulbasaur. His first wild encounter is with a Caterpie, and unlike canon, where Misty's fear of bug types created drama, Ash captures it cleanly with Bulbasaur's help. The grass type's Vine Whip easily weakens the Caterpie without causing excessive damage, demonstrating the type advantage that becomes a recurring theme in this timeline. When Ash reaches Viridian City, he heads straight to the Pokémon Center like any responsible trainer. Nurse Joy checks over Bulbasaur and Caterpie, both of whom are in perfect health, and provides Ash with basic training tips specific to grass and bug type Pokemon. She mentions that the Viridian gym leader is currently away, just like in canon, but suggests Ash visit the nearby Viridian forest to gain experience before challenging his first gym. This advice proves crucial as it sets up Ash's first major training arc with his new team composition. Viridian Forest becomes Ash's first real testing ground, but the experience unfolds completely differently without Pikachu's electric attacks to rely on. Bulbasaur's natural affinity for forest environments makes it an ideal partner for navigating the dense woods, and its Vine Whip proves effective against the abundant bug-type Pokemon. Ash's team grows quickly as he captures a Weedle and later a Pidgey, building a balanced roster that covers multiple types from the beginning. The Caterpie evolves into Metapod after just 2 days of training, much faster than in canon because Bulbasaur's supportive battling style allows for more consistent victories. Unlike canon, where Ash encountered Team Rocket for the first time in Viridian Forest, this timeline sees a different first meeting. Jessie, James, and Meowth are still searching for rare and powerful Pokemon, but without Pikachu's unusual strength to attract their attention, they initially overlook Ash entirely. Instead, they focus on a wild Scyther that has been terrorizing other trainers in the forest. Ash encounters the same Scyther, and in a moment that establishes his tactical growth, uses Bulbasaur's sleep powder to pacify the aggressive Pokemon before attempting to understand its behavior. This approach, emphasizing empathy over force, becomes Ash's signature strategy throughout this timeline. The Scyther encounter leads to Ash's first major character development moment. Instead of battling the Pokemon into submission, he discovers that Scyther is actually protecting a group of younger bug types from poachers. Working together with Bulbasaur, Ash helps relocate the threatened Pokemon to a safer part of the forest, earning Scyther's respect in the process. While Ash does not capture Scyther, the Pokemon remembers this kindness, setting up a future reunion that will prove pivotal in later regions. By the time Ash exits Viridian Forest, his team consists of Bulbasaur, Butterfree, Kakuna, and Pidgey. The Kakuna evolution happened naturally during a battle with a wild Beedrill, where the pressure of combat triggered the transformation. This gives Ash his first experience with evolution mechanics, and Bulbasaur serves as an excellent mentor for the newly evolved Pokemon. The dynamic between Bulbasaur and Butterfree becomes particularly strong, as both Pokemon share a connection to nature that Ash learns to facilitate rather than command. Pewter City represents Ash's first major test, and the gym battle against Brock unfolds with completely different stakes. Without Pikachu's type disadvantage against rock types, Ash enters the battle with a strategic advantage. Bulbasaur's grass type moves are super effective against Brock's Onix and Graveler, but Ash's inexperience still shows. The battle becomes a lesson in patience and timing, rather than the desperate struggle it was in canon. Bulbasaur's Vine Whip proves effective, but Ash must learn to coordinate with his Pokemon's natural instincts, rather than relying on raw power or type advantages alone. Brock recognizes Ash's potential immediately, noting that his approach to Pokemon training emphasizes partnership over dominance. This philosophy, fostered by Bulbasaur's naturally cooperative nature, impresses the pewter gym leader enough that he offers additional training advice after awarding Ash the Boulder Badge. Unlike canon, where Brock joined Ash's journey partly out of concern for his reckless battling style, this time Brock is genuinely curious about Ash's unique approach to Pokemon relationships. When Brock decides to leave Pewter City to pursue Pokemon breeding, he specifically asks to travel with Ash to learn more about his methods. The journey toward Cerulean City sees the formation of Ash's first real traveling partnership. Brock's expertise in Pokemon care complements Ash's intuitive understanding of Pokemon emotions, creating a dynamic that accelerates both trainers' growth. Bulbasaur and Brock's Onix develop an interesting relationship, with the grass type's calm demeanor helping to soothe Onix's occasionally volatile temperament. This inner team bonding becomes a hallmark of Ash's approach as he encourages his Pokemon to learn from other trainers' teams rather than viewing them as competition. During their travels, Ash encounters a wild Mankey that has been separated from its troop. Unlike canon, where Ash's Primeape was captured in a moment of chaos, this Mankey is approached with the same patient strategy that worked with Scyther. Bulbasaur uses Sweet Scent to calm the agitated Pokemon, while Ash demonstrates that he means no harm by sharing food and water. The Mankey, impressed by this kindness, chooses to join Ash's team voluntarily. This capture method, emphasizing trust over force, becomes Ash's signature approach and sets him apart from other trainers in the region. As they approach Cerulean City, Ash's team has grown to include Bulbasaur, Butterfree, Beedrill, Pidgeotto, and Mankey. The Pidgey evolved during a training session with Brock, where the experienced trainer helped Ash understand the signs of impending evolution. Each team member has developed a distinct role, with Bulbasaur serving as the strategic leader, Butterfree handling reconnaissance and status moves, Beedrill providing speed and precision, Pidgeotto covering aerial combat, and Mankey bringing raw fighting power when needed. The approach to Cerulean Gym sets up Ash's second major test, but with a completely different team composition than canon. Instead of relying on Pikachu's electric attacks against water types, Ash must develop creative strategies using his current roster. Bulbasaur remains his primary weapon against water types, but Ash has also been training Butterfree to use status moves effectively and working with Mankey to develop fighting techniques that can overcome type disadvantages. This preparation phase shows Ash's growth as a strategic thinker, a development that was delayed in canon due to his reliance on Pikachu's overwhelming power. The Cerulean Gym battle unfolds dramatically differently from canon. Misty faces Ash with her standard team of Staryu and Starmie, but this time there is no Pikachu to create the explosive electrical finale that fans remember. Instead, Ash opens with Butterfree against Staryu, immediately establishing Sleep Powder to neutralize the water type's speed advantage. Unlike Canon, where the battle was largely about type matchups, this becomes a showcase of status move mastery. Butterfree follows up with Stun Spore, keeping Staryu immobilized while Confusion deals consistent damage. Staryu falls without landing a significant hit, demonstrating Ash's evolved understanding of battlefield control. Misty's Starmie presents a greater challenge, its psychic typing resisting Butterfree's status moves. Ash recalls Butterfree and sends out Bulbasaur, but instead of the straightforward grass versus water approach, he coordinates a complex strategy. Bulbasaur uses Leech Seed to establish damage over time, then follows with Sleep Powder. When Starmie uses Recover to heal, Ash switches to Mankey mid-battle. The fighting type's Karate Chop breaks through Starmie's defenses, and a perfectly timed Seismic Toss secures the victory. Misty awards Ash the Cascade Badge, impressed by his tactical approach rather than raw power. The victory establishes a pattern that will define Ash's Kanto journey. Where Canon Ash often relied on Pikachu's overwhelming electrical attacks or last-minute power surges, this timeline's Ash consistently outthinks his opponents. Brock notes that Ash's battle style resembles that of more experienced trainers, combining type advantages with status effects and battlefield positioning. This strategic foundation proves crucial as they head toward Vermilion City. The journey to Lupnian Surge presents unique challenges. In canon, Pikachu's eventual victory over Raichu became an iconic moment about friendship trumping raw power. Without Pikachu, Ash must find different ways to overcome the Electric Gym Leader's powerhouse team. During training sessions with Brock, Ash develops ground-based strategies, using Mankey, and begins teaching Bulbasaur to dig shallow trenches with Vine Whip, creating natural grounding points on the battlefield. Team Rocket encounters play out completely differently as well. Without Pikachu as their primary target, Jesse and James initially show little interest in Ash's team. However, when they witness Bulbasaur's exceptional battle coordination and leadership skills during a chance encounter, they shift their focus to the grass type. Unlike Canon's repetitive Pikachu theft attempts, Team Rocket develops more sophisticated schemes to capture what they perceive as an unusually intelligent Bulbasaur. These encounters force Ash to develop counter strategies, further accelerating his growth as a tactical trainer. The Lillitan Surge battle becomes one of Ash's most creative victories. Facing Raichu's overwhelming electrical power, Ash employs a three-stage strategy. First, Mankey uses Swift to scatter metallic objects across the battlefield, creating multiple lightning rod targets. Then Bulbasaur digs connecting trenches using Vine Whip, channeling Raichu's electrical attacks safely into the ground. Finally, while Raichu is focused on its electrical assault, Butterfree approaches from above, using Supersonic to confuse the electric type. The disoriented Raichu becomes vulnerable to Mankey's close combat, delivering Ash his third badge through pure tactical superiority. Laurent Surge, who expected to overwhelm another rookie trainer with raw power, finds himself genuinely impressed by Ash's innovative approach. This victory resonates throughout the Kanto region. Word spreads about the young trainer who defeated Latin Surge without using a single electric-type move, instead relying on battlefield manipulation and team coordination. Other trainers begin seeking out Ash for battles, eager to test their skills against his unique strategies. Unlike canon, where Ash was often seen as lucky or reckless, this timeline establishes him as a rising tactical genius. The path to Celadon City introduces Ash to his most significant challenge yet. Erica's grass-type specialty creates a complex situation where Ash's own Bulbasaur faces type disadvantage against evolved grass types like Vileplume and Victreebel. Brock helps Ash understand that this battle will test his ability to use non-traditional strategies, even when facing unfavorable matchups. During preparation, Ash trains Beedrill extensively in aerial maneuvers, recognizing that the poison type's speed and agility could overcome grass type bulk. The Celadon Gym battle showcases Ash's most sophisticated strategy to date. Against Erica's Tangela, Ash uses Butterfree's Whirlwind to create air currents that disperse sleep powder before it can affect his team. Beedrill follows up with Pin Missile, using its speed to stay ahead of Tangela's vine attacks. When Erica sends out Vileplume, Ash makes an unexpected choice, using Mankey's agility to stay mobile while delivering super effective close combat attacks. The fighting type moves prove devastatingly effective against Vileplume's bulk-focused build. Erica's ace, Victreebel, presents the ultimate test. Its combination of grass and poison typing resists many of Ash's usual strategies, and its Razor Leaf attacks threaten to overwhelm his team. Ash responds with his most creative coordination yet, using Bulbasaur and Butterfree together. Bulbasaur's sweet scent attracts Victreebel's attention, while Butterfree uses Psybeam to create visual distortions. Confused and distracted, Victreebel becomes vulnerable to a perfectly executed combination attack, with Bulbasaur's Vine Whip holding the opponent steady, while Beedrill delivers a decisive poison jab. The victory earns Ash the Rainbow Badge and establishes him as one of the most promising trainers in Kanto. As Ash's reputation grows, his team dynamics continue evolving. Bulbasaur emerges as not just a team leader, but a strategic coordinator, often positioning teammates for combination attacks. Butterfree develops into a specialist in battlefield control, using status moves and environmental manipulation to create advantages. Beedrill becomes Ash's precision striker, capable of exploiting openings created by his teammates. Pidgeotto, now evolved into Pidgeot, serves as both its aerial reconnaissance and a powerful sweeper capable of handling multiple opponents. Mankey rounds out the team as a versatile fighter, equally capable of direct combat and tactical positioning. The approach to Fuchsia City brings new challenges as Ash encounters more experienced trainers drawn by his growing reputation. Unlike canon, where many of Ash's encounters were chance meetings, this timeline sees veteran trainers specifically seeking him out for battles. These encounters accelerate Ash's learning curve, exposing him to advanced techniques and strategies that most rookie trainers never experience. Brock notes that Ash is developing battle instincts typically seen only in trainers with years of experience. Koga's Fuchsia Gym presents unique psychological challenges alongside the traditional poison-type threats. The gym leader's use of illusions and misdirection initially confuses Ash's strategic approach, as his careful planning becomes less effective against constantly shifting battlefield conditions. However, this challenge forces Ash to develop adaptive thinking, learning to modify strategies in real time rather than relying solely on pre-battle preparation. The Fuchsia Gym battle becomes a masterclass in adaptation. Against Koga's Venonat, Ash initially struggles with the poison type's disable attacks, neutralizing his planned strategies. Instead of panicking, Ash switches to improvisation, using Pidgeot's speed to keep the opponent guessing, while Butterfree provides support with status moves. When Koga's Venomoth enters the battle, its psychic attacks threaten to overwhelm Ash's team. This time, Ash combines all his learned techniques, using Bulbasaur's Leech Seed for consistent damage, Mankey's mobility to avoid psychic attacks, and Beedrill's speed to deliver precise strikes. The complex coordination required pushes Ash's tactical abilities to new heights, earning him the Soul Badge through pure strategic evolution. Blaine's Cinnabar Gym represents Ash's most challenging type matchup yet. Fire types hold significant advantages over most of his team, with only Mankey offering neutral matchups. The intense heat of the volcanic battlefield also affects his Pokemon's stamina, forcing Ash to develop heat management strategies. Unlike Canon, where Pikachu's electrical attacks provided solutions to fire-type challenges, this timeline requires completely original approaches. During preparation for Blaine, Ash discovers that Mankey has been developing unusual resilience to heat through their training sessions. This leads to an intensive training regimen where Mankey learns to use the volcanic environment to its advantage, incorporating environmental factors into fighting type techniques. Bulbasaur also adapts, learning to use its vines to access cooler areas beneath the battlefield surface, maintaining effectiveness despite type disadvantage. The Cinnabar Gym battle pushes every member of Ash's team to their limits. Blaine's Growlithe proves vulnerable to Mankey's improved heat resistance and fighting type attacks, but as Rapidash presents a speed challenge that tests Ash's coordination skills. Using a combination of Butterfree's status moves to slow Rapidash and Pidgeot's aerial attacks to maintain pressure, Ash creates openings for Mankey's decisive strikes. Blaine's ace Arcanine threatens to end the battle with overwhelming fire-type power, but Ash's most creative strategy yet turns the tide. Using Bulbasaur's vines to create underground channels, he redirects geothermal vents to create steam clouds that obscure Arcanine's vision while providing cover for a coordinated team assault. The victory earns Ash the Volcano Badge and recognition as one of Kanto's most innovative trainers. With 7 badges earned through pure strategic excellence, Ash approaches Viridian Gym with confidence born from proven adaptability. However, Giovanni's ground-type specialty and reputation for ruthless tactics present challenges unlike any previous gym leader. The final badge battle will test not just Ash's strategic abilities, but his capacity to face truly overwhelming odds. The Viridian Gym battle against Giovanni becomes Ash's defining moment in Kanto. Facing Rhyhorn, Dugtrio, and Giovanni's ace Nidoqueen, Ash must overcome massive type disadvantages and raw power differences through pure tactical superiority. The battle showcases every technique he has developed throughout his journey, combining status effects, environmental manipulation, team coordination, and adaptive strategy into a seamless whole. When Butterfree's sleep powder finally connects with Nidoqueen after a complex setup involving all 5 team members, Ash secures his 8th badge and earns Giovanni's rare acknowledgement of tactical excellence. The Indigo League represents the culmination of Ash's strategic evolution. Unlike Canon, where Ash's early elimination highlighted his inexperience, this timeline sees him advancing through preliminary rounds, with methodical precision. His reputation as a tactical innovator draws attention from league officials and veteran trainers, establishing him as a legitimate championship contender. Each victory demonstrates different aspects of his strategic mastery, from type manipulation to battlefield control to pure team coordination. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and chosen Bulbasaur instead of receiving Pikachu, he would have developed into the strategic mastermind the Pokemon world had never seen coming. The League tournament bracket places Ash against increasingly formidable opponents who test different aspects of his evolved strategic approach. His first major challenge comes against a trainer specializing in steel types, where traditional type advantages mean little against defensive powerhouses like Steelix and Skarmory. Unlike Canon, where Ash often relied on raw power or type effectiveness, this timeline sees him employing battlefield manipulation on a scale that impresses even the League commentators. Using Bulbasaur's enhanced Vine Whip to create underground root networks, he establishes information gathering systems that track opponent movements through soil vibrations. When combined with Butterfree's compound eyes, providing aerial reconnaissance, and Pidgeot's wind currents carrying scent trails, Ash creates a battlefield awareness network that anticipates his opponent's strategies before they fully develop. The Steel-type specialist falls to a coordinated assault that bypasses raw defense through environmental control. Mankey's fighting-type techniques, refined through months of heat training, prove devastating when applied at precisely the right moments identified by Ash's intelligence network. But the victory costs him, as Bulbasaur sustains significant damage that will affect later battles. This creates the first major strategic dilemma of Ash's league run, forcing him to balance his ace's health against the increasing difficulty of upcoming matches. His quarterfinal opponent brings a team built around weather manipulation, featuring Golduck, Tentacruel, and an ace Gyarados that can summon rain at will. The battle becomes a masterclass in adaptive strategy as Ecruteak faces his first opponent who can match his environmental control abilities. Unlike the straightforward type matchups that defined earlier battles, this encounter forces both trainers to constantly adjust their approaches as battlefield conditions shift. When rain begins falling, traditional fire and ground strategies become ineffective, but Ash adapts by using the moisture to enhance Bulbasaur's grass-type techniques while employing Butterfree's powder moves in ways that turn raindrops into delivery systems for status effects. The Gyarados battle showcases just how far Ash has progressed from his canon counterpart's impulsive style. Instead of meeting raw power with raw power, he orchestrates a complex strategy involving all 5 remaining team members. Pidgeot creates wind patterns that redirect Gyarados' Hyper Beam attacks, while Mankey uses the redirected energy as cover to position for close-range fighting-type strikes. Butterfree's psychic abilities, developed through constant strategic coordination, prove crucial in predicting and countering Gyarados' serpentine movement patterns. The victory comes when Ash successfully baits Gyarados into a Hyper Beam that Bulbasaur redirects through vine networks into the battlefield's underground water systems, creating a steam explosion that leaves the massive Pokémon vulnerable to a coordinated team finish. The semifinal presents Ash's greatest challenge yet, a trainer whose team composition seems designed specifically to counter strategic approaches. Featuring Alakazam, Gengar, Crobat, and three other Pokemon chosen for speed and unpredictability, the opponent forces Ash into reactive mode for the first time in the tournament. The Alakazam's psychic abilities disrupt his usual information gathering techniques, while Gengar's ghost typing neutralizes many of his most effective coordination strategies. This battle becomes less about environmental control and more about pure tactical adaptation under pressure. Unlike his canon self, who might have panicked when his usual approaches failed, this Ash demonstrates the mental flexibility that months of strategic thinking have developed. When Alakazam's psychic powers block his underground root networks, he shifts to aerial coordination through Pidgeot and Butterfree. When Gengar's intangibility negates direct attacks, he develops indirect approaches using reflected attacks and environmental hazards. The turning point comes when Ash realizes his opponent has been studying his previous battles and anticipating his established patterns. Instead of sticking with proven strategies, he improvises entirely new combinations that his team executes flawlessly due to their enhanced communication and trust. The Gengar confrontation becomes particularly memorable as Ash uses the ghost Pokemon's own intangibility against it. By coordinating attacks that force Gengar to phase in and out of solid form at specific timing intervals, he creates windows where traditional attacks become effective. Mankey's fighting type techniques, enhanced by months of precision training, prove devastating when applied at exactly the right microsecond of Gengar's phase cycle. The victory demonstrates not just strategic thinking, but the kind of split-second tactical adjustment that separates great trainers from good ones. Reaching the finals represents a watershed moment, not just for Ash, but for competitive Pokemon training itself. His opponent, the tournament favorite, brings a team of pseudo-legendaries, including Dragonite, Tyranitar, and Metagross, that would overwhelm most trainers through sheer statistical superiority. The pre-battle analysis shows Ash facing opponents with higher base stats, more powerful moves, and greater battle experience. However, his journey through Kanto has proven that raw power means little against superior strategy and perfect team coordination. The championship battle unfolds across multiple phases, with each of Ash's Pokemon showcasing the specialized roles they have developed throughout their journey. Butterfree opens with a complex status strategy that combines Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, and Psychic Manipulation to create battlefield conditions that neutralize the opponent's speed advantages. Unlike canon battles, where status moves often serve as temporary delays, here they become integral components of a larger strategic framework. Pidgeot's role in the finals demonstrates just how far removed this timeline has become from canon expectations. Instead of serving primarily as an aerial offense, Pidgeot functions as battlefield control, using precisely timed wind attacks to redirect opponent moves while creating air current patterns that enhance teammate positioning. When facing the opponent's Dragonite in aerial combat, the battle becomes less about raw flying ability and more about three-dimensional tactical positioning that treats the airspace as a chessboard. Mankey's championship performance showcases the culmination of its evolution from angry fighter to precision warrior. The fighting type techniques developed through environmental training prove perfectly suited for exploiting the minimal gaps in pseudo-legendary defenses. Against Tyranitar, traditionally an impossible matchup for fighting types, Mankey demonstrates how perfect timing and strategic positioning can overcome type disadvantages. The key moment comes when Mankey uses Tyranitar's own sandstorm against it, employing the reduced visibility to land a series of precisely targeted strikes that exploit structural weak points rather than attempting to overpower the rock type's natural defenses. Bulbasaur's championship battle against Metagross becomes the emotional climax of Ash's Kanto journey. The grass-type starter, carrying battle damage from earlier rounds, faces a steel-type opponent that resists most of its natural attacks while possessing overwhelming computational abilities that counter strategic approaches. The battle forces Bulbasaur to transcend its established role as tactical coordinator and become something unprecedented in Pokemon battles. Using vine networks, not just for information gathering, but for electromagnetic manipulation, Bulbasaur learns to interfere with Metagross's steel-type neural pathways, creating the first documented case of a grass-type Pokemon employing quasi-electric techniques through environmental adaptation. The final moments of the championship showcase why this timeline's Ash has become something entirely different from his canon counterpart. When traditional strategies reach their limits, and even his enhanced team coordination approaches exhaustion, Ash demonstrates the ultimate evolution of his strategic thinking. Instead of relying on a single ace or hoping for a miraculous power-up, he orchestrates a 5 Pokemon combination technique that treats his entire remaining team as components of a single strategic organism. The finishing move involves Butterfree's psychic coordination, Pidgeot's wind manipulation, Mankey's precise timing, and Bulbasaur's environmental control working in perfect synchronization to create an attack that transcends individual Pokemon capabilities. When the championship ends with Ash's victory, the Pokemon world witnesses something unprecedented. Unlike Canon League winners, who typically succeed through powerful individual Pokemon or favorable matchups, Ash's triumph represents the victory of pure strategic thinking over raw power. His championship team, composed entirely of commonly available Pokemon species, proves that tactical excellence can overcome any statistical disadvantage. The aftermath of Ash's Indigo League victory sends ripples throughout the Pokemon world that extend far beyond his personal journey. Professor Oak's research into team coordination receives unprecedented attention as trainers worldwide attempt to replicate Ash's strategic innovations. The League itself begins reconsidering battle formats to account for environmental manipulation techniques that Ash pioneered. Most significantly, the traditional emphasis on capturing rare or powerful Pokemon species begins shifting toward developing deeper strategic partnerships with available team members. Gary's reaction to Ash's championship provides the ultimate validation of this timeline's transformation. Unlike canon, where Gary often dismissed Ash's unconventional approaches, here he acknowledges that his rival has discovered something fundamental about Pokemon training that conventional wisdom missed. Their post-championship conversation reveals that Gary has been studying Ash's battles and attempting to incorporate strategic thinking into his own training philosophy. This represents a complete reversal of their canonical dynamic, where Ash typically learned from Gary's example. The championship victory establishes Ash as more than just a regional league winner. His tactical innovations attract attention from Elite Four members and champions from other regions, setting up potential future challenges that would test his strategic approach against the highest levels of competitive Pokemon training. Unlike Canon, where Ash's early journey often highlighted his inexperience and need for growth, this timeline positions him as a revolutionary force in competitive training methodology. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never received Pikachu, he would have developed the strategic mastery that made him Kanto's youngest league champion, revolutionized competitive Pokemon training, and proven that tactical excellence trumps raw power every single time. His Bulbasaur would have evolved into the most innovative battle coordinator in Pokemon history. His team would have redefined what common Pokemon could achieve through perfect strategy, and his name would be remembered not for emotional bonds or miraculous comebacks, but for the pure intellectual brilliance that conquered the Indigo League through superior thinking alone. The reverberations of Ash's strategic revolution extend far beyond the Indigo Plateau. His championship victory fundamentally alters the trajectory of every major character whose path intersects with his journey. Misty, who in canon eventually returns to Cerulean City to assume gym leadership responsibilities, finds herself drawn into Ash's tactical innovations. Unlike canon, where her time with Ash primarily focused on water Pokemon care and basic battle experience, this timeline sees her developing sophisticated battlefield analysis skills. Her Psyduck, which canonically remained largely ineffective despite its hidden psychic potential, becomes a cornerstone of her strategic development under Ash's influence. The duck Pokemon's unpredictable psychic bursts, rather than being treated as comedic relief, are analyzed and incorporated into calculated battle plans that exploit opponent expectations. Brock's canonical passion for Pokemon breeding takes on an entirely different dimension in this timeline. Instead of focusing primarily on nutrition and care, his research shifts toward understanding how genetic traits interact with strategic battle applications. His collaboration with Ash's team reveals breeding considerations that extend beyond individual Pokemon strength toward compatibility matrices that optimize team coordination. The Onyx that represents his gym leadership in canon becomes a study subject for how traditionally defensive Pokemon can be repositioned as strategic anchors in complex battle formations. This research attracts attention from Pokemon breeding facilities across multiple regions, establishing Brock as a pioneer in tactical breeding methodology rather than simply a caretaker focused on Pokemon wellness. Team Rocket's interactions with this strategically dominant Ash create complications that ripple through their entire organizational structure. Jesse and James, who in canon often succeeded in capturing Pikachu through elaborate schemes that exploited Ash's emotional attachments, find their traditional approaches completely ineffective against a trainer who prioritizes calculated responses over impulsive reactions. Their repeated failures against Ash's tactical superiority force them to develop more sophisticated criminal methodologies, inadvertently making them more competent operatives. This improvement catches the attention of higher ranking Team Rocket members, accelerating their advancement within the organization and positioning them for more significant roles in later criminal enterprises. Unlike Canon, where their bumbling nature often relegated them to minor harassment duties, this timeline sees them becoming genuinely dangerous opponents who require serious strategic consideration. The Indigo League's response to Ash's championship victory creates institutional changes that affect every subsequent trainer's journey. The League Council implements new battle format options that accommodate environmental manipulation techniques, recognizing that Ash's innovations represent legitimate strategic evolution rather than rule exploitation. These format changes influence gym leader preparation across all regions, as gym leaders must now account for opponents who might employ sophisticated battlefield control rather than relying on straightforward type advantage exploitation. The ripple effects reach the Elite Four level, where members begin incorporating defensive strategies specifically designed to counter the coordination-based approaches that Ash pioneered. Lance's canonical role as champion becomes significantly more complex in this timeline. Unlike Canon, where his dragon-type specialization represented the pinnacle of individual Pokémon power, Lance now faces the challenge of defending his championship against a completely different paradigm of competitive training. His preparation for potential future battles against Ash requires him to develop counter strategies for coordination-based approaches, fundamentally altering his training methodology. The dragon Pokémon that form his championship team must learn to operate as a cohesive tactical unit rather than relying on individual superiority, representing a philosophical shift that influences his approach to training other aspiring champions. Professor Oak's research takes on unprecedented significance as the scientific community attempts to understand the principles behind Ash's strategic innovations. Unlike Canon, where Oak's research primarily focused on Pokemon behavior and habitat studies, this timeline sees him pioneering the field of tactical Pokemon psychology. His analysis of how Ash's team achieves perfect coordination without the emotional bonding typically associated with such synchronization opens entirely new avenues of Pokemon research. The implications extend beyond competitive training into areas like Pokemon rescue operations, where coordinated team responses could save lives in emergency situations. The broader Pokemon research community responds to Oak's findings by establishing new academic disciplines focused on strategic Pokemon deployment. Universities across multiple regions begin offering courses in tactical Pokemon management, using Ash's championship battles as case studies for optimal resource allocation and battlefield control. This academic recognition legitimizes strategic thinking as a fundamental aspect of Pokemon training, rather than treating it as an advanced technique reserved for elite trainers. Gary's transformation in response to Ash's championship represents one of the most significant character development alterations in this timeline. Unlike Canon, where Gary's evolution as a trainer typically centered around developing emotional connections with his Pokemon, this timeline sees him embracing strategic analysis as his primary growth area. His grandfather's research provides him with theoretical frameworks for understanding Ash's tactical approaches, but implementing these concepts requires Gary to fundamentally restructure his relationship with competitive training. The Eevee that plays such a significant role in his canonical development becomes a testing ground for strategic flexibility, as its multiple evolution options provide tactical variety that supports coordination based battle approaches. The psychological impact of Ash's championship victory extends to trainers who never directly encountered him but observed his battles through league broadcasts. Unlike canon, where Ash's early journey often served as inspiration for persistence despite repeated losses, this timeline establishes him as proof that intellectual preparation can overcome any obstacle. Young trainers across multiple regions begin prioritizing strategic study over simple Pokemon collection, fundamentally altering the culture of beginning trainer development. Pokémon Centers report increased requests for battle analysis resources rather than basic care information, indicating a generational shift toward tactical sophistication. The economic implications of Ash's strategic revolution affect Pokemon related industries throughout multiple regions. Training equipment manufacturers develop new products designed to support coordination based training methodologies, creating market opportunities that did not exist in canon. Pokemon food companies research nutritional approaches that optimize team performance rather than individual Pokemon development, responding to trainer demand for products that support Ash's tactical innovations. The Pokéball manufacturing industry explores designs that facilitate rapid tactical deployment rather than focusing solely on capture efficiency or comfort features. International Pokemon League organizations begin studying Ash's championship as a template for competitive format evolution. Unlike canon, where regional leagues maintained relatively static battle structures, this timeline sees active experimentation with new competitive formats that reward strategic thinking over raw power accumulation. The Orange Islands League, which canonically featured non traditional challenges, becomes a testing ground for coordination based competition formats that other regions eventually adopt. These changes influence trainer preparation strategies across all regions, as competitors must now account for multiple potential battle formats rather than mastering a single competitive approach. The most profound long term consequence of Ash's championship involves the fundamental redefinition of what constitutes Pokemon training mastery. Unlike canon, where the strongest trainers were typically associated with rare Pokemon species or exceptional individual specimens, this timeline establishes strategic thinking as the ultimate measure of trainer capability. Champions from other regions find themselves defending their titles against challengers who prioritize tactical preparation over Pokemon acquisition, creating a competitive environment where intellectual preparation becomes as important as traditional training methods. This shift influences everything from gym leader requirements to Elite Four selection criteria, as Pokemon League organizations recognize that strategic mastery represents a more sustainable and accessible path to competitive excellence than relying on rare Pokemon encounters or exceptional genetic specimens. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never received Pikachu, he would have developed the strategic mastery that made him Kanto's youngest league champion, revolutionized competitive Pokemon training, and proven that tactical excellence trumps raw power every single time. His Bulbasaur would have evolved into the most innovative battle coordinator in Pokemon history. His team would have redefined what common Pokemon could achieve through perfect strategy, and his name would be remembered not for emotional bonds or miraculous comebacks, but for the pure intellectual brilliance that conquered the Indigo League through superior thinking alone. The strategic revolution Ash initiated through his Indigo League championship creates ripple effects that extend far beyond competitive Pokemon training into fundamental changes in Pokemon education and research methodologies. Unlike canon, where Pokemon research remained primarily focused on species documentation and habitat studies. This timeline sees the emergence of tactical coordination as a legitimate academic discipline. Professor Oak, impressed by Ash's systematic approach to team coordination, establishes the first formal Pokemon Strategy Research Institute at his laboratory. The institute attracts researchers from across the globe who study the mathematical principles underlying effective Pokemon team coordination, developing theoretical frameworks that explain why certain tactical combinations produce superior results, regardless of individual Pokemon strength levels. The educational implications prove equally transformative. Pokemon trainer schools, which canonically focused on basic Pokemon care and simple battle techniques, restructure their curricula around strategic thinking and tactical analysis. Students spend as much time studying battle recordings and analyzing coordination patterns as they do learning about Pokemon biology and care. The Pewter City Trainer School becomes the first institution to offer advanced degrees in Pokemon battle strategy, attracting students who might have previously pursued careers in Pokemon research or breeding. This educational shift produces a generation of trainers who approach Pokemon training as an intellectual discipline rather than an intuitive art form, fundamentally altering the trainer culture across multiple regions. Brock's career trajectory changes dramatically as a result of these educational developments. Instead of pursuing Pokemon breeding like in canon, he becomes fascinated by the nutritional science that supports tactical coordination training. His understanding of Pokemon care, combined with exposure to Ash's strategic methodologies, leads him to develop specialized dietary programs that optimize Pokemon performance for coordination-based battle styles. He establishes the first Pokemon Tactical Nutrition Laboratory in Pewter City, working directly with Professor Oak's Strategy Research Institute to understand how nutritional approaches can support the complex energy demands of synchronized team tactics. Brock's research reveals that Pokemon participating in coordination-based strategies require different nutritional profiles than those trained for individual power maximization, leading to breakthrough discoveries in Pokemon metabolism and energy distribution. Misty's development follows a similarly transformed path. Her experience battling alongside Ash's strategically coordinated teams influences her approach to gym leadership when she eventually takes over the Cerulean Gym from her sisters. Unlike canon, where she maintains the gym's focus on water-type Pokemon and straightforward battle approaches, this timeline sees Misty implementing coordination-based challenges that test trainers' strategic thinking rather than simple type advantages. The Cerulean Gym becomes known for complex multi-Pokemon scenarios, where challengers must demonstrate tactical adaptability rather than raw power. Misty's innovations influence other gym leaders throughout Kanto who begin incorporating strategic elements into their own gym challenges, creating a regional network of training facilities that prioritize intellectual development alongside Pokemon care skills. The impact on Pokemon research extends into areas that Canon never explored. Dr. Elm, inspired by reports of Ash's tactical innovations, begins studying the neurological basis of Pokemon coordination, seeking to understand how Pokemon develop the cognitive abilities necessary for complex strategic cooperation. His research reveals that Pokemon possess far greater capacity for tactical thinking than previously understood, leading to discoveries about Pokemon intelligence that revolutionize the scientific understanding of Pokemon consciousness and decision making abilities. These findings influence Pokemon rights legislation and training regulations as society grapples with the implications of recognizing Pokemon as strategic partners rather than simply trained companions. The legendary Pokemon encounters that defined much of Ash's canon journey unfold differently in this timeline. When Ash eventually encounters Mewtwo during the events that would have led to the first movie, his strategic mindset approaches the situation as a tactical challenge rather than an emotional confrontation. Instead of relying on the power of friendship and emotional appeals like in canon, Ash analyzes Mewtwo's psychological motivations and develops a strategic approach to communication that addresses the legendary Pokemon's intellectual concerns about Pokemon human relationships. This approach proves more effective than canon's emotional resolution, leading to a deeper philosophical discussion about the nature of Pokemon training and the ethics of competitive battling that influences Mewtwo's ultimate decision about coexistence with humans. The encounter with Lugia during the Orange Islands arc demonstrates how Ash's strategic approach transforms even legendary encounters. Rather than stumbling into the situation through coincidence like in canon, Ash's analytical mindset leads him to research the historical patterns behind the legendary birds' conflicts, developing a tactical understanding of their territorial behaviors that allows him to predict and prevent the crisis before it reaches critical levels. His strategic intervention, supported by his perfectly coordinated team, resolves the situation through careful planning rather than desperate improvisation, establishing a precedent for how strategic thinking can address even legendary scale challenges. Team Rocket's interactions with Ash evolve dramatically in response to his strategic superiority. Jesse, James, and Meowth, faced with a trainer who consistently outmaneuvers their schemes through superior planning rather than luck or last-minute power displays, are forced to develop increasingly sophisticated plans to challenge him. This intellectual arms race pushes Team Rocket toward genuine strategic innovation, transforming them from bumbling antagonists into worthy tactical opponents who serve as testing grounds for Ash's evolving strategic capabilities. Their schemes become elaborate tactical puzzles that challenge Ash to develop new coordination techniques and strategic approaches, creating a symbiotic relationship where both sides drive each other toward greater tactical sophistication. The long-term implications for Pokemon League structure become apparent as other regions begin implementing strategic elements inspired by Ash's championship. The Johto League introduces coordination requirements into their Elite Four challenges, recognizing that strategic mastery represents a more comprehensive test of trainer capability than individual Pokemon strength. Lance, as the Kanto and Johto champion, becomes an advocate for strategic training methodologies, using his influence to promote coordination based training programs throughout both regions. His own team development shifts toward tactical coordination as he recognizes that maintaining his championship status requires adapting to the new strategic paradigm that Ash established. The influence extends to international Pokemon competitions and exhibitions. The Pokemon World Tournament, when it eventually occurs, features strategic coordination as a primary competitive category, with trainers from around the globe demonstrating tactical innovations inspired by Ash's revolutionary approach. The tournament becomes a showcase for strategic evolution in Pokemon training, featuring battles that prioritize intellectual preparation and tactical execution over rare Pokemon acquisition or exceptional individual specimens. These competitions drive continued innovation in strategic thinking as trainers from different regions contribute unique tactical perspectives that expand the overall understanding of Pokemon coordination possibilities. The cultural impact proves equally significant. Pokemon training transforms from a primarily intuitive pursuit into a recognized intellectual discipline that attracts individuals who might never have considered becoming Pokemon trainers under the canon system. Universities begin offering Pokemon strategy programs alongside traditional academic disciplines, recognizing tactical coordination as a legitimate field of study that develops valuable analytical and leadership skills applicable beyond Pokemon training. This academic recognition elevates the social status of Pokemon training, attracting individuals with strong analytical capabilities who contribute to continued strategic innovation and tactical development. The economic implications extend beyond training equipment and Pokemon care products into entirely new industries focused on strategic analysis and tactical consultation. Professional Pokemon strategy consultants emerge as a recognized profession, providing tactical analysis services to trainers, gym leaders, and Pokemon League organizations. These consultants develop sophisticated analytical tools and methodologies for evaluating team coordination potential and strategic optimization, creating a knowledge-based economy around Pokemon tactical expertise that generates employment opportunities for individuals with strong analytical skills but limited Pokemon training experience. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never received Pikachu, he would have become the strategic mastermind who revolutionized Pokemon training forever, transforming competitive battling from an intuitive art into an intellectual science that elevated both Pokemon and trainers to unprecedented levels of tactical sophistication. This time, Ash's intellectual journey doesn't stop at the Johto League. His strategic prowess, honed by years of overcoming adversity without a single overpowered ace, takes him to Hoenn. Unlike Canon, where Ash often struggled with gym leaders and relied on newly caught Pokemon, this Ash arrives with a refined understanding of type matchups, move synergies, and environmental manipulation. He doesn't need to catch a Trico. His entire mental database is already a fully evolved Sceptile of strategic theory. His first Hoenn Gym challenge against Roxanne is a masterclass. Instead of Pikachu's Quick Attack and Iron Tail, Ash utilizes a calculated approach. His Grovel, trained with a focus on speed and evasion, uses Leaf Blade to slice through Roxanne's Geodude and Nosepass, but the true brilliance lies in his Torkoal. Torkoal, a Pokemon Ash captured early due to its defensive capabilities and potential for creating environmental hazards, uses smog to obscure the field and create disorienting conditions for Roxanne's rock-type Pokemon. This allows Grovyle to exploit openings, delivering precise leaf blade strikes for a swift victory, earning the stone badge without a single major struggle. The battle is less about raw power and more about strategic positioning and battlefield control, a theme that will define Ash's Hoenn journey. Brawly, the Dewford Town gym leader, provides a different challenge. His fighting-type Pokemon excel in close combat. Ash, anticipating this, leads with his Swellow, a Pokemon chosen for its aerial advantage and speed. Swellow uses Aerial Ace to harass Brawly's Machop and Makuhita, keeping them off balance. The real innovation comes with Ash's Corphish. Unlike Cannon, where Corphish often acted impulsively, this Corphish is trained with a focus on defensive counters and unexpected attacks. It uses Bubble Beam to create slippery surfaces, disrupting Brawly's Pokemon's footing, then follows up with Crab Hammer. The decisive moment comes when Corphish, after taking a powerful karate chop from Makuhita, utilizes Harden to absorb the blow, then retaliates with a precise bubble beam to the face, stunning Makuhita for a final Crab Hammer. Ash secures the Knuckle Badge with tactical ingenuity. Watson's electric-type gym in Mauville City is typically a significant hurdle for Ash. This time, however, Ash has prepared. He uses his newly evolved Sceptile, whose speed and grass typing are naturally advantageous. Sceptile uses Leaf Blade to bypass Watson's Magnemite and Voltorb, but the real star is his Torkoal. Torkoal, using its Shell Smash to boost its speed and attack, absorbs electric attacks with its high special defense, then counters with powerful flamethrowers. For Watson's ace, Manectric, Ash employs a risky but brilliant strategy. Sceptile uses Detect to evade Manectric's Thunderbolt, then counters with a focused Bullet Seed barrage, pinning Manectric. Torkoal then unleashes a powerful Overheat, securing the Dynamo Badge. Watson, a robotics enthusiast, is fascinated by Ash's systematic approach, seeing parallels to his own engineering principles. He praises Ash's optimally designed battle algorithms. Flannery's Fire-type gym is typically straightforward for Ash with his Water-type Pokemon. Here, Ash again showcases his strategic depth. His Corphish, now a formidable Crawdaunt, uses Bubble Beam and Crab Hammer to dispatch Flannery's Slugma and Magcargo. The unique element comes with Swellow. Recognizing the oppressive heat of the gym, Swellow uses Agility to create updrafts, dispersing the heat and giving it a speed advantage. It then uses Steel Wing against Flannery's Torkoal, an unexpected super effective move that, combined with the environmental control, brings down the Fire-type ace. This earns Ash the Heat Badge. Norman, Ash's father figure in Hoenn, is a normal-type gym leader, and his battle is a significant emotional and strategic test for Ash. Unlike Cannon, where Ash's Sceptile struggles, this Sceptile is a master of its moveset. It uses Leaf Blade and Quick Attack to battle Norman's Slaking, but the true brilliance comes from Ash's understanding of Slaking's truant ability. Ash meticulously plans his attacks during Slaking's inactive turns, using his Crawdaunt to set up Aqua Jet attacks during the truant turns, and then switching to Sceptile for a powerful Leaf Blade when Slaking is vulnerable. The battle becomes a chess match of timing and prediction, with a final perfectly timed Leaf Blade during Slaking's truant turn. Ash defeats his father figure and earns the Balance Badge. The emotional payoff is immense, not one of raw power, but of mutual respect, won through strategic mastery. Winona, the Four-Tree City gym leader, and her flying-type Pokémon are a challenge Ash has faced many times. This time, however, Ash has his own powerful flying type in Swellow, now a seasoned combatant. Swellow uses Aerial Ace to counter Winona's Tropius and Pelipper. The decisive move comes from Ash's Torkoal. Recognizing the open-air environment of the gym, Torkoal uses smog to cloud the skies, disorienting Winona's aerial fighters and bringing them lower. This allows Sceptile to deliver devastating Leaf Blade attacks from the ground. For Winona's Skarmory, Ash uses Crawdont's powerful Water Pulse, bringing down the Steel Bird. The Feather Badge is secured through a coordinated ground and air assault. Tate and Liza, the Moss Deep City gym leaders, present a unique challenge, a double battle. Ash, ever the strategist, has prepared for this. He pairs Sceptile and Torkoal. Sceptile uses its speed for focused attacks, while Torkoal provides defensive support and environmental control with Smog and Flamethrower. They face Solrock and Lunatone. Sceptile uses Leaf Blade on Lunatone, while Torkoal uses Flamethrower on Solrock. The key to victory is Ash's understanding of the psychic type's weaknesses. He uses Crawdont to unleash a powerful Dark Pulse against both psychic types, a move that is super effective against both. The surprise Dark Pulse combined with Sceptile and Torkoal's coordinated attacks secure the Mind Badge. Juan, the Sutopolis City gym leader, and his Water-type Pokémon are Ash's final Hoenn challenge. This time, Ash leads with his Sceptile and Torkoal. Sceptile uses its Grass-type attacks against Juan's Celio and Luvdisc. Torkoal's Flamethrower provides covering fire. The real strategic play comes with Ash's Swellow. Recognizing Juan's use of water-based attacks, Swellow uses Steel Wing to create powerful gusts, disrupting the water and creating openings. For Juan's Melodic, a notoriously difficult Pokémon, Ash employs a combination of Sceptile's Leaf Storm and Torkoal's Overheat, overwhelming Melodic with sustained powerful attacks. The final hit comes from a perfectly timed Steel Wing from Swellow, bringing down the elegant water type. Ash earns the Rain Badge, completing his Hoenn Gym Challenge. With all 8 badges, Ash enters the Hoenn League. Unlike Canon, where he loses in the quarterfinals to Tyson, this Ash, with his hyper-analytical approach to battling, has a significant advantage. His team consists of Sceptile, Torkoal, Crawdont, Swellow, Corphish, and a newly acquired Donphan, a Pokémon chosen for its defensive strength and ground-type attacks. He breezes through the preliminary rounds, his systematic approach dismantling opponents. In the quarterfinals, he faces Katie, a trainer with a diverse team. Ash's Sceptile defeats her Grovyle, and Walrein with precise Leaf Blade and Bullet Seed attacks. Crawdont's Dark Pulse takes down her Donphan. The match is a display of Ash's adaptability. In the semifinals, he faces Morrison, a trainer with a powerful Matang. Ash's Torkoal battles it, using Flamethrower to soften it up, but the true strategic genius comes from Ash's Donphan. Donphan, with its rollout, creates a defensive barrier, then uses Earthquake to create tremors, disrupting Matang's balance. The final blow comes from Sceptile's Leaf Blade, securing Ash's place in the finals. The Hoenn League final sees Ash facing Tyson, a formidable opponent with a powerful Meowth that acts like a Persian. Tyson's team is strong, featuring a Sceptile, Shiftry, and a Metagross. The battle is a strategic masterpiece. Ash's Sceptile faces Tyson's Sceptile in a mirror match, with Ash's Sceptile emerging victorious due to its superior strategic positioning and move execution. Crawdaunt battles Tyson's Shiftry, using Crabhammer to break through its defenses. The climactic battle is Ash's Donphan against Tyson's Metagross. Metagross, a pseudo-legendary, is a powerhouse. Ash, knowing this, doesn't rely on brute force. Donphan uses Defense Curl and Rollout, creating a defensive and offensive presence. The strategy involves Donphan using Earthquake to create disruptions, then using its sturdy defense to withstand Metagross's attacks. The true stroke of genius comes when Ash realizes Metagross's high special defense. He switches to Swellow, who uses Steel Wing, a physical steel-type move, to chip away at Metagross's health. The final act sees Donphan, having taken significant damage, unleash the powerful, super-effective Earthquake, shaking the stadium and finally defeating Tyson's Metagross. Ash wins the Hoenn League. Unlike Canon, where he falls short, his strategic mastery and calculated approach allow him to conquer the Hoenn region. This victory is not about raw power or a single overpowered Pokémon. It is a testament to the intellectual rigor he applies to every battle. His win is a vindication of the strategic principles he has been developing since his very first day as a trainer. This Hoenn League victory further solidifies Ash's reputation as a strategic genius. The Pokémon League, recognizing the intellectual depth of his approach, begins to incorporate Ash's tactical analysis into their official coaching methodologies. Training academies across Hoenn start to emphasize strategy and coordination over brute force, leading to a new generation of trainers who think critically about every move. Gym leaders, inspired by Ash's innovative tactics, start to diversify their own battle strategies, making future gym challenges more complex and engaging. From Hoenn, Ash moves to Kanto's Battle Frontier. This time, he approaches the challenges not as individual battles, but as a series of strategic puzzles. His Hoenn League winning team, now even more experienced, is ready. He easily defeats Brandon's Regirock, Regis, and Registeel without the need for a legendary. This time, Ash's Sceptile, Donphan, and Crawdaunt, through coordinated attacks and type advantages, dismantle Brandon's legendary golems with clinical precision. For Regirock, Crawdaunt's Crabhammer and Donphan's Earthquake prove too much. For Regis, Torkoal's Overheat and Sceptile's Leaf Blade are perfectly timed. For Registeel, Donphan's Earthquake and Crawdaunt's Dark Pulse exploit weaknesses. Ash's strategic planning ensures that his team, though not legendary, is superior in execution. The battle frontier, under Ash's strategic onslaught, falls to him with unprecedented speed. Not a single frontier brain poses a significant challenge. This is because Ash doesn't just battle, he analyzes. He studies the patterns, the preferences, the environments, devising tailored strategies for each encounter. His victory is swift and absolute, cementing his status as a true strategic master. Next, Ash travels to Sinnoh. Here, his reputation precedes him. Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, hears of Ash's groundbreaking strategic methods and takes a personal interest. Unlike Canon, she observes his gym battles, intrigued by his intellectual approach. Ash's Sinnoh journey is marked by his continued refinement of strategy. He catches a Starly, a Turtwig, and a Chimchar, but unlike Canon, these Pokemon are integrated into his existing strategic framework from the outset. They aren't just powerful, they are chosen for their potential contributions to team synergy and strategic flexibility. His first Sinnoh Gym against Rourke is a demonstration of this. Turtwig's Razor Leaf and Bite, combined with a newly caught Buizel's Aqua Jet, dismantle Rourke's rock types. The key is Ash's understanding of momentum and type cycling, a technique he's perfected. Gardenia's Grass-type Gym proves an interesting challenge. Ash uses his newly evolved Staravia to counter, but the true strategic play comes from his Chimchar. Chimchar, with its Blaze ability, provides a powerful offensive presence, but Ash uses it in conjunction with other Pokemon to create openings rather than relying on raw power alone. Fantina's Ghost-type Gym is typically a struggle. This time, Ash uses his Staraptor's Aerial Ace and a newly evolved Grottle's Earthquake to great effect. The strategy revolves around disrupting Fantina's Pokemon's intangible nature with physical attacks and environmental control, a departure from Canon's more direct approach. By the time he reaches the Sinnoh League, Ash's team is a marvel of strategic synergy. He brings his veteran Sceptile and Crawdaunt, along with his Sinnoh aces, Infernip, Torterra, Staraptor, and Floatzel. His ascent through the Sinnoh League is a display of unparalleled tactical brilliance. He faces Paul in the semifinals. Unlike Canon, where their battle is a grueling slugfest, this time it is a strategic wargame. Ash, with his deep understanding of Paul's methodical approach, anticipates Paul's every move. Infernip's Blaze ability is used not just for power, but as a calculated risk, creating openings that Paul fails to exploit. Torterra's Woodhammer and Earthquake, combined with Staraptor's Brave Bird, overwhelm Paul's Drapion and Electivire. The battle concludes with Ash winning, but it's not a victory of raw power over training. It's a victory of superior strategy and adaptability. In the Sinnoh League finals, Ash faces Tobias, the trainer with legendaries. This is the ultimate test of Ash's strategic mastery. Tobias's Darkrai and Latios easily defeat most opponents, even in this timeline. However, Ash has prepared extensively. He knows he cannot overpower legendaries. Instead, he must outmaneuver them. His Staraptor, using Brave Bird, manages to land a significant hit on Darkrai before being taken down by Dark Void and Dream Eater. This is a sacrifice, a calculated move to gather information and chip away at Darkrai's health. Next, Ash sends out Floatzel. Floatzel uses Aqua Jet and Ice Punch, targeting Darkrai's weaknesses, but is ultimately defeated. The tide turns with Ash's Sceptile. Sceptile, with its superior speed and Leaf Blade, is able to evade Darkrai's attacks and land critical hits. The battle is extended, with Sceptile eventually defeating Darkrai, a feat previously thought impossible for a non-legendary. This is not a win based on plot armor. It is a win based on meticulous analysis of Darkrai's abilities and weaknesses, and Sceptile's honed agility and power. Next, Tobias sends out Latios. Ash uses his Torterra, a defensive powerhouse. Torterra uses Earthquake and Stone Edge, absorbing Latios's psychic attacks with its bulk. Torterra manages to land some hits, but Latios's aerial superiority and psychic powers are formidable. Torterra is eventually defeated. Ash's Infernape, his ace, is sent out. Infernape, with its speed and powerful fire-type attacks, engages Latios in a high-octane battle. Infernape uses Flare Blitz and close combat, dodging Latios's attacks with incredible agility. The strategy is to overwhelm Latios with a flurry of attacks, not allowing it to set up. The climax comes when Infernape, after taking a powerful Luster Purge, activates its Blaze ability. This is not a desperate last stand, but a pre-planned phase of Ash's strategy. Infernape unleashes a powerful Flare Blitz, combined with a precise close combat, striking Latios for a final, decisive blow. Latios falls. Ash has defeated Tobias and his legendaries. He has won the Sinnoh League. This is not a fluke. It is the culmination of years of dedicated strategic development. The entire stadium erupts, witnessing a trainer defeat legendaries, not with legendaries of his own, but with pure, unadulterated, strategic genius. Ash's victory in the Sinnoh League sends shockwaves throughout the entire Pokemon world. His defeat of Tobias, a trainer who had previously swept every league with his legendary Pokemon, is hailed as the greatest strategic achievement in Pokemon history. The notion that raw power and legendary Pokemon are the sole determinants of victory is shattered. Ash becomes an icon, not just for trainers, but for anyone who believes in the power of intellect and meticulous planning. Cynthia, deeply impressed, offers Ash a position as a strategic consultant for the Sinnoh League. He declines, instead choosing to continue his journey, but the offer itself underscores his newfound status. The Sinnoh League, under Cynthia's guidance, establishes a strategic excellence program modeled directly on Ash's methods, integrating advanced tactical analysis and team synergy training into their curriculum. From Sinnoh, Ash moves to Unova. This time, he is not the naive trainer who reset his skills. He is a seasoned strategist with multiple league victories and a legendary slaying reputation. He catches Oshawott, Tepig, Snivy, and Roggenrola, but this time he trains them with an immediate focus on their strategic potential within a broader team. His Unova journey is a swift and decisive sweep. Gym battles, which often proved challenging in canon, are mere exercises in tactical execution. Berg's Bug-type gym, for instance, is easily defeated by a coordinated assault from Ash's fire and flying types, with his Scraggy also contributing with its dark-type attacks. Clay's ground-type gym falls to his water and grass types, executed with seamless transitions and environmental control. Each battle is a demonstration of pre-planned scenarios and adaptive in-the-moment adjustments. The Unova League is a formality. Ash, with his veteran Sinnoh and Hoenn champions, alongside his rapidly developed Unova team, now including an Emboar, Superior, Samurott, and Jigglypuff, tears through the competition. He faces Trip and Cameron in the early rounds, their strategies easily deciphered and countered. In the finals, he faces Virgil, whose evolution team presents a unique challenge. However, Ash's meticulous preparation pays off. His Emboar, having trained extensively against Iris's Dragonite, easily handles Flareon and Jolteon with its powerful fire and fighting moves. Superior's speed and Grass Knot keep Vaporeon and Leafeon at bay, while Samurott's Razor Shell and Aqua Jet prove too much for Umbreon and Espeon. Ash wins the Unova League, a clean sweep, adding another regional championship to his growing list of accomplishments. The Unova League, unlike the Sinnoh League, does not send global shockwaves, but it solidifies Ash's reputation as a dominant force in the Pokemon world. He is now undeniably a champion-level trainer, multiple times over. From Unova, Ash travels to Kalos. This is where his strategic expertise truly shines, reaching new heights with the introduction of Mega Evolution. Unlike Canon, where Ash struggles to adapt to Mega Evolution due to his focus on bond phenomenon, this time he approaches it with the same analytical rigor he applied to every other battle mechanic. He catches Froakie, Fletchling, Hawlucha, and Goomy. This time, there's no wavering in his training. He knows from the start that Greninja will be his ace, and he immediately begins exploring the potential for Mega Evolution. Without the need to invent a new power-up from scratch, Ash instead focuses on mastering an existing one. He quickly obtains a Keystone and a Megastone for Greninja, and through intense training, unlocks its Mega Evolution. Mega Greninja, with its heightened speed and special attack, becomes a devastating force. His Kalos journey is, once again, a masterclass in strategic dominance. Gym leaders like Viola and Grant are easily overcome. Karina, a Mega Evolution specialist, provides a more substantial challenge. Her Mega Lucario is a formidable opponent, but Ash's Mega Greninja, with its superior speed and devastating water shuriken, eventually takes the win after a thrilling exchange of blows. Clement, a master of electric-type Pokémon and inventions, finds his elaborate strategies and contraptions dismantled by Ash's adaptable team. Valerie's fairy-type Pokémon are expertly countered by Ash's Hawlucha, employing Flying Press, and his Mega Greninja, whose dark-type moves prove highly effective. The Kalos League is where Ash truly cements his legacy. He faces his rivals, Tierno, Trevor, and Shauna, with ease. Sawyer, who in canon pushes Ash to his limits, is still an impressive trainer, but his analytical approach finds its match in Ash's even more refined tactics. Ash's Mega Greninja outmaneuvers Sawyer's Mega Skeptile, winning with a powerful combination of Aerial Ace and Hydro Pump. The semifinals pit Ash against Alain. This is the moment, the rematch that defines his journey. In canon, Ash Greninja, without the full power of Mega Evolution, falls to Alain's Mega Charizard X. This time, it's Mega Greninja versus Mega Charizard X. The battle is a spectacle of power and precision. Both trainers push their Pokémon to their absolute limits. Mega Charizard X's raw power and Dragon Claw are immense, but Mega Greninja's agility, combined with its Water Shuriken and Cut, allows it to weave through Charizard's attacks, landing critical blows. The battle culminates in a direct clash of Water Shuriken and Blast Burn. The explosion of energy is immense, but when the smoke clears, it is Mega Charizard X that collapses, its Mega Evolution reverting. Ash's Mega Greninja stands victorious. The crowd erupts, witnessing the defeat of the reigning Mega Evolution champion. Ash wins the Kalos League, a hard-fought victory that truly showcases his mastery of strategic Mega Evolution. Having conquered multiple leagues, Ash is now recognized as a Pokémon Master in all but name. He is a multi-regional champion, and his reputation precedes him to Alola. This time, he is not enrolling in a school. He is there as a respected trainer, perhaps even a guest lecturer for Professor Kukoi's classes, demonstrating advanced battle strategies. He still forms deep bonds with his Alolan Pokémon, Rowlet, Litten, Rockruff, and Necrozma. Just kidding about Necrozma, of course. He catches Poipole, eventually evolving into Naganadel, a truly unique and powerful Ultra Beast. The Alolan Trials and Grand Trials, which in canon are developmental hurdles, become opportunities for Ash to further refine his team's synergy and test new strategies. He masters Z moves with the same analytical precision he applied to Mega Evolution. The island kahunas, formidable opponents in canon, find themselves facing a trainer whose tactical depth is unmatched. Hala's Hariyama falls to a perfectly timed Z move from Lycan Rock. Olivia's Lycan Rock and Probopass are overwhelmed by the combined might of Incineroar's Darkest Lariat and Decidway's Spirit Shackle. Nanu, the master of dark types, presents a unique challenge, but Ash's Naganadel, with its vast moveset and poison-type attacks, alongside Lucario and Sceptile with their fighting-type moves, manages to secure the win. The Alola League is not a first-time tournament for Ash. It is another proving ground. He battles against old friends and new rivals, including Guzma and his powerful Golisopod. Ash's Incineroar, with his superior bulk and devastating Flare Blitz, manages to overcome Golisopod's first impression and liquidation. In the finals, he faces Professor Kukui, a challenge he relishes. Kukui's team, including his Incineroar, Breviary, and Naganadel, is incredibly strong. Ash, however, brings a curated team of his strongest Alolan Pokémon, along with a few powerhouses from previous regions. The battle is epic. Ash's Lycanroc, Dusk form, clashes with Kukui's Lycanroc. Decidwai uses its Spirit Shackle to trap and wear down Kukui's Braviary. But the true highlight is the face-off between Ash's Incineroar and Kukui's Incineroar. Both unleash their respective Z moves, Malicious Moonsault and Inferno Overdrive, creating a cataclysmic explosion. When the dust settles, Ash's Incineroar, having trained against many fire types, stands victorious. Ash wins the Alola League, becoming the first ever Alola champion. This victory is not about proving himself, but about demonstrating the pinnacle of strategic Pokémon battling. From Alola, Ash's journey takes him to the World Coronation Series. This is the ultimate stage, and Ash is no longer a challenger. He is one of the most decorated trainers in the world, with multiple regional championships under his belt. His goal is not just to reach the Masters 8, it's to win the World Coronation Series and become the strongest trainer in the world. His team is a carefully selected roster of his most powerful and strategically versatile Pokémon: Pikachu, his ever-present companion, Charizard, now a Mega Charizard X, a testament to his commitment to mastering different battle mechanics; Sceptile, a swift and powerful grass type; Lucario, a master of aura and fighting type moves; Greninja, his Mega Greninja, a speed demon; and Incineroar, a powerful fire dark type brawler. Each Pokémon has been trained to an unparalleled degree, not just in raw power, but in intricate team synergy. His climb through the ranks of the World Coronation Series is methodical and dominant. Trainers like Iris and Raihan, who in canon provide significant challenges, find themselves outmaneuvered by Ash's diverse strategies and powerful team. Iris's Haxorus and Dragonite are strong, but Ash's Mega Charizard X and Mega Greninja, with their superior speed and type advantages, manage to secure the win. Raihan's Duraludon and Gigalith are formidable, but Ash's Lucario and Sceptile, with their precise attacks and strategic switches, overcome the Galar Gym leader. The Masters 8 tournament is the culmination of his journey. He faces Leon, the reigning monarch, in the finals. Leon, with his perfect record and an unbeatable Charizard that can Gigantamax, is the ultimate test. Ash's battle against Leon is a legendary clash, arguably the greatest in Pokémon history. It is a full 6-on-6 battle, each Pokémon a powerhouse. Ash's Pikachu, as always, delivers a stunning performance, taking down Leon's Cinderace with a powerful Iron Tail and Quick Attack combo. His Mega Sceptile, with its speed and leaf blade, manages to defeat Leon's Rillaboom. Mega Charizard X, a living legend in its own right, faces Leon's Dragapult and secures a hard-fought victory. The final showdown is between Ash's Mega Greninja and Leon's Gigantamax Charizard. This is not just a battle, it is a strategic chess match played out at lightning speed. Leon's Gigantamax Charizard unleashes Gmax Wildfire and Gmax Volcalith, creating a fiery onslaught that reshapes the battlefield. Ash, however, has anticipated this. His Mega Greninja uses its incredible speed to dodge the massive attacks, while simultaneously setting up multiple water shurikens. Ash has been training Mega Greninja specifically for this moment, for this type of overwhelming power. He developed a strategy akin to 1,000 cuts, wearing down the Gigantamax with rapid, precise strikes. As Gigantamax Charizard's power wanes, Ash orders a final devastating water shuriken, supercharged by Mega Evolution and a lifetime of training. The attack pierces through Charizard's defenses. Leon's Gigantamax Charizard reverts to its normal form and falls, defeated. Ash has done it. He has defeated Leon, the undefeated champion, and become the World Coronation Series monarch. This is not just a victory. It is a validation of every strategic decision, every meticulous training session, and every calculated risk he has taken since that fateful morning when he woke up on time. His journey from a naive 10-year-old to the undisputed strongest trainer in the world is complete. The North Star promise from the beginning of our story that he would make himself the strongest trainer in the world through strategy and meticulous planning has been fulfilled. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, then he would have developed a profound understanding of battle strategy from the very beginning. He would have won the Kanto League. He would have swept through every regional league with tactical brilliance. He would have mastered Mega Evolution and Z moves, and he would have become the World Coronation Series monarch, the strongest trainer in the world. This timeline shows us a different kind of Ash, an Ash whose intellect and foresight were his greatest assets, leading him to an unmatched legacy without the need for a single electric mouse to kickstart his journey. He proved definitively that even without a fated partner, a truly great trainer can achieve anything through sheer strategic genius. The ripples from that single morning, the morning Ash woke on time, extend far beyond just his personal triumphs. Consider the implications for other trainers. Without Ash's initial struggles and then his subsequent rise, the landscape of the Pokemon world would shift dramatically. Take, for instance, Gary Oak. In canon, Gary is driven by his rivalry with Ash, a rivalry that began with their very first Pokemon. This time, Ash has a Squirtle, and Gary, still choosing a powerful starter, takes Bulbasaur. Their initial interactions lack the same intense, almost petty competitive fire that defined their early relationship in canon. Gary acknowledges Ash's strategic prowess and Squirtle's raw power, but without the initial stumble from Ash, the dynamic is different. Gary still aims to be the best, and his journey through Kanto is largely similar in terms of gym challenges and team composition. He still fields a powerful Arcanine, Nidoqueen, Skyzor, Alakazam, and Golem. However, the pressure to constantly outdo Ash, who is now consistently winning and demonstrating impeccable strategy, pushes Gary to train even harder. When they meet at the Indigo League, it's not Ash's overconfidence and reliance on a single, powerful Pokemon that costs him the match against Rich. Instead, it's a direct, strategic clash between two highly skilled trainers. This time, their battle in the Indigo League is a truly legendary encounter. Gary's team, still featuring his powerful Blastoise and an evolved Arcanine, faces Ash's perfectly balanced and strategically diverse team. The match is a nail biter, going down to the wire. Ash, with his tactical brilliance, manages to secure the win against Gary's Blastoise with his Blastoise, a mirror match that highlights both trainers' mastery of their chosen partner. This victory is not just a personal triumph for Ash, but a significant moment that forces Gary to reevaluate his entire approach. Unlike Canon, where Gary's loss to Ash is a pivotal moment that humbles him and sends him on a research journey, here the loss is less about a failure of ego and more about recognizing a superior strategic mind. Gary still goes into research, but with a different motivation: to understand the deeper mechanics of Pokemon battles and to find ways to integrate that knowledge into his own training. His eventual role as a Pokemon professor's aide is still very much in play, but his expertise is sharpened by a desire to comprehend the tactical genius he witnessed in Ash. Brock and Misty's journeys also diverge. Their initial encounters with Ash play out much like canon in terms of their gym battles, where Ash's Squirtle, with its superior type advantage, and Ash's focused strategy, makes quick work of their Pokemon. However, because Ash is not a bumbling novice, their concern is less about guiding him and more about observing his unique approach. Misty, instead of constantly chastising Ash, finds herself intrigued by his precise commands and the way he empowers his Pokemon. She still follows him for the bike, but the dynamic is more of a friendly rivalry and a desire to learn. Brock, ever the mentor, still travels with Ash, but his role shifts from guiding a beginner to engaging in strategic discussions and offering insights that Ash, in turn, values. This intellectual camaraderie elevates their journey. Misty, inspired by Ash's consistent victories and strategic depth, becomes a more dedicated trainer. She still aims for the Cerulean Gym, but she hones her water-type strategies, eventually becoming a more formidable gym leader than in canon. She develops a more aggressive, offensive style, perhaps even incorporating a competitive element, akin to a water-type specialist in the battle frontier. Brock, too, benefits. His understanding of Pokemon breeding and care is already exceptional, but by constantly observing Ash's innovative battle strategies, he starts to integrate those principles into his own training, making him a more well-rounded and capable trainer. Their support for Ash is unwavering, but their own growth is accelerated by his presence. The events of Johto play out with Ash continuing his dominant streak. His team, now featuring a Feraligatr, Meganium, Typhlosion, Heracross, Donphan, and Noctowl, is a force to be reckoned with. The Johto gyms fall like dominoes. Ash's tactical approach, honed over his Kanto journey, allows him to navigate challenges with efficiency. The Johto League becomes another showcase for his strategic brilliance. Like in canon, Ash faces Harrison, who has a Blaziken. This time, however, Ash's Feraligatr, with its sheer power and Ash's precise commands, manages to outmaneuver Blaziken's speed and devastating attacks, securing the win. The Johto League then culminates in Ash facing an even stronger trainer, perhaps even a nascent rival who has been meticulously observing Ash's methods. But Ash's consistent focus on type matchups, move synergy, and the psychological aspects of battle ensures his victory. He wins the Johto League, adding another trophy to his growing collection. This consistent success establishes Ash as a rising star, not just a plucky underdog. The Hoenn region is where Ash truly starts to solidify his legacy as a strategic mastermind. His team, now including Sceptile, Swampert, Blaziken, Agron, Gardevoir, and Salamence, is a balanced and powerful force. The Hoenn gym leaders, including Norman and Winona, initially underestimate Ash, expecting the usual challenger. They are quickly disabused of this notion as Ash's calculated risks and unexpected maneuvers throw them off balance. The Hoenn League showcases Ash's advanced tactical understanding. Instead of falling to Richie again, Ash dominates the Hoenn League, often winning battles with perfect KOs. The semifinals are a true spectacle, with Ash facing off against a trainer who attempts to mimic his strategic style, but ultimately, Ash's originality and deeper understanding of his Pokemon's capabilities triumph. He wins the Hoenn League decisively. The battle frontier in this timeline becomes a true test of Ash's strategic versatility. Each frontier brain presents a unique challenge, requiring different approaches. Ash, with his deep bench of powerful and well-trained Pokemon from Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn, adapts brilliantly. His focus on understanding his opponent's strategy and exploiting weaknesses, rather than relying on raw power alone, allows him to overcome challenges that would have stumped a less adaptable trainer. He systematically defeats every frontier brain, earning all 7 frontier symbols. The final challenge against Brandon with his legendary Pokemon is a true highlight. Ash's tactics against Regirock, Regis, and Registeel are ingenious, using the environment to his advantage and exploiting subtle weaknesses. For example, he might use a combination of his Sceptile's Leaf Blade and Quick Attack to overwhelm Regis's defenses before a powerful Frenzy Plant. His victory over Brandon is not just a win, it's a statement about his ability to overcome even legendary power through superior strategy. He becomes a frontier brain himself, a testament to his unparalleled skill. Sinnoh sees Ash continuing his reign of tactical excellence. His team, featuring Infernape, Empoleon, Torterra, Garchomp, Lucario, and Weavile, is incredibly diverse and strategically potent. The gym leaders, already aware of Ash's reputation, prepare intensely for his arrival, but even their best efforts are often insufficient. Ash's ability to predict his opponent's moves and counter them with surprising strategies makes him incredibly difficult to beat. The Sinnoh League is where Ash faces Paul. Their rivalry in this timeline is even more intense. Paul, a trainer who prides himself on meticulous planning and ruthless efficiency, initially scoffs at Ash's friendship approach, but he is repeatedly forced to concede that Ash's methods produce undeniable results. Their battle in the Sinnoh League is a strategic masterpiece. Paul's Drapion, Electivire, and Agron are formidable, but Ash's Infernape, having been trained with a focus on both raw power and precise movement, manages to outmaneuver and overpower Paul's ace, Electivire, with a combination of Flare Blitz and close combat, as Ash wins the Sinnoh League, solidifying his status as a multiple regional champion. Unova, often considered a stumble for Ash in canon, is a testament to his continued growth in this timeline. His team, including Serperior, Samurott, Emboar, Crocodile, Excadrill, and Chandelure is designed for versatility and strategic depth. The Unova gym leaders like Clay and Drayden find Ash's battle style to be refreshing and challenging. His ability to adapt to any situation and utilize even seemingly disadvantaged Pokemon to their full potential is on full display. The Unova League plays out with Ash once again reaching the finals. His opponent, perhaps a rival like Trip or Stefan, pushed to their limits by Ash's consistent excellence, still falls short. Ash's Superior, with its potent Leaf Storm and Glare, becomes a key player, often incapacitating opponents before delivering decisive blows. He wins the Unova League, a clean sweep of all the main regional leagues. Kalos is where Ash truly masters Mega Evolution. His team, comprising Mega Skeptile, Greninja, Gudra, Howlusha, Talonflame, and Noivern, is a perfectly synergistic unit. The gym leaders, particularly Karina and Valerie, are impressed by Ash's command of Mega Evolution and his ability to integrate it seamlessly into his overall strategy. The Kalos League is no longer a heartbreaking near miss. Ash Greninja, already a powerhouse, is further optimized with Ash's strategic mindset. The final battle against Alan with his Mega Charizard X is the defining moment. Unlike Canon, Ash is not outmaneuvered. His Mega Greninja, having been meticulously trained and understood by Ash, stands ready. The battle is an epic clash of titans. Mega Charizard X's Dragon Claw and Blast Burn are met with Mega Greninja's Water Shuriken and Cut. Ash's years of strategic training shine through as he anticipates Alain's every move, exploiting even the minutest opening. Mega Greninja's speed and precision, combined with Ash's tactical commands, lead to a decisive victory over Alain's Mega Charizard X. Ash wins the Kalos League, a triumph that was long overdue in the eyes of his fans across the Pokemon world. Alola brings a new dimension to Ash's journey with Z-moves. His team, featuring Incineroar, Decidueye, Primarina, Lycanroc, Duskform, Naganadel, and Melmetal, showcases his adaptability to new battle mechanics. The Island Challengers and Kahunas are thoroughly impressed by Ash's ability to master Z-moves so quickly and integrate them into his existing strategic framework. The Alola League is a grand celebration, and Ash is the favorite from the start. He faces Kiawe, Gladion, and Hau, each presenting a unique challenge. However, Ash's meticulous preparation and his knack for choosing the perfect Z-move at the perfect moment ensure his victory. His Incineroar's malicious Moonsault, Decidueye's sinister Arrow Raid, and Primarina's Oceanic Operetta are used with devastating effect. He wins the Alola League, becoming the very first champion of the newly established Alola League. Finally, the World Coronation Series in Journeys is the ultimate culmination of Ash's strategic genius. His team, a revolving door of his strongest and most strategically versatile Pokemon from across all regions, is a testament to his depth. This is where his North Star promise truly culminates. The battles against the other Masters 8 members, including Lance, Steven, Cynthia, and Leon, are tactical masterclasses. Ash's ability to understand type matchups, move sets, battle terrain, and his opponent's psychological states allows him to consistently outmaneuver even the most seasoned champions. His Mega Skeptile, his Alola League winning Incineroar, his Sinnoh champion Infernape, his Kalos champion Mega Greninja all contribute to his ascent. The final match against Leon, as we detailed, is the ultimate strategic showdown. Ash's victory is not a lucky break or a last-ditch effort. It is the inevitable outcome of a trainer who has dedicated his entire life to understanding and mastering the art of Pokemon battle. The unwavering focus on strategy from day one, born from the simple act of waking up on time and choosing Squirtle, led to an Ash whose intellectual prowess was his greatest weapon. He became the strongest trainer in the world, not through raw power or innate talent, but through meticulous planning, adaptability, and an unparalleled understanding of Pokemon battles. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, he would have developed a profound understanding of battle strategy from the very beginning. He would have won the Kanto League. He would have swept through every regional league with tactical brilliance. He would have mastered Mega Evolution and Z moves, and he would have become the World Coronation Series monarch, the strongest trainer in the world. This timeline shows us a different kind of Ash, an Ash whose intellect and foresight were his greatest assets, leading him to an unmatched legacy without the need for a single electric mouse to kickstart his journey. He proved definitively that even without a fated partner, a truly great trainer can achieve anything through sheer strategic genius. His legacy would be one of intellectual dominance, a trainer who redefined what it meant to be a Pokemon master, achieving a level of strategic depth that would inspire generations of trainers to come. He would be known as Ash Ketchum, the strategist supreme, the undisputed world champion whose every move on the battlefield was a calculated stroke of genius, leading to what many would call the fabled perfect season of his journey. This strategic Ash, having honed his skills against the greatest trainers across multiple regions, arrives at the World Coronation Series with a formidable and adaptable team. His Kanto journey, as we've established, forged a foundation of tactical brilliance, culminating in a Kanto League victory. His Johto adventures saw him expand his roster and refine his strategy, winning the Silver Conference with precision. The Hoenn League fell to his calculated approach, and the battle frontier became a masterclass in varied battle styles. Sinnoh provided further opportunities to demonstrate his strategic depth, and the Unova League was another feather in his cap, showcasing his ability to adapt to diverse opponents. Kalos, with its emphasis on Mega Evolution, saw Ash embrace this power, his Mega Blastoise becoming a symbol of his strategic prowess. By the time he enters the World Coronation Series, his battle style is a perfect blend of calculated aggression and defensive maneuver, anticipating his opponent's moves several steps ahead. His team is a rotating roster of powerhouses, each chosen for specific matchups. We see his Kanto All-Stars, Blastoise, Arcanine, Venusaur, Pidgeot, Snorlax, and Dragonite, all at peak performance. From Johto, his Meganium and Tyranitar provide incredible bulk and offensive pressure. Hoenn adds Swampert and Metagross, both known for their strategic versatility. Sinnoh brings Infernape and Garchomp, providing raw power and speed. Unova contributes Crocodile and Excadrill, offering unique ground and steel-type advantages. And Kalos, of course, has his Mega Blastoise as a core, alongside Talonflame and Hawlucha for aerial superiority. His path through the World Coronation Series is a testament to this strategic evolution. In the initial rounds, he systematically dismantles opponents, often winning with minimal damage to his Pokémon, conserving strength for later battles. His ability to predict switches, utilize terrain, and exploit subtle weaknesses in his opponent's strategies makes him an unstoppable force. He often starts battles by setting up entry hazards with Blastoise's stealth rock or spikes, or using screens to mitigate damage. Then, he methodically wears down his opponents, picking off their Pokemon one by one. The Ultra Class battles are where his true genius shines. Against powerful trainers like Raihan, Ash demonstrates an unparalleled understanding of weather control. Instead of being overwhelmed by Raihan's Duraludon and Gigantamax Sandaconda in a sandstorm, Ash strategically uses his own weather setters. He might lead with his Mega Blastoise to use Rain Dance, turning the tide against the sand-based team, then follow up with a powerful Water Spout or Hydro Cannon, or switch into a swift swim user like Float Cell, a Pokemon he would have obtained in Sinnoh and trained extensively to capitalize on the rain. This strategic control of the battlefield is a hallmark of his approach. He defeats Raihan with a masterful display of weather manipulation, his Mega Blastoise taking down Duraludon with a devastating Hydro Cannon. His battle against Iris, the Unova champion, is another display of strategic brilliance. Iris's Dragon-type team, led by her Haxorus, is formidable, but Ash has prepared. He doesn't rely solely on type advantage. Instead, he uses a mix of powerful ice and fairy types he would have acquired and trained, like an Alola Ninetales, a well-trained Pokemon from his Alola journey. In this timeline, he would have traveled to Alola and adapted very quickly to its unique battle styles. Or a Sylveon, a Pokemon he would have caught as an Eevee and evolved, recognizing the strategic utility of fairy types against dragons. His Garchomp, trained in Sinnoh, also stands as a powerful dragon-type counter, able to outspeed and outmaneuver Iris's dragons. He uses Garchomp's Dragon Claw to overwhelm Haxorus, securing a decisive victory. The Masters 8 tournament is where Ash's meticulously crafted strategies face their ultimate test. Against Lance, the Johto and Kanto champion, Ash's team is ready for the Dragon-type onslaught. Unlike Canon, where Ash's reliance on raw power sometimes led to close calls, this Ash uses his Dragonite, a Pokemon he would have caught much earlier in Kanto and trained meticulously, perhaps as a Dratini in the Safari Zone, understanding its immense power and strategic value, to mirror Lance's own, engaging in a high-stakes Dragon Dance struggle. His Alolan Ninetales uses Aurora Veil to set up defensive screens, then unleashes powerful Ice Beam attacks on Lance's Dragonite and Gyarados. He might even employ a surprise pick like his Metagross, using its steel typing and psychic attacks to great effect against the flying-type components of Lance's team. The battle culminates in a strategic showdown between two Dragonites, with Ash's Dragonite, empowered by its trainer's precise commands, landing a decisive Dragon Rush to take down Lance's ace. Against Steven Stone, the Hoenn champion, Ash's strategy focuses on exploiting weaknesses in Steven's Steel and Rock-type team, but also on outmaneuvering his defensive prowess. Ash might lead with his Infernape, using its powerful close combat to break through Agron's defenses, or his Crocodile, employing Earthquake to devastate Metagross. He also utilizes his Mega Blastoise, its powerful water pulse attacks proving highly effective against Steven's rock and ground types. The battle is a chess match of resistances and weaknesses, with Ash constantly predicting Steven's Protect and Iron Defense setups. His Metagross, as a mirror match to Steven's, becomes a critical piece, using Zen Headbutt and Meteor Mash to trade blows. Ash's ingenuity is highlighted when he uses his Hewlucha, a Pokemon he would have caught and trained in Kalos, for its speed and unique typing, understanding its strategic value in aerial combat, to unleash a high-speed flying press on Steven's Cradley, securing a strategic advantage that leads to his victory. Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, presents perhaps the greatest strategic challenge. Her Spiritomb, Togekiss, Garchomp, and Roserade are a balanced and powerful team. Ash's strategy against Spiritomb would involve a combination of his own powerful fairy type, Sylveon, using Moonblast to exploit its dark ghost typing. Against Togekiss, his Arcanine's extreme speed and Flare Blitz prove highly effective, bypassing its air/flinches. The main event, of course, is Garchomp versus Garchomp. Ash's Garchomp, having been trained directly by him since Sinnoh and refined through countless battles, meets Cynthia's in a clash of titans. This is where Ash's mastery of battle strategy truly shines. He doesn't just rely on brute force, he uses Garchomp's Sand Tomb to trap Cynthia's, then follows up with Dragon Rush and Earthquake. He might even use a clever misdirection, having another Pokemon set up a reflect or light screen before switching into Garchomp, ensuring it takes less damage from Cynthia's powerful attacks. The final blow comes from Ash's Garchomp, a perfectly timed Dragon Claw, after meticulously wearing down Cynthia's ace. This victory is not a lucky critical hit, but the ultimate culmination of Ash's strategic genius, honed over years of careful planning and execution. It's a testament to his ability to break down even the most complex battle scenarios and emerge victorious. The final match against Leon, as we detailed, is the ultimate strategic showdown. Ash's victory is not a lucky break or a last-ditch effort. It is the inevitable outcome of a trainer who has dedicated his entire life to understanding and mastering the art of Pokemon battle. The unwavering focus on strategy from day one, born from the simple act of waking up on time and choosing Squirtle, led to an Ash whose intellectual prowess was his greatest weapon. He became the strongest trainer in the world, not through raw power or innate talent, but through meticulous planning, adaptability, and an unparalleled understanding of Pokemon battles. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, he would have developed a profound understanding of battle strategy from the very beginning. He would have won the Kanto League. He would have swept through every regional league with tactical brilliance. He would have mastered Mega Evolution and Z moves, and he would have become the World Coronation Series monarch, the strongest trainer in the world. This timeline shows us a different kind of Ash, an Ash whose intellect and foresight were his greatest assets, leading him to an unmatched legacy without the need for a single electric mouse to kickstart his journey. He proved definitively that even without a fated partner, a truly great trainer can achieve anything through sheer strategic genius. His legacy would be one of intellectual dominance, a trainer who redefined what it meant to be a Pokemon master, achieving a level of strategic depth that would inspire generations of trainers to come. He would be known as Ash Ketchum, the strategist supreme, the undisputed world champion, whose every move on the battlefield was a calculated stroke of genius, leading to what many would call the fabled perfect season of his journey. This Ash, the strategist supreme, isn't just a powerful trainer. He's a mentor, a scholar of battle, constantly analyzing and learning. His journey after becoming monarch would be one of further refinement, perhaps even delving into the history of battle tactics, applying ancient wisdom to modern combat. He might establish a Pokemon Battle Academy, teaching his precise, calculated approach to a new generation of trainers. He would be sought after by regional champions for advice, consulted by professors on Pokemon behavior in battle, and his name would become synonymous with tactical mastery. One of the most significant ripples of this timeline is the impact on Gary Oak. Without the constant, somewhat chaotic rivalry with Ash and Pikachu, Gary's path would also diverge. Seeing Ash consistently win leagues, not through raw talent but through meticulous planning, would force Gary to reevaluate his own approach. He might become even more dedicated to research, not just battling, aiming to understand Pokemon on a deeper, more scientific level to counter Ash's strategic genius. Instead of solely focusing on becoming a Pokemon master through strength, Gary might become a leading Pokemon professor, specializing in battle theory, constantly trying to predict Ash's next move in the Pokemon world, and perhaps even engaging in friendly, academic debates about optimal strategies. Their rivalry would transform from a hot-headed contest to a sophisticated intellectual sparring match. Similarly, Brock and Misty, instead of being drawn into Ash's spontaneous adventures, might find themselves on more focused paths. Brock, still aiming to be a Pokemon breeder, would likely hone his skills with a greater sense of purpose, seeing Ash's controlled approach as an example of dedication. Misty, inspired by Ash's calculated victories, might strive to become an even more formidable water-type gym leader, meticulously planning her gym's defenses and training her Pokemon to execute complex aquatic maneuvers. They would still be Ash's friends, but their individual journeys would be shaped by the consistent excellence and strategic brilliance Ash displayed, rather than the often improvisational nature of his canon journey. In this timeline, the narrative around legendary Pokemon also shifts. Ash, the strategist supreme, would encounter them not as grand, fated events that require emotional appeals, but as powerful entities whose unique abilities he would analyze and understand. He might still choose to befriend them, not out of a mystical connection, but out of a deep respect for their power and a desire to learn from them, integrating their unique attributes into his grand strategic tapestry. He might even be able to communicate with them on a tactical level, understanding their movesets and abilities in a way no other trainer could. The very concept of a Pokemon master would evolve in this world. It wouldn't just be about having strong Pokemon or winning leagues. It would be about the mastery of the art of battle itself, the intellectual pursuit of strategic perfection. Ash Ketchum, the young boy who simply woke up on time and chose his starter with a clear head, would accidentally redefine an entire philosophy of Pokemon training. His legacy wouldn't just be a collection of trophies, but a comprehensive, intellectual framework for battling that would empower countless future trainers. This path, born from a single, seemingly insignificant decision, shows us a world where Ash's journey is less about destiny and more about design. It's a testament to the idea that preparation, foresight, and a keen intellect can achieve what even the most fated bond might not. The absence of Pikachu and the presence of Squirtle from the start didn't diminish Ash. It forged him into a different kind of legend. He became the strongest, not by being the best friend, but by being the best mind. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, he would have developed a profound understanding of battle strategy from the very beginning. He would have won the Kanto League with tactical brilliance. He would have swept through every regional league with unparalleled strategic foresight. He would have mastered Mega Evolution, Zed moves, and Gigantamax with calculated precision, and he would have become the World Coronation Series monarch, the strongest trainer in the world, whose strategic genius was his ultimate weapon. This is the timeline where Ash Ketchum achieved an unmatched legacy through sheer intellectual dominance, proving that the mind, when honed to perfection, can overcome any challenge. He would be remembered as the strategist supreme, the undisputed world champion, whose every victory was a meticulously planned masterpiece. This is a world where the emotional bonds, while present, took a back seat to the cold, hard logic of type matchups, move effectiveness, and strategic positioning. Ash's every decision would be a calculated one, leading to a trajectory of dominance previously unseen in the anime. His initial journey through Kanto, while still featuring familiar faces, would unfold with a newfound efficiency. Misty and Brock would still join him, but their contributions might be less about emotional support and more about tactical discussions and sharing regional Pokemon knowledge. The gym battles themselves would become showcases of precision. Instead of relying on a last minute burst of uncharacteristic power or a fortuitous environmental factor, Ash would systematically dismantle his opponents. Consider his first gym battle against Brock. In canon, it's a struggle where Pikachu's electric power is initially useless against Brock's rock types, forcing a creative solution involving sprinklers and a Pikavolt tackle. This time, Squirtle, with its water typing, possesses a clear advantage from the outset. Ash, having chosen Squirtle for its battle potential, would leverage this perfectly. Squirtle's water gun would be aimed directly at Onyx, exploiting its double weakness. Geodude, too, would fall swiftly to focused water attacks. There would be no need for the desperation tactics. Ash would secure the Boulder Badge with a clean, decisive victory, likely with Squirtle taking down both of Brock's aces through sheer type advantage and disciplined execution. This early, clean win would reinforce Ash's belief in strategic planning and solid fundamentals. His journey to Cerulean City would see similar strategic triumphs. Against Misty, while her water types would pose a challenge for Squirtle, Ash would have already begun diversifying his team. Perhaps he'd catch a grass type like Bulbasaur earlier, recognizing the need for coverage. Or more likely, he'd lean into Squirtle's defensive capabilities, weathering attacks and retaliating with well-timed water pulses or bubble beams once Squirtle evolved into Wartortle. The Starmie and Staryu would find themselves outmaneuvered by a trainer who understood momentum and type matchups above all else. The Cascade Badge would be another testament to calculated strength. The emotional arc that frequently defined Ash's canon journey, the struggle to connect, the hard-earned trust, would be replaced by a narrative of continuous improvement and tactical refinement. Charmander's evolution into Charmeleon and then Charizard, which was a source of great conflict in canon due to its rebellious nature, would likely be managed differently here. Ash's logical approach might interpret Charizard's defiance not as an emotional slight, but as an underdeveloped understanding of battle command. He would spend time training Charizard, not through appeals to friendship, but through rigorous drills and simulations, demonstrating the logic behind his commands and showcasing how Charizard's immense power could be channeled for maximum effect. The bond would form, yes, but it would be built on mutual respect for strategy and power, not on shared emotional experiences in the same canonical way. Charizard, understanding Ash's strategic brilliance, would become a loyal, powerful asset much earlier, rather than the reluctant, often insubordinate powerhouse of the original timeline. The Indigo Plateau Conference would be a masterclass in strategic execution. Ash, with a fully evolved and strategically integrated team, including a powerful Charizard and a robust Blastoise, would not falter at the top 16. His Kanto team, built on a foundation of early strategic choices, would likely include Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise, Pidgeot, and perhaps a Snorlax or a Lapra, all chosen for their battle prowess and type coverage. The infamous match against Richie, where Ash lost due to Charizard's refusal to battle, would never occur. Charizard, having been rigorously trained and understanding its role in Ash's calculated plans, would fight with full force. Ash would advance, systematically defeating opponents with well thought out maneuvers and predictable yet effective strategies. The match against Gary, his rival, would be a high stakes chess game. Gary, also a formidable strategist, would push Ash, but Ash's unwavering focus and superior tactical understanding would prevail. Ash Ketchum, the boy who chose Squirtle and embraced strategy, would win the Indigo Plateau Conference. This victory would not be a surprise or a fluke. It would be the logical conclusion of a journey built on intellectual prowess. With a Kanto League victory under his belt, Ash's reputation would precede him into Johto. The Johto journey would see him continue to refine his strategic approach. His team compositions would be meticulous, considering each gym leader's known Pokémon and battle style. He would likely capture a diverse array of Johto Pokémon, not for sentimental reasons, but to fill specific roles in his strategic arsenal. Feraligatr, Meganium, Typhlosion, Donphan, Heracross, and Scizor would become pillars of his Johto roster, each trained to execute specific tactical assignments. The Johto League, like Kanto, would be another demonstration of his calculated dominance. Without the emotional baggage or the occasional lapse in judgment that defined his canon self, Ash would navigate the tournament bracket with ease, securing his second regional championship. This repeated success would cement his status as a formidable strategist, and trainers across the regions would begin to study his battle tapes, trying to decipher his methods. The battle frontier in this timeline would be a less arduous challenge. Ash, armed with years of strategic refinement and a deeper understanding of battle mechanics, would approach each frontier brain's unique challenge with a pre-planned methodology. The battle pyramid, the battle pike, the battle dome, each would be analyzed, and a tailored team and strategy would be deployed. His bond with his Pokémon would still be strong, but it would be a bond forged in the fires of shared strategic victories, not necessarily the deep emotional connection seen in canon. He would conquer the battle frontier, earning the title of Frontier Brain himself, but perhaps choosing to continue his journey rather than settling down. Sinnoh would be another region where Ash's strategic genius shone brightly. His rivalry with Paul, which in canon was a clash of ideologies between friendship and power, would take on a different flavor. Both trainers would be strategists, but Ash's approach would be more adaptable and less rigid than Paul's. While Paul focused on raw power and rigorous training, Ash would blend that with intellectual foresight. Their battles would be tactical masterpieces, each move a counter to the others. Ash's Infernape, a symbol of emotional resilience in canon, would here be a testament to precise training and strategic deployment. It would still evolve from a Chimchar, but its power would be harnessed and directed with surgical precision from the beginning. Ash would secure the Sinnoh League title, proving superior to Paul not just in strength, but in strategic depth. Unova, a region often seen as a step back for Ash in canon, would be a region of further strategic experimentation and refinement in this timeline. Ash would approach the new Pokemon and battle styles of Unova with a pragmatic curiosity, adding Pokemon like Crocodile, Excadrill, and Leavanny to his meticulously crafted teams. The Nimbasa City Gym battle against Elisa, where Ash struggled with type disadvantages in canon, would be overcome with a diverse team and clever switches. The Unova League, where he famously lost to Cameron's overpowered Lucario, would be a different story. Ash would have prepared for such unexpected powerhouses, likely having a counter strategy or a high-tier Pokemon of his own, ready to face down threats. He would undoubtedly win the Unova League, continuing his unbroken streak of regional championships. Kalos is where Ash truly begins to explore the cutting edge of Pokemon battling. Mega Evolution, a concept requiring deep understanding of a Pokemon's potential, would be a natural fit for Ash's intellectual approach. While Canon Ash struggled to master Mega Evolution, often relying on bursts of emotion, this Ash would meticulously research and train. His Charizard, a consistent powerhouse from Kanto, would be his prime candidate for Mega Evolution. Mega Charizard X, already a dominant force, would become an unparalleled weapon under Ash's precise command. The bond phenomenon with Greninja, a highly emotional connection in canon, might not manifest in the same way. Instead, Ash might develop a different, more controlled form of power with Greninja, focusing on its battle agility and water shuriken mastery, rather than a transformation born purely from emotional synchronicity. If a similar transformation were to occur, it would be a calculated fusion of their strategic minds, not a spontaneous emotional outpouring. The Kalos League final against Alan, the battle that haunted many fans, would be the stage for Ash's ultimate strategic triumph. Alan's Mega Charizard X, a nearly invincible force in canon, would meet its match in Ash's scientifically trained Mega Charizard X. The battle would be a strategic chess match, move for move, counter for counter. Ash would meticulously analyze Alang's patterns, predict his moves, and exploit any weakness. The sheer raw power of Alang's Charizard would be met with Ash's calculated precision and optimal move choices. In this timeline, Ash's Mega Charizard X would emerge victorious, securing the Kalos League trophy and finally overcoming his arch-rival. This victory would be a culmination of his entire journey, a vindication of his strategic philosophy. Alola and the introduction of Z-moves would be another opportunity for Ash to showcase his adaptability. Z-moves, requiring precise timing and a deep understanding of a Pokemon's spirit would be approached by Ash with the same analytical rigor. He would understand the mechanics, the power thresholds, and the optimal moments to deploy them. Instead of the trial and error approach seen in canon, Ash would master Z moves efficiently, integrating them into his battle plans as powerful, predictable finishers. The Alola League in this timeline would not be a first time win for Ash. Instead, it would be another notch on his belt, another demonstration of his consistent strategic excellence. His Alolan team, featuring Pokemon like Lycanroc, Duskform, Incineroar, and Decidueye, would be honed to perfection, each capable of executing complex battle maneuvers. Finally, the World Coronation Series in Galar, culminating in the Masters 8 tournament, would be the ultimate stage for Ash's reign. Gigantamax, the newest power phenomenon, would be quickly mastered by Ash. He would understand the strategic implications of size and temporary power boosts, using them to turn the tide of battle with calculated timing. His entire long-standing roster of Pokemon, each one a testament to his consistent training and strategic vision, would be at his disposal. Charizard, Blastoise, Sceptile, Infernape, Crocodile, Lucario, Dragonite, Gengar, Sirfetch'd, Dracovish. All of them would be peak strategic weapons, ready to execute complex plans. The Masters 8 tournament would be a series of tactical masterpieces. Against champions like Steven Stone, Cynthia, and Lance, Ash would deploy meticulously crafted teams and strategies, exploiting every possible advantage. The final battle against Leon, the undefeated monarch, would be the pinnacle of strategic Pokemon battling. Leon's unparalleled power and unpredictability would be met by Ash's years of honed intellect and battle foresight. Ash would not rely on a single, overpowering Pokemon, but on the synergistic execution of his entire team. His Mega Charizard X would face Leon's Gigantamax Charizard, a clash of titans where intellect would challenge raw power. Ash's calculated switches, predictive moves, and perfect timing of Gigantamax would ultimately overwhelm Leon. The final blow, likely delivered by a strategically positioned and powered-up Pokemon, would secure Ash Ketchum the title of World Coronation Series Monarch. He would not just be the strongest, but the most brilliant trainer in the world. This timeline, where Ash prioritizes strategy and intellect from the very beginning, paints a picture of unparalleled success. He becomes a living legend, not through fiery passion alone, but through the cool, calculated application of knowledge. His journey is a testament to the power of preparation, learning, and unwavering focus on the art of battle. The absence of Pikachu and the presence of Squirtle from the start didn't diminish Ash. It forged him into a different kind of legend, one whose legacy is built on the bedrock of intellectual dominance. He became the strongest, not by being the best friend, but by being the best mind. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, he would have developed a profound understanding of battle strategy from the very beginning. He would have won the Kanto League with tactical brilliance. He would have swept through every regional league with unparalleled strategic foresight. He would have mastered Mega Evolution, Z moves, and Gigantamax with calculated precision, and he would have become the World Coronation Series Monarch, the strongest trainer in the world, whose strategic genius was his ultimate weapon. This is the timeline where Ash Ketchum achieved an unmatched legacy through sheer intellectual dominance, proving that the mind, when honed to perfection, can overcome any challenge. He would be remembered as the strategist supreme, the undisputed world champion, whose every victory was a meticulously planned masterpiece. This is a timeline where Ash Ketchum achieved an unmatched legacy through sheer intellectual dominance, proving that the mind, when honed to perfection, can overcome any challenge. He would be remembered as the strategist supreme, the undisputed world champion, whose every victory was a meticulously planned masterpiece. However, the ripples cascade further, affecting not just Ash, but those around him. Brock and Misty, encountering a more self sufficient and battle focused Ash, would find their own paths subtly altered. Brock, seeing Ash's dedication to strategic planning, might delve even deeper into Pokemon breeding and care, aiming to support trainers with the perfect partners for their own tactical visions. His rock solid defense and keen eye for Pokemon matchups would be refined, turning him into an even more formidable gym leader. Misty, observing Ash's mastery over his water types, particularly Squirtle, would be inspired to push her own water Pokemon to new heights. Her Starmie and Staryu would become even more fluid and powerful, their combined attacks a testament to her growing skill. She would still pursue her dream of becoming a water Pokemon master, but with a renewed competitive fire, perhaps even challenging Ash to a friendly yet intense water type battle at some point, a battle where both would demonstrate their strategic prowess. The absence of Pikachu also means the Team Rocket Trio's fixation on Ash would be less intense. Without the twerp's Pikachu as their primary target, their schemes might become more varied, perhaps even more successful in other regions, or they might eventually find themselves pursuing other rare Pokemon, becoming more of a general nuisance than Ash's personal tormentors. This could lead to them encountering other trainers more frequently, developing different rivalries, or even in a twist of fate, finding themselves accidentally assisting other trainers against more nefarious organizations. Their comedic presence would remain, but their narrative purpose would shift, no longer inextricably tied to a single electric mouse. In the Hoenn region, Ash's strategic approach would be evident from the outset. His team, likely centered around his now fully evolved Blastoise, would feature Pokemon chosen for their synergy and type coverage. Perhaps he would catch a Trico and meticulously train it to become a Sceptile, valuing its speed and precision in battle. His matchups against Roxanne, Brawly, Watson, Flannery, Norman, Winona, Tate, and Liza, and Juan would be masterclasses in type advantage and strategic switching. His Blastoise, with techniques like Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam, would be a cornerstone of his team, but each Pokemon would have its specific role in his battle plans. He would likely win all 8 badges without significant struggle, his superior strategy overwhelming his opponents. The Hoenn League would see him advance further than in canon, possibly reaching the finals with his sophisticated tactics. His opponent, perhaps Morrison or Tyson, would be formidable, but Ash's calculated approach would lead him to victory, securing his second regional league title. This victory would further solidify his reputation as a tactical genius, a trainer who doesn't just rely on raw power, but on the intellectual application of it. His journey through the battle frontier would also be different. The challenges posed by the frontier brains which often test a trainer's adaptability and specific battle skills, would be met with Ash's enhanced strategic mind. He would analyze each frontier brain's style and team, crafting specific countermeasures. Spencer's spirit battle would be approached with a focus on team synergy and morale, while Brandon's legendary Pokémon would be met with meticulously scouted weaknesses and expertly executed counter strategies. Ash's Blastoise, now a seasoned veteran, would be instrumental, possibly even adapting new strategies, like using its Shell Smash to boost its speed and attack, becoming an even more dangerous force. He would likely conquer the battle frontier with fewer attempts than in canon, his strategic prowess allowing him to overcome obstacles more efficiently. The Pyramid King Brandon, a formidable opponent, would be defeated by Ash's comprehensive battle plans, demonstrating his ability to anticipate and outmaneuver even the most seasoned trainers. This achievement would add another significant trophy to his growing collection, further cementing his status as a top-tier strategist. In Sinnoh, the challenges presented by Team Galactic and the Sinnoh League would be met with the same calculated precision. Ash's team, potentially including a Torterra, Infernape, and Staraptor, would be a balanced force, each member trained to contribute to a larger battle plan. His rivalries with Paul and Barry would be intense, but Ash's strategic mind would give him an edge. Paul's ruthless training methods would be analyzed and exploited, while Barry's impulsive style would be anticipated and countered. The battle against Paul in the Sinnoh League would still be a pivotal moment, but this time Ash would be even more prepared. His Blastoise, perhaps having learned a new move like Focus Blast, would play a crucial role, alongside his other powerful Pokémon. The sheer depth of his strategic understanding would allow him to predict Paul's moves and counter them effectively, leading to a decisive victory. This win would not just be a testament to hard work, but to intellectual superiority. The Sinnoh League would culminate in Ash becoming the champion, adding a third regional title to his name. The encounter with Cynthia would still be awe-inspiring, but Ash would approach it with the confidence of a multiple league champion, eager to learn and refine his already impressive strategies against one of the best. Unova would present a different kind of challenge, with its unique Pokémon and battle styles. Ash's approach, however, would remain consistent, meticulous planning, and strategic execution. His team, possibly including a Crocodile, Excadrill, and Superior, if he chose Snivy, would be tailored to the region's challenges. The gym battles, from Cylon and Chili to Drayden and Iris, would be navigated with expert-type matchups and battle flow. Unlike Canon, where Ash often struggled with Unova's unique competitive scene, this Ash would thrive. His pre-battle scouting and in-battle adjustments would make him a formidable opponent for anyone. The Unova League would be another display of his strategic genius. Facing opponents like Trip and Cameron, Ash would not be caught off guard. His understanding of Pokemon abilities, natures, and movesets would allow him to consistently outmaneuver his rivals. He would win the Unova League, his fourth regional championship, with a clean sweep, further cementing his legendary status. His encounters with Team Plasma would also be handled with strategic brilliance, his team working in perfect sync to thwart their plans and protect the region. Kalos would be where Ash truly embraces Mega Evolution. With his Blastoise, now a Mega Blastoise. As his ace, his team would be an unstoppable force. His strategic mind would allow him to perfectly integrate Mega Evolution into his battle plans, using its power at the most opportune moments to turn the tide. His rivalries with Sawyer and Alan would be intensely competitive. Sawyer, a natural strategist himself, would find Ash to be a worthy, if not superior, intellectual opponent. The battle against Alain, particularly the Mega Charizard X versus Mega Blastoise clash, would be the emotional high point. This time, Ash would not just fight with passion, but with a deep understanding of his opponent's strategy and his own Pokemon's capabilities. His Mega Blastoise, having trained for years alongside Ash, would be perfectly synchronized, its Mega Launcher ability amplifying its water-type attacks to devastating effect. The battle would be a strategic masterpiece, with Ash predicting Alan's moves, exploiting openings, and ultimately delivering the decisive blow with a perfectly aimed hydro cannon, securing the Kalos League Championship, his 5th regional title. The bond phenomenon, a concept akin to Mega Evolution, would be something Ash would likely explore with other Pokemon, perhaps a Greninja, but his primary focus would remain on the strategic deployment of his entire team and his Mega Blastoise. The Alola region, with its Z moves and Island Challenge, would present a fresh set of tactical puzzles. Ash, now a seasoned champion, would approach the trials with a keen analytical eye, understanding the unique challenges each totem Pokemon presents. His team, perhaps featuring a Decidueye, Lycanroc, and Incineroar, would be trained to utilize Z moves not as a last resort, but as integral parts of a larger strategy. His Blastoise, though not capable of Z moves itself, would still be a vital member of his team, offering unparalleled defensive and offensive capabilities. The Kahunas and the Elite Four of Alola would find Ash to be an incredibly tough opponent, his battle plans accounting for every possible scenario. The Alola League, the inaugural one, would be a testament to Ash's adaptability. He would face opponents like Gladion and Hau with confidence, his strategic mind allowing him to anticipate their moves and counter their Z moves effectively. The grand finale, possibly against Gladion, would be a brilliant display of tactical prowess, with Ash flawlessly executing his plans and using his Z moves to devastating effect, securing his 6th Regional League win. This victory would mark him as the first ever Alola League champion, a title earned through sheer strategic brilliance. The World Coronation Series in this timeline would be the ultimate culmination of Ash's strategic journey. His ascent through the ranks would be swift and decisive. Opponents would find themselves outmaneuvered and outthought at every turn. His team, a revolving door of his strongest and most strategically versatile Pokemon from across all regions, would be tailored to each specific battle. His Blastoise, almost certainly, would be a constant presence, his most trusted and powerful Mega Evolution. The Masters 8 tournament would be a series of tactical masterpieces. Against champions like Steven Stone, Cynthia, and Lance, Ash would deploy meticulously crafted teams and strategies, exploiting every possible advantage. The final battle against Leon, the undefeated monarch, would be the pinnacle of strategic Pokemon battling. Leon's unparalleled power and unpredictability would be met by Ash's years of honed intellect and battle foresight. Ash would not rely on a single, overpowering Pokemon, but on the synergistic execution of his entire team. His Mega Blastoise, commanding the battlefield with its overwhelming water pressure and precise targeting, would face Leon's Gigantamax Charizard, a clash of titans where intellect would challenge raw power. Ash's calculated switches, predictive moves, and perfect timing of Gigantamax for one of his other team members, like a Dragonite or Gengar, would ultimately overwhelm Leon. The final blow, likely a perfectly aimed Hydro Cannon from Mega Blastoise, would secure Ash Ketchum the title of World Coronation Series Monarch. He would not just be the strongest, but the most brilliant trainer in the world. This timeline, where Ash prioritizes strategy and intellect from the very beginning, paints a picture of unparalleled success. He becomes a living legend, not through fiery passion alone, but through the cool, calculated application of knowledge. His journey is a testament to the power of preparation, learning, and unwavering focus on the art of battle. The absence of Pikachu and the presence of Squirtle from the start didn't diminish Ash. It forged him into a different kind of legend, one whose legacy is built on the bedrock of intellectual dominance. He became the strongest, not by being the best friend, but by being the best mind. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, he would have developed a profound understanding of battle strategy from the very beginning. He would have won the Kanto League with tactical brilliance. He would have swept through every regional league with unparalleled strategic foresight. He would have mastered Mega Evolution, Z moves, and Gigantamax with calculated precision. And he would have become the World Coronation Series Monarch, the strongest trainer in the world, whose strategic genius was his ultimate weapon. This is the timeline where Ash Ketchum achieved an unmatched legacy through sheer intellectual dominance, proving that the mind, when honed to perfection, can overcome any challenge. He would be remembered as the strategist supreme, the undisputed world champion whose every victory was a meticulously planned masterpiece. The impact extends beyond the professional sphere. Ash's relationships with Professor Oak would deepen, evolving into a more academic mentorship. Oak would recognize Ash's analytical mind and encourage his pursuit of battle theory, perhaps even involving him in research projects related to Pokémon abilities or move synergies. This intellectual bond would be a core part of Ash's journey, providing him with a scientific foundation for his strategic thinking. Gary Oak, seeing his rival's consistent victories and strategic prowess, would be driven to excel even further in his own research and battling endeavors. Instead of a purely competitive rivalry, it might become one of mutual respect and intellectual challenge, with both pushing each other to new heights in their chosen fields. Gary might even consult Ash on battle strategies for his own research, acknowledging Ash's undisputed mastery. The dynamic with other significant characters, like Richie, would also shift. Richie, encountering a more polished and strategically aware Ash, would still be a friendly rival, but perhaps one who recognizes Ash's superior tactical depth from an earlier point. Their bond would be one of mutual respect for each other's unique approaches to battling. Misty and Brock, as previously mentioned, would be inspired to refine their own skills, leading to them becoming even more formidable trainers in their own right, perhaps even reaching the level of Elite Four members in their respective regions. Their gym leaderships would be marked by a more sophisticated understanding of battle, influenced by their time with the strategist supreme. Even the legendary Pokemon would interact differently with this Ash. Without the raw, untamed passion of Pikachu, often drawing their attention, Ash's encounters with legendary Pokemon might be more focused on mutual understanding and respect for his strategic intellect. He might be seen as a natural leader, capable of commanding even the most powerful creatures through his brilliant battle plans, rather than through sheer emotional bond. His ability to anticipate and adapt would make him a compelling figure to these ancient beings, perhaps leading to him being sought out for assistance in resolving conflicts that require not just power, but profound wisdom. The cultural impact of such a champion would be immense. Ash Ketchum, the strategist supreme, would inspire a new generation of trainers to focus on the intellectual aspects of Pokemon battling. Battle academies would incorporate his methodologies into their curricula, analyzing his past matches as case studies in strategic genius. The metagame of competitive Pokemon would evolve dramatically, with trainers constantly striving to outthink their opponents rather than simply overpowering them. This ripple effect would fundamentally alter the landscape of the Pokemon world, fostering an environment where intellect and foresight are as highly prized as strength and friendship. The legacy of Ash Ketchum, the boy who became a strategist, would be etched into the annals of Pokemon history, a story of how one simple choice, made before dawn, could rewrite an entire destiny, forging a legend built on the bedrock of a brilliant mind. The Johto region, for our strategist supreme, would therefore be less about finding his footing and more about refining an already formidable approach. His journey would continue to be a masterclass in strategic execution. The first gym battle against Faulkner, the flying type gym leader, would still feature his Butterfree, but this time the Kanto bug type would be deployed with an even greater understanding of type matchups and aerial tactics. Butterfree's sleep powder and Psybeam would be used to control the battlefield and disrupt Faulkner's Pidgeotto, securing the Zephyr badge with a swift, decisive victory. This focus on precision and control would be a hallmark of all his early Johto battles. Against Bugsy, the Azalea Town gym leader, our Ash would showcase his diverse team composition. While Canon Ash often struggled with bug types, our strategist supreme would have meticulously planned. His Charizard, still holding the immense power from its Kanto journey, and now guided by an even more astute trainer, would dominate. A well-placed flamethrower would make short work of Metapod and Kakuna, and even Bugsy's ace, Scyther, would fall to a combination of Charizard's Fire Spin and a perfectly timed Seismic Toss, demonstrating not just power, but strategic use of its environment and the opponent's momentum. The Hive badge would be secured with methodical brilliance. The Whitney battle, a notorious wall for many trainers, would be approached with careful consideration. Miltank's rollout, the bane of many a challenger, would be anticipated. Ash would likely lead with a durable Pokemon, perhaps a newly evolved Bayleaf, or even his Squirtle, to absorb the initial hits. Then, a quick switch to a fast special attacker, like his Pidgeot, or even Butterfree, exploiting Miltank's relatively weaker special defense. Sleep Powder and Confusion from Butterfree, or a powerful Wing Attack and Quick Attack combination from Pidgeot, would allow Ash to control the flow, preventing rollout from gaining momentum. The plain badge would be won, not through luck or a last minute power up, but through a perfectly executed strategy to neutralize Miltank's signature move. Morty's gym in Ecruteak City, with its ghost type specialists, would present a unique challenge that Canon Ash largely overcame through sheer force. This time, our Ash would rely on his deeper understanding of type interactions and abilities. A Pokemon with foresight or odor sleuth, perhaps a trained Noctowl, would nullify the ghost type's intangibility. His Charizard, now an even more refined combatant, would utilize its powerful fire type attacks, but with a focus on tactical strikes rather than brute force. Gengar's Hypnosis and Dream Eater would be expertly dodged or countered with status healing items, a testament to Ash's proactive planning. The Fog Badge would be earned by dismantling Morty's team with precise, calculated attacks, leaving no room for spectral mischief. Chuck, the Cianwood City gym leader, would face an Ash who has fully embraced the diversity of his team. His Ampharos, with its static ability and powerful electric-type attacks, would be a key player against Chuck's Poliwrath and Machoke. Ash would leverage Ampharos's bulk and special attack to wear down Chuck's fighting types, carefully managing its HP. The Storm Badge would fall, as would the next three. The path through Johto would continue to highlight Ash's strategic evolution. He would encounter Pokemon like Heracross, Phanpy, and Totodile, each integrated into his team, not just for their power, but for their specific roles in his overall battle strategy. Heracross, for instance, would be utilized for its powerful fighting bug stab attacks, but also for its ability to learn moves like Megahorn, providing crucial coverage. Phanpy, once it evolves into Donphan, would be a formidable physical attacker and a reliable tank, while Totodile would offer a speedy water-type option with an unpredictable yet strategically deployed playstyle. These acquisitions would be deliberate, each filling a specific niche in his ever-growing tactical arsenal, unlike Canon, where some captures felt more serendipitous. The Johto League Silver Conference would be a platform for Ash to demonstrate his unmatched strategic prowess. Unlike his Canon run, where he lost to Harrison, this Ash would leave no stone unturned. His battles would be meticulously planned, utilizing every advantage. Against Harrison, his Blaziken's sheer power and speed would be formidable, but our Ash would have a counter. Perhaps his Feraligatr, with its resistance to fire-type attacks, would be used to absorb Blaziken's initial onslaught, creating an opening for a decisive counterattack from Charizard or a well-placed Psychic from a retrained Butterfree. The synergy between his Pokemon, each playing a specific role, would be too much for Harrison. Ash would methodically dismantle his team, showcasing a level of tactical depth far beyond his canon self. This time, our strategist supreme would not just reach the finals of the Johto League, he would win it. The Silver Conference trophy would be his, a testament to years of dedicated study and application of battle strategy. This victory would send shockwaves through the Pokemon world, solidifying his reputation as a true prodigy, a master strategist. With the Johto League victory under his belt, Ash's journey into the Hoenn region would be different from the outset. He wouldn't be starting over, but rather continuing his reign as a champion. His goal wouldn't be just to collect badges, but to further refine his strategic mastery and perhaps explore new battle mechanics. He would meet May and Max, but his role would be less that of a fellow beginner and more of a mentor, guiding them with his profound understanding of Pokemon battles. His Pokemon, already seasoned from 2 league victories, would be even more formidable. The gym leaders of Hoenn would face a trainer unlike any they had encountered. Roxanne, the first gym leader, with her rock types, would be easily overcome by a strategically deployed water or grass type, or even a fighting type from his Johto team. Ash would still catch Trico, but its training would be accelerated, learning complex maneuvers and anticipating opponents' moves at an astonishing rate. Watson's electric types would be countered by carefully chosen ground types or Pokemon with lightning rod, turning the very advantage of the gym against him. Flannery's fire types would be met with a deluge of powerful water type attacks from his Feraligatr or a newly evolved Swampert if he were to catch a Mudkip. Norman, May's father, and a formidable normal type gym leader would provide a more significant strategic challenge. His slaking with Truant would be a puzzle. Our Ash would exploit this ability ruthlessly. He would use a fast Pokemon to inflict status conditions during Slaking's Truant turns, or set up entry hazards to chip away at its health. A well-timed Protector Detect from one of his Pokemon would also be crucial, allowing him to bypass Slaking's powerful attacks and capitalize on its vulnerability. The Balance Badge would be won through pure strategic brilliance, outmaneuvering one of the most powerful normal types in the region. Winona's flying types would be countered by his electric and rock type Pokemon, or even a formidable steel type if he were to capture one. Tate and Liza's psychic type duo battle would be a masterclass in coordination, our Ash using his Pokemon to create devastating combo attacks, anticipating every move of the twin gym leaders. Juan's water types would face the full might of his electric and grass type arsenal, leaving little doubt as to the outcome. The Hun League would see Ash, now a 2-time champion, entering with a team perfectly tailored for the challenges ahead. He would likely use a mix of his Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn Pokemon, creating a synergistic unit. His victories would be decisive, marked by tactical brilliance and overwhelming power. The final battle would be against a powerhouse trainer, perhaps a character like Tyson from Canon, but the outcome would be different. Ash would claim his 3rd consecutive league title, solidifying his status as an unparalleled strategist supreme. His journey through the battle frontier, unlike his canon struggle, would be a display of absolute dominance. The frontier brains, each with their unique battle styles, would be systematically dismantled by Ash's tailored strategies. Brandon, the Pyramid King, known for his legendary Pokemon, would face an Ash who understands the nuances of legendary combat. He wouldn't just rely on raw power. He would analyze their abilities, their weaknesses, and exploit them with precision. The battle frontier would be conquered with a perfect record, adding another significant accomplishment to his growing list. The Sinnoh region, with its emphasis on strategic depth and the introduction of new evolutions and battle styles, would be a perfect stage for our strategist supreme. Ash would still meet Dawn and Brock, but his role as a mentor would be even more pronounced. His team would continue to evolve, incorporating powerful Sinnoh Pokemon like Infernape, Staraptor, and Torterra, each trained to perfection and integrated into his complex battle plans. The gym leaders, starting with Rourke and his rock types, would be overcome with ease by water or grass type attacks, or even a powerful fighting type from his already established team. Gardenia's grass types would fall to fire and flying type assaults. Fantina's ghost types would be strategically outmaneuvered, perhaps with a dark type or a strong normal type utilizing foresight. Crasher Wake's water types would be overwhelmed by electric and grass type attacks, and Candace's ice types would melt under the heat of his fire types or the force of his fighting types. Volkner's electric type gym, the final challenge would be met with a carefully constructed team, perhaps including a powerful ground type like Garchomp, if he were to catch and train one. The Sinnoh League would be another testament to Ash's strategic genius. His rival, Paul, a trainer known for his ruthless pragmatism and strategic mind, would be the ultimate test. But this time, Ash would not just match Paul's strategy, he would surpass it. Their battles would be a chess match of the highest order, every move calculated, every Pokemon switch deliberate. Ash's Infernape, a powerful fire fighting type, would be trained to perfection, using its blaze ability to turn the tide in critical moments, but only when strategically advantageous, not out of desperation. The final clash between Ash's core team and Paul's formidable Pokemon would end with Ash securing his 4th consecutive league title. This victory would not just be a win, it would be a definitive statement, a vindication of his strategic approach, demonstrating that intellect and careful planning could overcome even the most rigorous training. Unova, with its unique Pokemon and different battle philosophy, would offer new horizons for our strategist supreme. Ash would still meet Iris and Ceylon, but his presence would elevate their journey. He would acquire Unova Pokemon like Crocodile, Leavanny, and Pignite, meticulously training each one to fit into his overarching battle schemes. The gym leaders, from Ceylon's grass types to Drayden's dragon types, would find themselves facing a trainer who adapted his strategies to every challenge. His Crocodile, with its Moxie ability and powerful ground dark stabby attacks, would be a central figure in many battles, especially against electric and psychic types. The Unova League, a larger and more diverse competition, would see Ash facing a new generation of trainers. His battles would be a showcase of adaptability, utilizing his vast roster of Pokemon and his deep understanding of type matchups, abilities, and movesets. He would not just win, he would dominate, claiming his 5th league title with strategic precision. His victory would be seen not as a fluke, but as the inevitable outcome of a master at work. Kalos, with the introduction of Mega Evolution, would be a pivotal point for our strategist supreme. Ash would still meet Serena, Clement, and Bonnie, and his strategic insights would be invaluable to them. He would still acquire Pokemon like Holucha, Gudra, and Noivern, but the most significant acquisition would be a Froakie that evolves into a Greninja. This Greninja, already a powerful Pokemon, would reach new heights under Ash's strategic guidance. Instead of the emotional bond forming Ash Greninja, our strategist supreme would pursue a Mega Evolution for Greninja, a strategic power-up that offered predictable boosts and calculable advantages. His Greninja, with its speed and powerful water-source dark stab, would become an even more formidable weapon, wielding the calculated power of Mega Evolution. The Kalos League would be the ultimate showdown, particularly against Alan and his Mega Charizard X. In canon, Ash Greninja, despite its power, ultimately fell to Alan's raw strength and tactical Mega Evolution. This time, however, our strategist supreme would have a different approach. His Mega Greninja, precisely trained and rigorously deployed, would be the centerpiece of a meticulously crafted strategy. He would analyze Alan's Mega Charizard X's strengths and weaknesses, its move set, and Alan's battle patterns. Ash would use his other Pokémon to wear down Mega Charizard X, perhaps inflicting status conditions or setting up entry hazards before bringing in Mega Greninja for the decisive strike. The speed and agility of Mega Greninja, combined with Ash's precise commands, would allow it to dodge Mega Charizard X's powerful attacks and land critical hits. The battle would be a strategic masterpiece, culminating in Mega Greninja delivering a powerful Water Shuriken or Dark Pulse to defeat Mega Charizard X, finally claiming the Kalos League title, his 6th consecutive. The emotional catharsis of this victory would be immense, a complete redemption of his canon loss, achieved through calculated brilliance rather than raw passion. Alola, with its trials and Z moves, would introduce new elements to Ash's strategic repertoire. He would still attend the Pokemon school, but his role would be more like a visiting master, sharing his vast knowledge with his classmates. He would embrace the strategic possibilities of Z moves, not as an expression of emotion, but as a calculated power boost to turn the tide in critical moments. His Alolan Pokémon, like Lycanroc, Duskform, Rowlet, and Incineroar, would be trained to utilize Z moves with maximum efficiency, striking with pinpoint accuracy and devastating power. The Alola League, unlike the canon version, where it was a new experience, would be another opportunity for our strategist supreme to demonstrate his adaptability. He would face off against powerful trainers like Gladion and his Silvally, but his superior strategic planning and expert use of Z moves would ensure his victory. His Lycanroc's Continental Crush or Incineroar's Malicious Moonsault would be deployed at the most opportune moments, securing his 7th league title. The World Coronation Series in Galar would be the ultimate proving ground. Ash, now a 7-time regional champion and Battle Frontier conqueror, would enter as one of the strongest trainers in the world. He would still acquire Galar Pokemon like Dracovish and Sirfetch'd, but his team would be a blend of his most powerful and strategically versatile Pokemon from across all regions, each capable of Gigantamaxing if applicable or wielding a Z move. His mentor, Leon, the current monarch, would be his ultimate target. His ascent through the ranks of the World Coronation Series would be swift and decisive. He would face formidable opponents like Raihan, Iris, now a champion, and Cynthia. Each battle would be a masterclass in strategic Pokemon combat, with Ash analyzing his opponent's teams, predicting their moves, and executing flawless counter strategies. His battles against Dragon-type specialists would be particularly impressive, showcasing his diverse type coverage and his ability to exploit every weakness. The final battle against Leon, the undefeated monarch, would be the pinnacle of his journey. Leon's Charizard, capable of Gigantamaxing, would be a fearsome opponent. But our strategist supreme would have meticulously prepared. He would use his own Gigantamax-capable Pokemon, perhaps his Gengar or a well-trained Rillaboom, to counter Leon's ace. The battle would be a back and forth, a clash of two strategic titans, but Ash's superior planning, his deeper understanding of type matchups, and his ability to anticipate Leon's every move would ultimately prevail. He would use his entire team, each Pokemon playing a crucial role, to wear down Leon's formidable roster. The final blow would be delivered by a perfectly executed Gigantamax move, or perhaps a powerful Z move from one of his long standing partners, securing his victory and making him the new monarch, the strategist supreme of the entire Pokemon world. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, then he would have become a master strategist, won every regional league he competed in, conquered the battle frontier, and ultimately become the monarch of the World Coronation Series, making his intellect and battle prowess the strongest in the world. His legacy would be defined not by a single iconic partner, but by the sheer brilliance of his mind, a testament to the power of thoughtful planning and meticulous execution. The fabled strategist supreme, a legend born from a quiet morning, a boy who chose preparation over passion, forging a destiny of unparalleled intellectual domination. This time, a quiet, analytical boy, Ash Ketchum, would arrive at Professor Oak's lab not with a sleepy yawn, but with a sharpened focus, ready to pick his starter. No oversleeping, no mad dash, no last resort Pikachu. The choices are clear: Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle. Given Ash's natural inclination towards leadership and his strategic mind in this timeline, he would meticulously weigh the strengths and weaknesses of each. Charmander, while powerful, brings a volatile personality that a nascent strategist might prefer to avoid in his first partner. Bulbasaur offers immediate stability and a strong defensive presence. Squirtle, however, offers a blend of speed, defense, and special attack, a balanced choice that aligns perfectly with a budding tactician's desire for versatility. This Ash, the strategist supreme in the making, would choose Squirtle. He sees its potential, its ability to learn a diverse move pool, and its eventual evolution into the tanky Blastoise, a perfect anchor for any team. With Squirtle by his side, a very different journey begins. This is not the Ash who learns through raw emotion and accidental victories. This is the Ash who studies, who plans, who anticipates. He will personally make his Squirtle the strongest and most versatile water type in the world, a Pokemon that embodies tactical excellence. His first journey through Kanto would be marked by a methodical approach to gym battles. Unlike Canon, where Ash's gym challenges were often chaotic and reliant on last-minute inspiration, this Ash would prepare. He would scout his opponents, study their Pokemon, and devise specific strategies. His Squirtle, evolving into Wartortle quickly, would be a cornerstone of his team, its water gun and rapid spin proving invaluable. Against Brock, he wouldn't rely on a sprinkler system. Instead, his Wartortle, knowing water gun and bubble, would systematically exploit rock-type weaknesses. The pewter badge would be earned through strategic type advantage and careful positioning, a clean sweep. Misty's gym would be more challenging, but his Wartortle, with his growing speed and defense, would outmaneuver her Starmie and Staryu. He would use Withdraw to boost its defenses, then retaliate with powerful water pulses, securing the Cascade badge. Beyond the gyms, Ash's team composition would also reflect his newfound strategic mindset. He would still aim to catch a diverse array of Pokemon, but with an eye towards synergy and type coverage, rather than just befriending them. He would catch a Pidgeotto, valuing its speed an aerial advantage, using it for reconnaissance in addition to battle. A Bulbasaur would still join his team, offering grass and poison typing, perfect for countering water and electric types. This Bulbasaur, unlike the one in canon that often refused to evolve, would be trained for maximum efficiency, evolving into an Ivysaur and later a Venusaur, a defensive powerhouse with excellent status moves. Charizard, however, would never be part of his team. Without the desperate need for a starter, Ash would not have been given the abandoned Charmander. This means the iconic rivalry, the disobedience, and the eventual bond with Charizard simply would not occur. Instead, Ash might capture a different fire type, perhaps a Growlithe or a Vulpix, chosen for its speed or special attack, fitting into a well-balanced team. His Kanto journey would culminate in a dominating performance at the Pokémon League. His Blastoise, now fully evolved and knowing Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, and Focus Blast, would be a force to be reckoned with. With a balanced team of Venusaur, Pidgeot, and a powerful fire type like Arcanine, he would systematically dismantle his opponents. The Kanto League, unlike canon, would see Ash as the undisputed victor, a testament to his meticulous preparation and superior battle strategy. The Orange Islands arc would play out much like canon in terms of exploration, but Ash's challenges would be approached with the same strategic precision. Challenges like the Naval Island Strength Test would be less about brute force and more about calculated moves. His Blastoise's strength and defensive capabilities would excel in these physical challenges. The team would remain largely the same, focusing on strengthening the bond and refining battle tactics. The Orange League would be a tactical showcase. Against Drake, the Orange crew leader, Ash's Blastoise would be critical. Drake's Dragonite, a formidable opponent, would be met not with a chaotic offensive, but with a carefully planned assault. Blastoise's Ice Beam would chip away at Dragonite, while its bulk would allow it to withstand Dragonite's attacks. Venusaur would handle Drake's Electabuzz and Gengar, using Sleep Powder and Razor Leaf to control the battle. Ash would secure the Orange League trophy, adding another championship to his growing list of accolades. Moving into Johto, Ash's strategic prowess would continue to develop. He would receive a Totodile as his Johto starter, again choosing the water type for its versatility and potential, evolving it into a powerful Feraligatr. His Johto team would be built around covering weaknesses and maximizing offensive and defensive capabilities. He would capture a Heracross, valuing its bugs and fighting typing for its offensive pressure against dark, grass, psychic, and rock types. A Bayleaf would join his team, evolving into a Meganium, providing another strong defensive grass type. Gligar, evolving into Gliscor, would be a crucial physical attacker and flying type, offering ground immunity and fantastic defensive typing. Ash would approach the Johto gyms with the same calculated precision. Against Faulkner, his Feraligator's Ice Fang would make short work of Pidgeotto. Bugsy's Scyther would be countered by a carefully trained fire type. Whitney's Miltank, a notorious wall in canon, would be systematically weakened by status conditions and super effective attacks from Heracross, a battle of attrition won by superior planning. The Johto League, like Kanto, would see Ash dominating his opponents. His Feraligatr, Meganium, Heracross, and Gliscor, along with his seasoned Kanto veterans like Blastoise and Venusaur, would form an unbeatable combination. Ash would once again emerge as the champion, solidifying his reputation as a formidable trainer whose mind was his greatest weapon. The Hoenn region would be another proving ground for our strategist supreme. This time, he would choose Mudkip as his starter, evolving it into the powerful Swampert. The dual water ground typing would provide excellent coverage and resistances. His Hoenn team would include a Sceptile, focusing on speed and special attack, and a Metagross, a pseudo-legendary powerhouse, caught as a Beldum and meticulously trained. This Metagross, with its steel psychic typing, would be a strategic marvel, offering incredible bulk, attack, and psychic prowess. Ash would also acquire an Aggron, adding another defensive tank with powerful physical attacks and rock steel typing. The Hoenn gym leaders, like Watson and Norman, would present interesting tactical puzzles, but Ash's diverse team and strategic approach would overcome them. Swampert would handle Watson's electric types with ease. Norman's Slaking, with its truant ability, would be expertly exploited by Ash's Metagross, using a combination of protect and powerful attacks, managing the turn cycles to prevent Slaking from attacking effectively. The Hoenn League would be yet another triumph. With Swampert, Sceptile, Metagross, and Aggron forming the core, backed by his previous champions, Ash would display an unparalleled level of strategic depth, winning the Hoenn League with decisive victories. He would now be a 4-time regional champion, a feat unheard of in the Pokémon world. The Battle Frontier, a gauntlet of strategic challenges, would be where Ash truly shined in this timeline. Unlike Canon, where Ash struggled against several frontier brains, this strategist supreme would approach each challenge with a focused, analytical mind. Brandon's legendary Regis would be a formidable opponent, but Ash's Metagross, with its superior defenses and diverse move pool including Meteor Mash and Earthquake, would be key. He would study each Regis's weaknesses and exploit them with surgical precision. His Sceptile's speed and Leaf Blade would be crucial against Regis. Blastoise's Hydro Pump and Ice Beam would chip away at Regirock. Ultimately, Ash would conquer the battle frontier, not as a challenge of spirit, but as an intellectual conquest, adding the title of Frontier Brain to his list of achievements. Sinnoh would offer new challenges and opportunities for strategic growth. Ash would choose Piplup, evolving it into the formidable Empoleon, a water steel type, offering a unique defensive and offensive typing. His Sinnoh team would also feature a Lucario, caught as a Riolu, trained to perfection with Aura Sphere and close combat, a fighting machine with strategic awareness. He would also capture a Garchomp, caught as a Geibel, another pseudo-legendary, offering incredible speed and raw power. This Garchomp, unlike Cynthia's, would be a reflection of Ash's controlled power, a devastating force deployed with precision. He would also acquire a Weevil, a speedy ice-dark type, for crucial type coverage. The Sinnoh gyms would fall one after another. Volkner's electric types would be countered by Empoleon's ground typing. Candace's ice types would be met by Lucario's close combat. The Sinnoh League, like all before it, would see Ash as the champion. His Empoleon, Lucario, Garchomp, and Weevil would prove too powerful and too strategically coordinated for any opponent. He would now be a 7-time regional champion and Battle Frontier conqueror, entering the World Coronation Series as one of the strongest trainers in the world. He would still acquire Galar Pokémon like Dracovish and Sirfetch'd, but his team would be a blend of his most powerful and strategically versatile Pokemon from across all regions, each capable of Gigantamaxing if applicable or wielding a Z move. His mentor, Leon, the current monarch, would be his ultimate target. His ascent through the ranks of the World Coronation Series would be swift and decisive. He would face formidable opponents like Raihan, Iris, now a champion, and Cynthia. Each battle would be a masterclass in strategic Pokemon combat, with Ash analyzing his opponent's teams, predicting their moves, and executing flawless counter strategies. His battles against dragon-type specialists would be particularly impressive, showcasing his diverse type coverage and his ability to exploit every weakness. The final battle against Leon, the undefeated monarch, would be the pinnacle of his journey. Leon's Charizard, capable of Gigantamaxing, would be a fearsome opponent. But our strategist supreme would have meticulously prepared. He would use his own Gigantamax-capable Pokemon, perhaps his Gengar or a well-trained Rillaboom, to counter Leon's ace. The battle would be a back and forth, a clash of two strategic titans, but Ash's superior planning, his deeper understanding of type matchups, and his ability to anticipate Leon's every move would ultimately prevail. He would use his entire team, each Pokemon playing a crucial role, to wear down Leon's formidable roster. The final blow would be delivered by a perfectly executed Gigantamax move, or perhaps a powerful Z move from one of his long-standing partners, securing his victory and making him the new monarch, the strategist supreme of the entire Pokemon world. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Ash had woken up on time and never gotten Pikachu, then he would have become a master strategist, won every regional league he competed in, conquered the battle frontier, and ultimately become the monarch of the World Coronation Series, making his intellect and battle prowess the strongest in the world. His legacy would be defined not by a single, iconic partner, but by the sheer brilliance of his mind, a testament to the power of thoughtful planning and meticulous execution. The fabled strategist supreme, a legend born from a quiet morning, a boy who chose preparation over passion, forging a destiny of unparalleled intellectual domination.